Yes, people, the Toffees are here. Welcome to an Everton career mode. I'm all over the place, but I'm going to show you the team we begin with. This is a long journey ahead of us. We're going to turn this team into a Champions League winning one. Playing games, growing players, growing youth, growing everything. Even my face in the camera. Didn't realise it was actually that close. But we've got to bring this team, speaking of being close, to some sort, I would say, Champions Europa Conference League football. We are 43 points in, 1 up on the goal difference. With David Moyes in charge, Brentford being the shocks of this season, really going to be hard to get round them. Then Chelsea, Liverpool, more unrealistic to catch. And I don't think we're winning this season with the live points, which unfortunately rules us out of signings with 35 million. Then again, I don't think we're going to be signing players anyway. We're going to give this chance, or this team, a chance, which has been doing brilliantly to get into the position that they are in. An unknown injury? I've never seen that said before. Same with Seamus Coleman. We know the one with Grealish. He's going to be out for most of the season as Jordan Pickford the best player. Then Iliman and Dye trusted on the right-hand side. Maybe could change to the left, as this man could be trusted more. Tyler Diblin was a big signing. From over at Southampton as the top scorer this season is Dewsbury Hall and Tieno Barry, actually. Joint on goals. As Michael Keane we can re-sign. Mikolenko. I think I am going to re-sign these players up today, as we're going to go from now till the end of the season, next season, starting the transfer window, which I think will have you guys excited, because get your comments down below on some potential signings. And whilst you're down there below, leave a like and please do subscribe. We're on the race to 5,000 subscribers on the second channel if you are watching on the second channel. And we're desperate to actually reach it, as Michael Keane, not important, but rotational here at Everton, as he does sign up a 1-year deal. And Mikolenko gets different treatment. He's meeting up in the restaurant where he signs a 3-year deal. Do want to keep him around, maybe even as a backup if we replace him in the near future, and he's the second highest paid. Didn't expect that to be the case, as we already have a formed youth academy report, and I do want to bring you through at Everton. Who's the best right here? It is Caleb Cummings. Then we have Vasily Anthony. A few more. I'm going to promote these top 2, maybe make the new Finch Farm heroes. Sending this scout out again, Jonathan Schofield. He has to check in England, and I am going to buy another scout. We can at this point in the season, or the save, having just the second half to go. Austin Leonard to Scotland, searching for a new huge attacker to join up with the Scottish manager, maybe with the next Duncan Ferguson, as here with Everton, I think we're doing quite well in the league, so I'm going to come out of the deep approach just a little bit. Yes, Moyes is still in charge, but I do have to implement my tactics somewhat. To get this team playing, I think Playmaker is really good for Dewsbury Hall, and Dye can score quite a few goals. McNeil, I'll keep more out wide. O'Brien on the full-back role because he's predominantly a centre-back, and Tarkowski as a stopper, so he's further back than O'Brien. And I genuinely think they're good changes. The only thing is the personnel. Beto being the backup, I am going to trust him to maybe make an impact in the games that we have to play. Jared Branthwaite's back, and for me, he goes straight into this 11. And McNeil is going to be dragged. That's the first change I want to make here, because Tyler Diblin, criminally underrated, and I think deserves his chance alongside maybe Tim Irogbunam in the midfield with Gardner. The English link up, this man only 22-year-old. Statistically very strong. As we're aiming to be stronger, I'm going to get some coaches in before this first game, and of course we start with Arsenal. Yeah, you don't get it easy, do you, in the Premier League? Arsenal, I do want to see their lineup. We've got some big players in there that can hopefully keep their world class out. I do want to see their lineup. Obviously it's not changing much, but David Raya, I'm going to expect Gabriel, no Saliba. Eze actually starts a game. Okay, not what I fully expected. Let's go Toffees, and Dye's having to play on the left due to the formation switch up, and we need to get passing the ball right here. Tim Erogbunam into Vitaly Milenko. I can't really say his name correctly when speaking very quick, as Dewsbury Hall over the top into Undai. If you're going to be playing in Europe, you don't want to make passes like that. You tell him, David Moyes. Must be better. And Saka into Gyökeres. Loses the ball, and I mean Arsenal will be a little bit threatened. They've got the big points tally on City of I think 7 points. However, we've got to stop that, and Gay is actually considering retirement. Timber into Martinelli. That's a stunning save from the best keeper in the league, in my opinion. But it's set piece again. Ole, ole. They've messed it up. You don't expect that from the Gunners. Thierry Barry looking at Tyler Diblin at the top of my screen, going to try and find him. He wins his header. How has Tyler Diblin been the only change I make and score that obscene goal? Just like Wolverhampton, Arsenal messing around at the back, no communication between Hincapié and David Raya. Tyler Diblin has us won up. He has us won up against the league leaders and Saka. Right, we're going to be hanging on from here on out. I can sense it. As there we go, the half-time whistle though. We've survived the first 45 and got a goal. You're welcome, Manchester City. And Eze onto Martinelli. This is where they're going to threaten. Look at that Travella pass. Gyökeres! A poor man's Tyler Diblin, it seems. Failing to get his head on that. And Zubimendi's finally been put on. It looks like they're actually panicking. Going back to the main team. I think the Champions League actually might have put the Gunners off. Iliman Ndiaye! That is a quality finish in front of the travelling Toffees. A 6th goal of the season for Iliman Ndiaye. And the Toffees, I believe, will beat the Gunners in our first game. As we do. We jump above Brentford still with the game in hand, and our next game, vitally or equally as important, it's Chelsea. I usually don't like playing back-to-back. I like a simulation and everything. The team's fully fit for this one. Dewsbury Hall, his ex-club. Tyler Diblin with a fantastic performance. Almost time for him and Ndiaye to change. Or just Iliman, 1 week. It shouldn't really change his rating. And a player returning from injury, Carlos Alcaraz, who permanently joined the club. Beto wants a new contract. I haven't got a chance to see him yet. And you never know. If we are struggling here against the Blues, maybe he makes an appearance. As for now, though, the Blues are in town at the Hill Dickey. Our first game at the new home of Toffees, which is kind of a reason I wanted to start this save. The last time we were in England, we did my club Grimsby Town. We never ended up changing the stadium. We were at Town Park, or as I like to call it, Blundell Park, for the entire save as Caicedo. Neto takes it off of him. They're going to be up for this one here, with Liam Rosenior under a bit of pressure. I think this will be harder than Arsenal, a lot more on the line. Arsenal had that point gap. I've made a shortlist as well for signings for the start of next season. A few of them at Chelsea. We've got Tyreek George in our reserves as Cole Palmer looking at the back post for the instant crossing, and it's a good job we got that header away. Tyler Diblin making the same run again, and if it doesn't fail, why not try it again? Oh, Robert Sanchez, the man who's usually absolutely garbage when I've seen him play. IRL pulls off a quality stop. And Timo Rogbenham, it's another one. Oh my days. Right, edge of the box runs. Let's try a header. We've got Tarkowski and Branthwaite in the box. We don't even get past the front post. Just keep blocking the passing lanes. Hato into Caicedo. That's Hato very far forward. Chelsea high forward. They wouldn't deserve this. Cucurella, run from João Pedro. The first goal is conceded. João Pedro just made his way into the box. That killed our first half off, and it's the first goal we've actually conceded, with David Moyes, of course, being a, well, I don't like to say it, but a defensive-minded coach. The people on the outside, as Dewsbury Hall, we need a smart turn there against his former club, and it's unlocked a lot of space where Dewsbury Hall should have been. Barry leaves it, maybe the correct decision. Tyler Diblin! Thierry Barry with his first Everton goal under my reign. He does a nice little cheeky celebration. Is that alluding to the chicken man Richarlison, who used to be at this parish? Or Goodison Park, actually. That's a fine goal now. But if we can have that killer instinct, we won't just be chasing the Conference League, but the Europa, which David Moyes has experienced in both. There's Cole Palmer, though, onto João Pedro again. He's trying all the skills. Tarkowski gets the block in. Our defence really passing out well. They're not ball-playing centre-backs, far from it, but still, I want to work on their passing. Irogbunham, that's a brilliant back heel. Dewsbury Hall, if he can try and unlock Iliman Ndiaye, he can. Maybe turns inside with a cheap ball into Tim. Just going for that header as Dewsbury Hall onto Ndiaye. Tim Irogbunham round as well onto Thierry Barry. Just pass it backwards. Oh, he set off as well. Now need to get this round the corner. It's Tyler Diblin into Dewsbury Hall. Scenes if that went in. Scenes, the ex-Chelsea man. Think he would have actually celebrated. Tyler Diblin not across the deck. Oh, that was a killer. And look which the next game is. It is Brentford 6th v 8th after that 1-1 draw. Tim very happy with maybe wanting a new contract because of his game time. I liked Tim in that game. I actually pictured me signing a new DM. And if he wants a new contract, sure. We've got him here for 4 years. Maybe a little premature, but Ndai is now a left mid. And an international injury crisis. Oh no. Jordan Pickford. Jordan Pickford, are you kidding me? 6 weeks. 6 weeks in a Europa League push. That means game time has to go to Mark Travers. 72 overall. I'm not excited about that. And I actually do want to simulate Brentford because I think Liverpool after that in the derby is more crucial to play. Then David Moyes goes back to his former club. Man City, Spurs. Without Jordan Pickford now. This is seriously going to be a tough test. Wow, though. We are actually flying on momentum. Iliman Ndiaye goes ahead and stings the bees before we play the derby at home. And we're well rested for it. No international football gives us that time to regroup and go again. Mark Travers is the only player that's making a difference in this first 11. Tyler Dibley now up to a 75 overall, still only 20 himself. This is it, the Merseyside derby. Whether you're going for Europa League, Conference League, Champions League, the Premier League, you've got to win games like this. If you're a Blues fan, it does mean everything. We're not just chasing here, we're playing for pride. An Ekatike swift turn by Hugo. The worst possible start we could have got off to. Liverpool. They've scored straight away. They'll be well rested as well. Only a travel across the ocean or the Mersey. Trying to unfry my mind from Ekatike, just making that look way too easy. Expect them to get control and expect them to finish the ball. Cody Gakpo, we're coming across with Tarkowski. He needs to make the big block on here. He doesn't. It's a ball towards Ryan Gravenberch. Surely handball. We've took it off the feet of a man there. And Salah, Tim to be the one to clear it. Everton flood forward. Dewsbury Hall, back heel, I love it. Him and Jack Grealish, if Jack comes back before the end of the season, could be deadly. And Barry is always looking for that ball over the top. With a free kick given right here. And it's going to be James Gardner if he can get it over Hugo Ekatike. That could be good. We need to be better. And O'Brien takes the ball off them right here. Tarkowski, Tim through the middle. We need to make this second half count a little bit more, like we did against Chelsea. Dewsbury Hall, he's got space, he can let fly. Unlucky, but David Moyes usually doesn't lose derbies, at least without going down with a fight. Come on. Gardner, the space on that right-hand side. If Diblin just makes the move, which he does do here. Barry's in front. Dewsbury Hall is on the edge. We go instead for Dewsbury Hall. Go near post. He has slipped it under Alisson in the 85th minute. Everton will draw Derby Day. Yes, it's another point. But what a crucial point. Unless anything happens in the dying embers of this huge fixture. But no, nothing else happened, and Tim, despite playing well, Harrison Armstrong will offer cover and potentially put up a fight. To be in that first team, it's down to 8th again. It's 6 to 8, 6 to 8, we're missing out 7. 51 points. This is going down to the wire with West Ham in the relegation zone up next. Spurs getting away from it. They're not out of danger yet, however, and we did have that money. Remember, I said I was getting coaches in, and I did say I was getting the youth. We're going back to it. I'm going to look through for the best, potentially over 60 rated that our scouts found, and 2 players. We got Jack Burns, a flying Scotsman, and then we got Will Rutherford. Yes, it's another Rutherford, and it looks like the one we literally just had on the Grimsby save. If you haven't checked it out, please go ahead and do so. Massive road to glory as O'Brien and Tarkowski. Injuries are going to cost us. Tarkowski, 8 weeks. O'Brien's dislocated his shoulder, 2 weeks. We're absolutely to the bare bones. Don't forget Grealish and Pickford are also out. Now we're going to have to rely on Keane and Pato. Good job we gave Keane that contract. Time for him to earn his money. As away at his former club, we lose to the relegation battling West Ham. At least we do get a point against Manchester City, now top of the league. We are still in this fight. A 3-1 win over Crystal Palace. Another goal Tyler Diblin, and Tim Orugbunam against Sunderland leaves us currently in 7th. We're above Brentford, behind Chelsea, and we're not going to actually catch unless we win this final game 15-0. However, this is crucial. That's the team that's been playing. It's rather weak, if I say so myself. The defence at the right-hand side. Yes, I love Tyler Diblin, but don't forget he's actually in his 2nd season of full professional football in the Premier League. And at least Jake O'Brien's back. Travers is in goal, with the next game being Spurs and everything on the line. Huge. They are actually still trying to battle relegation. Igor Tudor's still in charge, so they are going to persist till the end of the season with the Croatian ex-defender, as this is a stadium to get Conference League football. What an occasion to do it. I bet some of our fans are on the High Line or Skywalk thing, trying to look back down onto the field to get a decent view as Dewsbury Hall, with Barry going out wide. Iliman and Dye want to get this to the back post. Tyler Diblin's been decent at heading at the start of this save. Cleared away, however. And Mo Kudus, they're going to be up for this. They're at home against relegation. Spurs have got the more pressure on them. That's good dribbling by Mikolenko. Tim, no, he doesn't get around. Javi Simmons. Conor Gallagher. No. This is building up. Spence, he gets around us. He's got the sweaty into the box. We tried everything to keep that out. This is where we thrive. It is a counter-attack, and Dewsbury Hall, I think. Barry's offside. If he is, that is shameful. For me, should have stayed on easily, as that is a very dull first half. Especially with the amount we've actually got riding on it. And Spurs, you're fighting relegation, and you're trying the tactic that gives away possession. Are you sure, Igor Tudor? Because we've got the ball straight away. You're playing a high line in the defence, and Iliman and Dye's going to try exploit it. Here he goes. He likes a cut inside himself. He could try and pass this. Oh, and he's off the post. That should have been 1-0. Game opening up here. It's Spence. He tries to get around us. Jed Spence. Oh, my days. That's close to Javi Simmons. Solanke on the edge of the box, waiting. A 1-2. Solanke's got a bit of a gap. Close again. And Dewsbury Hall up with him from the corner. Tyler Diblin around the back. Vicario, we know he's a loose wire, so he punches it. Just get us in the Conference League at minimum. As Dewsbury Hall, he takes the ball into Tyler Diblin here. Barry making the underlap run. Actually, a bit of a decoy for Kiernan. Dewsbury Hall! That was the chance. That was European football in a singular shot. But still, the game is going on here, and it's Garner to the edge of the box. Tim Orugbunam tries to loop it over Vicario, and that is it. That's the game done. I think Spurs might be happier, as you can see by Jed Spence. Maybe that's kept them in the division. As what's it done for us? Brentford, they've lost. They have lost their final game. We'll look out and potentially get into the Conference League, depending on results elsewhere, I think. What a fall off by Arsenal. Manchester City have won the league. Aston Villa fell off. Spurs easily survived. There was actually nothing riding on that last game. Leeds United get sent down. Crazy, as who beat Brentford, doing us that massive favour? It was Manchester City. Okay. Wait, actually, was it? No, it should be later on in the month. Who beat them? It must have been... Oh, it was Liverpool. I'm not going to be going and thanking the rivals as the FA Cup. That's kind of awkward. Sunderland, we've just been beaten by Port Vale IRL. Live Point's not caught up with that, and Carabao goes to Manchester City. Champions League finals interesting. And also the Europa, very with Aston Villa losing. I don't know what that'll actually do for us going into the Europa League. Maybe Crystal Palace winning the conference could hinder us. I always get to terms with the actual qualification things through the English League. Then ultimately I forget because I'm rubbish at that kind of stuff, and we are rubbish at scoring goals, it seems. 8 for Iliman and Dye, 8 for Tieno Barry, 7 for KDH. Is it a Europa League or Conference League squad? No, it's not. Even with the best players in, and Jack Grealish, I swear, has just got fit today. Hence why I can show him in this squad. I don't know about buying him permanently, especially in this episode, and it doesn't give us the option. However, the -1 rating might actually open a door to buy him. His evaluation should should go down, as I don't want Merlin Roll, a man with actually more potential. I want Grealish, and Martin Sharif looks good. Okoronkwo. We add in our Chelsea save, Isaac Heath. Then we've got our own youth players. In Anthony and Cummings in the actual first team. Burns and Rutherford trying to get through the youth team to get in this squad. I'm very happy for the pair of them, and I hope they can actually do it. But that's it for episode 1. Up the toffees, and see you in the next one. As yes, people, welcome. There's a little bit of a sneak kit right there, or kit sneak peek. I can't say that correctly, but welcome back. This is season 2 now of the Everton career mode. We only had 1 episode in season number 1, or if you're watching this another way, we've got a long way to go. That's the baseline of it, as I made some kits to show off to you guys myself. And I don't really know about these ones, but I wanted new kits for this new season. I didn't want to continue with them, as this is the Everton home kit. As you can see, I went for rather striped, just for something different. We've got stripes on the arms, stripes on the back, everything is just striped. All kind of so we don't get a kit clash, which we did last season, and this away kit inspired by the toffee penny. If you're English and you know about quality sweets, they come in a yellow wrapper. Maybe we get nicknamed the honeybees, but I really do actually like this kit. I'm going to be secret about it. And you can see the goalkeeping kit. I love the sleek design. Jordan Pickford in all black / grey with that fire / paint kind of design that's been thrown all over him. I don't mind that as a difference. And there'll be new kits coming very soon. As you can see, the sponsor on the kit is different. It's not a gambling one, it is Chunk Fudge, who do sponsor this series and basically the channel, because you can go to the description, click on that link below and get yourself some fudge. Really good handmade quality stuff. If you're after a sweet treat, really recommend. Absolutely fresh as anything, so when you do order them, eat them quick, because they are best when eaten immediately. And a lot is in my belly right now, as the budget right here is 51 million going into season number 2. There's so much to get done here, as our youth scout's not out anymore. We do have youth players ready to step up, like Jack Burns and Will Rutherford. Also, Boubacar Ubet, who I kind of don't want to promote Rutherford, just because we've had another Rutherford in another save. Actually, it could be a good storyline, and I actually have to promote him, because this season, like no other. Right, he's speaking about his contract, is Harrison Armstrong, but I've got something to show you. I'm on the first day of the season, literally, so he's already complaining. Yet the youth player has submitted a transfer request off his own back, alongside Nathan Patterson, who, to be honest, isn't a youth player anymore, so I wouldn't actually mind selling. And then Carlos Alcaraz has potential, but he wants out, so we've got transfer listed players alongside Beto, because that's one off of my own back. I think I want a striker this season, with a big loan list, getting them players out on loan, including Antony. Cummings has to be on that list, because that's another CDM, as I want a CDM. This season, I do want to replace Tim, despite my love for him, because I will be rotating this squad. I think we need a new left back and centre back. Tarkowski's just suffered a knee injury. McNeil, or should I say Keane, is 74. McNeil's another player I am thinking about potentially replacing. This bench very weak. With the players asking to leave us, at least the first team I could actually leave itself. Unless we do get any big bids in for our players, such as Pickford, Garner, and Dye, and Jared Branthwaite. I think I'm only going to accept offers from huge clubs, the likes of City, the likes of Arsenal, if they want any of those players. And the first offer is actually an acceptable one. Strasbourg going into the blue group is Pato, so we'll see him out. The Scotsman sees out the Scotsman. Not the only bit of business though. Armstrong to St. Galoy, a player I actually had a lot of faith in. I thought him, Tim and Joe Garner will be Everton's future, but obviously not, as here goes Beto. Yeah, he's just not working for me, although I do want a physical presence up front who needs to come in, and also I do want to go and get another CDM in midfield. 64 million now, but I'm ignoring the main thing, which is we are in Europe. Right, the Conference League. Expected a Europa League spot, which means signings much actually happen. I don't think we've been back to the high hills, but the first player, one of my favourites, and we have just sold to Championship Wolves, Beto with João Gomez 25-year-old. Now, I know there's obviously Andre, who's a little bit younger, but he is 82 rated, so 10 million more. And I am simply not paying that. A big chunk of our budget here when we already do have Tim. But this man has to go in as soon as I actually saw they were relegated. Little bit more than I do want to spend. But João Gomez, welcome. I wouldn't be surprised if this deal happened in real life. I love this midfielder as well. So now we've got an 80 rated midfield. Hopefully Dewsbury Hall does join that. Illiman dies there. Tyler Diblin shouldn't take long. With now Sharif as our backup player. However, I want to focus on centre-back. In the Conference League, defence is really going to be vital. Young Will Rutherford's going to give it a go to try and sit in front of it, but I'm not going to trust him. The man I'm thinking about at centre-back, because I'm just changing a few things round, is Tim himself. He's only 23, right-footed, not left, which obviously usually is a rarity, but is both-footed actually on the stats. He's 6 foot. We've got some young midfielders up and coming. That could save us a position. We've got Tarkowski, who we can now time the game time with. A bit of experience on the bench in Keane and Tarky. But then we need to fill out these positions. We need a cam, and we do need another midfielder after a striker. And David Moyes still is in charge of this first team. So we've got to find a Moisey man. And as you can see, I've looked at the physicality, and Roberto Fernandes at an 80, Piccoli at a 79, over at Fiorentina, experienced in the Europa League or the Europa Conference. This man, though, is the cheapest. Lorenzo Lucha. He's got experience now in the Premier League, is on loan currently at Forest. Really would like this guy. Another 25-year-old heading to his prime, but I will not pay over 15 million. 12 million, not accepted. Dwight McNeil not in an offer anymore. I'm keeping Dwight at the club. A like for like with Tieno Barry as he accepts the deal. Gives us a 23-year-old and then a 6'7". Shouldn't have said that, but a 6'7" striker. He's our number 9 now that Beto departs the club with a cheeky bit of cash needed, but we're still just loaning out players. Tyler Onyango, he's going to Stoke City. And then a permanent one, Alcaraz. He's going to Leeds United. Roman Dixon to Alaves. Good game time for the youngster. Potential right back in the making. Francis is out. We know we've used him in a save before, and we're not selling any more permanent players, don't you worry. It's Isaac Heath to Hull City. Now could we set up our own youth? For this season, still 30 million. I don't want to spend it all at once. Then again, I know the board can just come and take that whenever they actually please to, as I'm going to send a scout. Let's go random. Lithuania, I've not heard a player from. And Brunei Darussalam, never heard of them also. Both will be looking for cams, as do we need to look for another midfielder. Tim is about to change, but do I just trial one pre-season game before I make that switch a reality? Because we do lack a DM on the bench. We've still got Cummings. And to be fair, that's a decent job in the defence. Diblin, McNeil with goals, Barry, and Dewsbury Hall. There's originals, so the bench players literally don't need to push the first teamers out. They're doing a job as is, as he changes, but his overall doesn't. He's going to be that stopper that Tarkowski was, improving the physicality and pace. There's no big offers for our now big 5 players. Okay. Forward step, João Gomez, adding another 80, but do we add another one? I think with the money we've got and the fact that I have said a lot, we only need a bench player, means we don't actually have to spend a lot, as can we see our first Premier League game? It is Aston Villa. Probably should have looked at the calendar. This will give us an easier view, as Villa away, Manchester City at home, then Brighton away is not an easy one, followed up by the deadline. And I think our team is actually good enough to get up to that deadline as it is, unless there's any huge offers as a draw with Elche doesn't do us justice. And this doesn't do realism any justice. Branthwaite not going to Liverpool. That is treason, as Gomez gets his first goal for the Toffees. Jordan Pickford gets an offer in, but he's going absolutely nowhere. Like I said, unless it's a big club, and I actually haven't checked contracts right. Dwight McNeil wants to sign a new one, but despite us not having many players, I'm still not going to sign it up. I'm going to see how he does come January. He's training to be the backup cam, so we will get the game time here due to the lack of players we actually have. Jack Burns only 16. He might might shock a few teams because I think he will be in our team for the first game of the season. Obviously, we're taking on Aston Villa with Tarkowski also out. I'm trusting Tim and Jared, hopefully, is the future. Sometimes you've got to make them big calls, and we are in the toffee penny yellow. I can still tell which team we are. There's no kit clash going on with the honeybee kit. So good I'm calling it two things, but come on. Toffees, don't let us down. Dewsbury Hall with the instant tackle. Very harsh conditions. We've got Lorenzo Luca on the bench when we need him. João Gomez, the only starter from the new players. Tim starting in his new position here with Tyler Diblin. A lot of trust gone into him at the back end of last season with Garner across to Dewsbury Hall. João Gomez looking for the gap and finding it. A good start. We're in actual similar colours to Martinez in the goal. If we could force him into a mistake, or one of the defenders into passing to one of our lads, thinking we're actually their goalkeeper, that will be brilliant. Come across, Tim, it's a handball. Any more of thems and Tarkowski will actually be starting again. Pau Torres into Ezri Konza. Don't concede the first goal here. That would screw us. John McGinn could be a potential signing. Coming to help out a Scottish manager. Always rumours of him leaving. And here goes Garner again. He's got it over the top into Tyler Diblin. Diblin's going to keep this ball alive. We need the run into the middle. We don't get it. Illinham die. Surely that's a handball, Garcia. No, okay. You've got a call for everything. It is 0-0 at Villa Park. Not the worst result in the world if it stays, as Tyler Diblin needs to get around his man here. He does do, sneaking inside twice, and João Gomez gives it into Dewsbury Hall. We need the run forward right here, and we get it with a good bit of passing into Dewsbury Hall. An angle for a finesse shot, and that is just over the crossbar. Very close there, and this half is actually passing us by. I mean, a 0-0 draw with Aston Villa isn't the worst result, especially when we've got the Conference League, which is making me just think about signings. We definitely need a bigger squad, maybe more youth players, as Rodgers, he's around us. Garner steps out of his line. Just before we make our subs, we're actually making 3 and they're making 2. As you can see, David Moyes is giving a cuddle to Cummings coming onto the field. One of our youth, because we obviously need another midfielder, potentially for the bench. I was actually thinking more in cam, but McNeil's going to go across to the cam position, which he's playing now. Burns has a bit more potential, and Cummings could get an assist here. The 6'7" man gets a chip over the top. He doesn't need to score with his head. Lorenzo Luca on his debut, potentially one of his first touches. Cummings got the assist as well. Let's not forget about that for the youngster. Absolutely brilliant. And number 9 straight off the bench, one touch with his right. Oh, Martinez should be saving it. But we don't care. We're winning our first game of the season at Villa Park. And next up, at home, the first game at Hill Dickey is going to be Manchester City, which doesn't make it any easier, but we start in 5th. And Tyler Diblin's on social media saying he needs to be better, but he's glad the manager's got faith in him. I saw a lot of trolls on that post as well, didn't like it. We've got to motivate this lad, he had a decent game, and we've got to make changes for City, which is Luca coming in. I'm not going to risk Cummings from the off yet, and I am going to change Tim for this game, just because Tarkowski's got the experience, plus we've got Brighton a few days after, and plus we're going to make signings, and if Tarky doesn't improve, we could be selling him to up that budget. Might as well sell players while they're getting older, and Dwight McNeil is 26, kind of reaching his prime. And there we go, he's sorted as our backup cam. As City visit the docks, come on Everton. Back-to-back wins in the Premier League would be superb. It's poor man's Haaland versus rich man's Haaland, which is Luca. Poor man obviously being Erling. We need to try and hit the crosses into the box here. We've gone with a very physical, Moisey team to get them on the break. O'Brien over the top. Tyler Diblin. That's a cross towards Luca. A header straight into Donnarumma's midriff. More of that though, please. Manchester City look very quick. Very quick. As there's one of the quickest players in behind Jared Branthwaite trying to come across. Comes across to read it very well. And sometimes it's genuinely the thought that counts. Rodri in the middle of the park. The Ballon d'Or Rodri. Haaland, we need to be very careful. It's actually been 35 minutes of City dominance, apart from maybe the biggest chances going our way, but not big chances, as Doku saved by Pickford. City spring the surprise. O'Reilly, he's around us. Don't concede from a set piece. The English teammate reads the other English one. Half-time's almost acquired. And against Manchester City, Being 0-0 at half-time is a massive, massive scoreline. But I can't get ahead of myself. There's the quick feet of Rodri. Doku, no, get rid of it. There we go. There's 135 minutes of not conceding a goal, plus stoppages. This Everton side is beautiful. João Gomez, a ball carrier into the side, which Tim really isn't. Lorenzo Luca not at the front post, so I'm going to go to the back post where Tyler Diblin was kind of drug, who has been kind of asleep this game. Haaland's got past Tarkowski. I should have stuck with Tim. Oh, Tim, I'm so sorry you're on the bench. I love Tarkowski for FPL IRL, but in this game, not good enough anymore. He's lost one leg. He's down so much pace. Asnu onto the field alongside Dwight McNeil. There he is, our number 7 on the ball. Tyler Diblin waits for the overlap here of Gardner. Luca's in the box. Handball! Rodri, who I've shouted out a lot. Time for an instant response. Come on, Illiman and Die. Beat Donnarumma. Go to that top right. We're giving the big teams a go today. We've beat Aston Villa. We're beating Everton. Oh no, we're not beating Everton. We are Everton, and it's still a draw. Hashtag burned out brain with trying to actually focus on getting a result from this game. Erling Haaland into Doku, playing the 1-2. Branthwaite in behind. He has swept up everything. James Tarkowski hasn't. That looks like it literally ignored the rules of physics. Jeremy Doku, no idea how he's put that up and hit that on the half volley to beat us with 5 minutes left on the clock. That's our title pushover. I'm only joking, as 1 win, 1 defeat, 0 goal difference somehow. Oh, we won 1-0 and lost 2-1. Makes sense as Southampton were promoted. They're up there, same as Brentford, Man United on top of this league. Coventry obviously promoted. And Leicester City. Were they given the points back or something? Because in real life, a massive points deduction. Any special players they've signed to get themselves up there? I mean, Bilal El Khanous has returned. Christiansen. I tell you what, their team for the championship in real life to be in relegation zone. I know they've had their problems, but it's just criminal. And something I've just peeped here, not Gonzalo, who is brilliant, but Dominic Calvert-Lewin will be perfect for David Moyes. Obviously still in his Everton kit, and obviously we're not signing him back. He left as a free agent. I think that will be a little bit sour, both for Everton fans if I bring him back, and also for Everton the club. Also Calvert-Lewin himself as Michael Keane we could cash in on, but with our numbers thin. I'm rejecting loan offers. We need to get buying, but before we actually get buying, I'm going to go into Brighton. And before we go into the before, I'm going to check the youth. We got 3 players in through the door, and the best one at the top, the 5'7" potential magician, Mirza Hilal. Then Boubacar Yube's just annoying me, so I'm probably going to promote him. Kazlau, well, I'm actually going to release him because I can't say his name. More youth, though, into the building. We'll be running the youth out in the Conference League. As it stands, and Tieno Barry has gone up a rating. Disappointed he didn't play. With Tarkowski also going down 1, so Tim is 1 rating below him now. Going into Brighton, where yet again we do pick up a draw thanks to Diblin. A result we're going to have to accept, as it's going to be Chelsea up next. That's after deadline day, however. And what bids have we actually got in? A big one in for Tim, which unfortunately going down. I know I said I would accept big clubs, but Manchester United in real life haven't been the biggest. And do they really want Tim? Are they trying something with homegrown players to make sure they get a bang for their buck? Going around the FFP rules as we need to spend ourselves. We can't deal with the team we've got, and I'm not going to make you wait till next episode. We need a midfielder because Cummings, yes, he will get a little bit of game time, don't you worry. But he won't start for me at all times, and there is a perfect player that Moisey would want in Thomas Souček, but I'm not going to be that boring. This is a forward-moving career mode, and we want forward-looking players. We want younger players with potential. Potentially from elsewhere, we've got Vladimir Brazko, who's the first player I've stumbled upon, and definitely could play up front. As you can see, I had cams on my shortlist. I thought I was going to go cam shopping, but Vladimir and this guy Demir Ege Tigsnaz, they're both phenomenal, but one player's actually cheaper. He's just recently moved. Okay, we do have a Ukrainian already in our squad, so to have two buddying up could actually really help us in the long term. Wouldn't cost all of our budget, costing us 15 million and leaving us 15 million for January after his contract negotiation, as that's two defensive midfielders signed today. He's on our bench, and it's two bench players actually signed. Luca, I thought, might push Barry more, and has kind of pushed Barry, and I keep forgetting we've got the Conference League, as it now should be released. Please say it has been. Say we know our games. No, the playoff round's not done, so we're going to have to actually wait. But yes, people, we are here again with Everton. Göteborg, the first game of our Europa Conference League journey, which is actually still a month away. We've got a cup competition, maybe a run for that, and then Tottenham, Southampton, and Chelsea. Games do not start here easy for Everton, as if you haven't seen the last episode, 3 games, 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss, 3 scored, 3 conceded. We've got Brentford at top of the league, playing Coventry next. They could be on a huge run, and spoiler alerts for our signings in international duty. I was saying we potentially need a new fullback, but our fullback's actually playing for the countries. You can see Gomez. He was one of the players we signed, same as Lorenzo Luca, a David Moyes sculpted striker, and then Brasco was signed very late into the window because James Tarkowski is going down, and we changed old Tim Eregbudum to a centre-back. Shouldn't call him old because he's only 23, our Tim, and if you like the kit, of course, I did mention in the last video, the sponsor is Chunk Fudge. Sponsoring these videos, and if you do want to buy any, link is in the description. Please click it through that. You'd be helping this channel out, and the first game is Chelsea. In 7th, as have our fixtures been released? Right, these are the games we're playing. The hardest is Shakhtar. Panathinaikos at home. That'll be an interesting one. Riza says, nice, nice, nice. Ralph says, that's good. And you know who it's going to be good for? The youth we've actually got at this squad in Bouquet. Burns, he's training to be on the right-hand side. Hilal, Rutherford, Antony, Cummings. Asnu is as good as new. Pardon the pun, because he's not played a minute. And same with Martin Sharif. I am tempted to put the scout out again, despite already having our own youth. I'll recall Schofield and Leonard, see what they can go and find us. As we played Chelsea in the last episode, as you can see, I'm stepping it towards Ultimate. I'm going between Ultimate and Legendary. Difficulty, as there we go. We've suffered another loss. Byron Gitton's got both the goals. I saw some good results elsewhere. Now, Southampton we might have to play. It is Tyler Dibling's old club, with changes to Boubacar, a change to the wing Jack Burns, getting ready to potentially play in the Conference League, because with the fixtures we've got and Göteborg up first, them two could actually get themselves in the first team. With our first team at home here to a very decently started Southampton back at this level. Middle of the league form and doing well. Nowhere near relegation. That is a foul on Tom Fellows. Right. We're at the hill, Dicky. A very early free kick as Mikolenko tricked in the wall. Finazaz, top bins galore. I kind of knew that was going in. Right, that's 1-0 down at home in 4 minutes. I doubt we're even 4 minutes into this episode here. Come on, we've got to mount a comeback. It's the usual boys starting this game. The ones you should know. I've started the same team. I think every Premier League game, apart from Luca, came in for Manchester City. And, of course, Tarkowski, Southampton. They've got a very high-pressing game. We need to escape that right here. João Gomez, there's the leveller. One of the new signings. And that is the mark of a player with some good brain. Running to get the ball. I love his mentality. A mentality monster next to Joe Garner. The midfield looking decent. Of course, Brasco not making his debut yet. And Downs given freedom. I think pulling his hamstring in that shot as well. Really didn't look decent. He says at the top corner, an injury. Harwood Bellis, that's across the box. And Harwood Bellis, a player I could have signed. I never thought about him. Is kind of Everton coded with us losing the ball into Snesna. That's around the corner. Finazaz down low. Southampton are taking the game to us. 1 apiece at half-time. And with the early form of this season, winning away at Villa Park, I thought we'd actually be up for this a little bit more. Dewsbury Hall goes for that cheap chip, which Cummings did very well last season, who simply has to come onto this field today. Tierno Barry with a spin in there, into Tyler Dibling against his former club. He isn't going to celebrate. Oh, sorry, he does. I think that's really cheeky of the young man. I can't believe I'm actually older than him as well. I am now 22. He is 20. That's obscene. Wellington, I think, has come on for them. We're resting some players like Ilman and Dye because, yes, the Conference League's far away, but I'm still thinking about that a bit. We have come back in this game as Lorenzo Lucha put that across. Does put it across the deck, and Tyler Diblin's got a brace. It could be the Diblin season. Celebrating this time in front of their fans and with a funky celebration. David Moyes very happy, and that's a brilliant assist by the big man Lorenzo Lucha. A goal from a man I gave a chance. A goal from a man I literally just signed. And a goal for the team is to try and get past Charlton. I'm going to rotate this up. Preserve some fitness. Dwight McNeil starts. Lucha. Brasco's debut. Just don't embarrass us. I know our focus is kind of on elsewhere competitions like the Premier League and the Conference. A 2-1 win. And Brasco actually with a debut goal. It says he's made 2 appearances. I don't remember subbing him on. And with Dwight McNeil having a 13 million evaluation and getting a goal for himself, he is going to sign up a 1-year deal just in case we need to make some money on him in the future. Good business. Still plenty of money. I think he only took like a £2,000 increase with a travel slip-up. An issue with some transport, significant delay. Potentially the reason why we haven't beat Spurs, should be beating them. Gomez with another goal. And that leads us on to Göteborg. Definitely a played game where we've got to make decisions on who plays based on their starting 11. I only see a few 70 rated should put some goals in. And this is a chance for some youngsters to play. Look how tired the starting 11 is. Right, Gomez definitely gets a rest. Burns doesn't like starting. So you know what? I won't start him. Anthony and Ube on either wing. We've got Cummings in the midfield. O'Brien's going to be fairly stretched. Leading me definitely going to this academy because we need to send scouts out to get players in a replacement for him. I'm going for a Mexican right back. Then I might go with Wales. Just as a random shout, there's no right backs currently already in the academy. And I don't think I've said this on this rebuild already, but if you do have suggestions for where to scout, leave them in the comments below, and I'll send a scout to them. Never get to see these graphics, of course, only playing the Champions League finales on the main channel with the big saves. Here we go. We start in third. Get in! We're going to get to see a lot of different clubs in this competition, get to see these different graphics, get to see Dwight McNeil more. We've given him a contract and he's just messed up almost immediately with O'Brien. Yes, I don't want to sprint with him. Obviously getting us off to an attack right here and being very fatigued as Dwight McNeil. That's 2 mistakes in the space of 4 minutes. Cut it out, please. I don't want any more of that. As hang about, why is no one tracking? The number 9 of Göteborg getting a big chance to actually take the lead with Alium running round the corner. Running is actually in a bit of a circle. We do have youth players in this starting 11. We can't forget that. They are a bit rash, unsharp and everything as Alium. Michael Keane gets the ball away. Mark Travers, jeez. Really under pressure, but now we can pass it out a little. Nothing to threaten the hosts yet. Is it the hosts? Or is this the Hill Dicky? If it's the Hill Dicky, I'm rather disappointed that we actually haven't got a goal here. I think it is. And Tony, though, that's a real unconventional ball into the other winger, trying to make his debut. Gotta be said, embarrassing half. 0-0 in the Conference League. We've got some very decent players on the bench, but I don't want to have to rely upon them as Brasco. There we go. Anthony, he's got the gap, he's found it! Oh, and that should have been 1-0 to the Toffees. I've got to say as well, I love the Conference League badge on the side of the kit in this one here as Moise Keane. Well, not Moise Keane, that's an ex-Everton player. It is Michael Keane onto Ube. We've been bloody awful. Illiman and Dye's on the bench. I don't want to have to stretch him on. That's a terrible tackle. That's going to be Taki into the book. A few changes made. Youth for youth. Dwight McNeil goes onto the left. However, Hilal stole the ball forward. Lorenzo Luca around the corner to Hilal. One of the youth players. The number 14 with his shirt tucked in. Tucks it in the bottom corner. Everton should win late on in the Conference League. Brilliant job, just round the corner, and when we needed it most, one of our youth players steps up. Well, in Misra, looks like the game's actually granted him a +1 for that goal, and should have granted us a great start to the Conference League, as in the league, Tyler Diblin, then Gomez, then Dwight McNeil are our top scorers. Illiman and Dye likes his assists, and Everton host Manchester United. David Moyes' derby, and loads of players are scratching to get back in this squad, as it does seem that was a very pivotal game for a lot of ratings, like Diblin, Dewsbury Hall's gone up, Gomez gone up, and they didn't even feature. Just one of them times in the season, I guess. So yeah, we're going to go into Man United with a simulation because I know there's bigger games to actually play. And I'm not just talking Conference League. Bloody Bruno! He sinks the toffees as there's our most important game away at Anfield. However, before we go into it, I mean, Tim is injured. Don't like an injury. 4 weeks, a long one as well for the 23-year-old trusted player. But if there is anyone who likes his fixture, I think it is James Tarkowski. Oh, and they've put us in the away kit. They don't want an Everton derby with it being blue against red. They want yellow against red. Maybe a bit of mind games, but we'll try and start off with the attacking mindset. We are kind of middle of the road, middle of the table with the Conference League focus. That's a terrible chip. Straight onto Alexander Isak. With this point of the save, Liverpool players actually getting better. I hate to say it. Mohamed Salah's still in there. Isak, I don't know about Ekitike, but Florian Wirtz. Onto Salah again. Keep on tracking Mohamed Salah and Wirtz. Don't let him score. Isak, the edge of the box, the big Swede. Into Salah. Why can we not get an actual tackle in here? I'm playing... Oh my days, I'm playing terribly. There we go, Jared Branthwaite. That's good to intercept the ball. And Dewsbury Hall. He's been dragged, referee. Please, just keep the ball, Kiernan. Maybe could go for a shot right here. No pressure on him. But he drills it out into Iliman and Dye, who's got a lot of assists. And Tieno Barry. Tieno, that was just a tap-in. That should have been 1-0 in the derby. But still, we are almost at half-time. Jeez, this has gone quick. Tyler Diblin, he goes back into Garner. O'Brien, let's stay down this side. Tyler Diblin just strikes me as someone who potentially could have signed for Liverpool, if this was realistic more. Realistic in the fact that Liverpool usually sign from Southampton, as that's half-time. And now it's Everton that signs from Southampton. Anyway, back on with the second half. No branching out and going on tangents as Iliman and Dye working with Tieno Barry very closely. Tieno Barry needs to run on here, needs some support. Iliman and Dye around the corner. He's going to feed it into the box. That's where Luca maybe have got a header, but Ndiaye into Gomez. Gomez, he could have been the next Fabinho. I don't know why I'm imagining a lot of our players actually as Liverpool ones. They're very slow in their build-up. I can't believe it's the last 10 minutes already in this fixture. It's like it's literally flown by, with that potentially being the worst derby day I've actually experienced in playing career mode ever. Anyway, on to Rakow. We are back into the Conference League. There's Hilal just getting his reward. Or Antony for the last game. I'll take a draw with Liverpool, and yes, it's still a chance for the youngsters approached by Sheffield United. I'm guessing for a loan. Vasily, the first name. And I think just off that goal alone last time, he has to start as this team I'm still keeping kind of strong. More defensive structure for a top team in Poland, as I was rather shocked with how bad we did against Gothenburg. And we just get the win thanks to Gomez. McNeil with another goal as we're beaten by Bournemouth in the game afterwards. Oh dear, and some dodgy food before our next cup game. We've already got a thin squad. It is Mirza Hilal. Dwight McNeil suffered from it as well. And Timo Rogbenham still got that normal injury. It sees us get beat because we even had rotational players out. We're out the Carabao Cup. And Arsenal demolishes Gyökeres with a hat-trick, as we've got our most vital game in the Conference League, Shakhtar. I don't think we can afford to play because these 3 home games are crucial, or the 2 home games, and then West Ham away, Moyes' ex-team, which I was planning on simulating all of. Crystal Palace away we're going to play, then we'll move on to, well, next episode will be January. Want to make a signing, and then February. Hopefully we're going further in the Conference League, but we've still got to perform in it, as look how tired some of the lads are, including O'Brien, who we don't have a backup right back. Shocking for him. We're going to have to keep on pushing, and genuinely, this team is horrendous. I don't think I've ever seen an injury crisis like this one we're having here at Everton. As Tierney Barry, this is brilliant. In a time of need, I'm gonna have to still approve it. I don't want to fall out with him. But he definitely might find himself on the bench, letting us down. However, we beat Shakhtar, Ndai, Antony, and Ndai again. The team carrier, the highest overall, now joint top scorer. However, has to do it in the Premier League, as 10 games in, we've only picked up 9 points. With some key players not even fit yet. Branthwaite, O'Brien, Dibbling. Barry's been out on his travels. We've got Dwight McNeil, who can come in onto the right. Garner filling in at right back, but right is who scores too. Deep trouble, but Timmy's back, and Jordan Pickford was another tired player from that food poisoning. But West Ham have beaten us 3-1. Ham can draw with us, and we did kind of have a almost fully strengthened squad. With our final simulation, I counted out the games. I wanted to make sure I got through this rotten month before playing another game, but in the rotten month we lose all 3. Where I thought points were almost secure. A 2-0 loss, 2 3-1s, terrible run of form, but now we have Crystal Palace and then Brentford. With the month, the best team on paper we play being Newcastle at St James's Park, right? We need to get some results, or else we could be in the relegation zone, which we are very much just above on goal difference by 3 goals. The Conference League and our minimal players we do have is screwing the Toffees over. Asnu now as a right back, Michael Keane, a player I wanted to run down his deal, but at this point we'll be signing another. Torrid stuff as Jack Burns. At least we have another youth player that could join the ranks for the final Conference League games. And Crystal Palace, a club that I adore in real life. I used to say we're run very well, but nowadays it seems a little bit shaky behind the scenes. Hence why I wanted to focus on playing them. I think this is a game to get a result in and really propel us up the table. As Adam Wharton, they'll have some quality players of their own. Ronald Araujo. Steve Parish actually spending money? Are you kidding me? João Gomez. Tired team. Come on. Xisco Munoz. Oh, we've got a tackle in there, or it's not Xisco, that's the old manager. Ndai, he's been carrying the team with 5 goals. Can he get a bit of play going here? It's Lucha up front as Dewsbury Hall into Dwight McNeil, who scored some goals. Good start, Everton. Good start. Just need to carry it on right near. Not another boring game. Luca almost putting a bad tackle in. I feel like it's only been a second that half. The last game we played, which was Liverpool, it flew by like this one, and at this rate, losing this game or actually getting a draw, it flew by, and at this rate, getting a draw after the game flying by wouldn't be bad. Oyarzabal as well in their team. Crystal Palace really spending Jared Branthwaite. He's got a bit of fitness and it's showing. Releasing Ndai, having a battle with Ronald Araujo. Iliman Ndai. He fizzes it in, and if Lucha was just in the middle a bit more, that would have been a fantastic ball. I'm trusting Lucha despite the fitness of Tieno Barry being down, because Tieno Barry went on the absence of leave when we really couldn't afford him to, so he's got to play his way back in the squad. Gomez waiting for the run there of Iliman Ndai. It didn't actually come. Jurgen Strand Larsen replaced by this man Oyarzabal. I can't believe the signings they've made. Yeremy Pino across the box. Very fatigued legs keeping him on side. This half's livened up and not for the better there. That was a big chance, another big chance. Ronald Araujo, man. We've got a 68 rated right back. We've got Dewsbury Hall on the wing here. Basically with Dwight McNeil playing in each other's positions. Fatigued running from everyone. Apart from Crystal Palace and Munoz. That's it into Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson accelerates. Munoz onto Adam Wharton. He's going to get a shot off here. 10 minutes of the game left. This could be Everton in the relegation zone. Relegation zone whilst in Europe. Are we Tottenham? I've just realised I'm wearing a Tottenham kit as well whilst I say that. Horrific timing. With horrific timing to concede the goal, we need to get back into this one. Lucha through the middle. Dwight McNeil missed a chance in the first half. I thought he'd overrun it. Very vital goal. Don't know why you need sliding. Get that ball back to the semicircle. After the month we've had, has added time after such a disappointing first half. This second one is coming to light in the dying embers of the game in favour of Crystal Palace. Gardner tries to take Will Hughes out. Their passing is good. Yeremy Pino, it slid into Adaramola. I'm sliding to block every passing lane. Here is Adaramola. He's going backwards. The 100th minute. Back no, clears it up. And that's the final whistle. A draw could place Everton in the relegation zone. 19th. Okay. Brentford are in 4th. I'm going to risk the sim because then I want to sim the game after, and we should have recovering injuries or recovering fitness. But look at that. I'm going to have to simulate this game right here. I've got nobody else to turn to. A result with that fatigued team. Okay, I'm going to fully take that. I think that should have us out of 19th. That's all we're in with Panathinaikos next. The Conference League still going strong. Although, genuinely, look at the team we're having to field. No other choice than this one for a European game. They're going to be travelling as well. Time zone differences. Our lads will be absolutely knackered. Please get us a result. I don't believe it. 2-1. Get us out of Greece with a Greekman scoring and get us towards January. 17th with Everton. It doesn't get any worse. Or does it? We could be in the bottom 3. With the game we start today off with Leicester, who are already in it. Making this massive with this team, which is a little bit fatigued. Tarkowski, Pickford, O'Brien, Dewsbury, Hall and Barry. If you haven't seen before this, we have been rotating the Conference League like mad. Or the Conference League squad, that is, which I do think we are safe in. And these teams in here, the likes of Anderlecht, the likes of Rangers, I won't lie to you guys, I have been looking at because they should be around the same as us. And we do head into January. Signings up my sleeve. Definitely for this Everton team with 18 million after we do play this massive game, which I think kind of decides the talent we get. We're at the King Power Stadium on a snow day. It's December. We are in the sunny kit, the honey kit, the toffee kit. I think I've called it genuinely everything as El Canus onto Koljek. What a good striker that is for Everton. Or should I say Leicester, forgetting which team I am. And one I did have on my shortlist before I did go for the physical striker, Lucha on our bench. Fatawu, hopefully not ripping up the Prem. They're not ripping it up by the league form, but they are ripping it up with how they're playing. Mavididi is through. He slots it underneath the fatigued Pickford. 1-0 Leicester City. His second goal of the season as well. We can't be worse as a Premier League side or an Everton side. This could take us into the relegation. Potentially 19th if our goal difference doesn't get any better, which this season started very promising. We need to turn it around right here. Tyler Diblin needs support. Come on, O'Brien. I know you're fatigued a little, but you've got to make a run. Help your winger out because now we're out of position. Garner not making an option as well. Mavididi, we're going to get a yellow card. But Koljek into Ollie Skip. That's a brilliant leave by the Austrian. It's 2-0. It's 2. Get us into the January transfer market and get our lads into the dressing room because this has been unacceptable behaviour. 2-0 down to Leicester City. I had a shower. I got all up for this. Made sure I was ready to play in this relegation scrap. Just a shame our lads aren't up for it. Mavididi in the middle to Ollie Skip. Skip trying to run out at Winks. We're getting passed around by a bottom half championship team in real life. If they didn't have the points deduction, they haven't signed many. Canus is cutting inside. Tim makes a good tackle. Substitutions are cooking. And Dewsbury Hall, can he cook right here? With a good ball towards Tyler Diblin, who just reaches it. In towards Tierno Barry. He's one that's coming off the field. Dwight McNeil's also on it. Here he goes with the corner. Start off with. If he can hit the back post, that's Luca, the 6'7" man. If he's missing that, what hope do we actually have? As the game ends 2-0 to Leicester. I'm going to die on the hill that it's fatigue. As what does that do to us in the Prem? Conference League, I think we can rotate for now. We're in the relegation zone. 16 games deep. And Michael Keane shouting for game time. Tell you what, mate, you can have it. Out of position. This team is tired. So I'm sending the youth to Austria. They do go down with a whimper. And it's Fulham next. Again, a relegation scrap as we sim in a few games. With the lads still knackered. Look at that. Half of energy and less. On some first teamers. Lucky to get a draw at the Cottage. Or against the Cottagers. As Dwight McNeil says he's leaving the club. He could have spoke to me about game time, as now he's made himself unavailable. Onto the transfer list he goes. That's another pro player out, leaving all this youth to scrap. Our second choice cam at the moment is going to be Mirza Hilal, who had fun against Göteborg, as we lose 3-2 so narrowly to Newcastle United. However, finally beat Sunderland. I think these were bottom. Diblin and Dye and Luca. He's finally better. And guess what? I'm putting it down to fitness. Let's look at the fitness with some of these. O'Brien is the man I'm focused on because we're on the 31st of December. We will approach January with Tottenham next. I want to skip them and play Southampton before the Conference League returns, which I think has to be the priority. The aim of a Europa League spot down, we're definitely not doing that through the Premier League. So the Conference is what we're going to go for. We've got 4 wins, 5 draws. We're outside of the relegation zone, thankfully, by 3 points as well. West Ham in a bit of a struggle, as here's the bids in for players, and that's a bid that makes complete sense. Dwight McNeil to Nottingham Forest. I'm going to accept, but then the rest of the lads, I really can't afford to lose them. We don't have enough players in positions. Now, we could recall Isaac Heath. I think we have a right back out as well. Roman Dixon. I'm just going to hold my horses, try and sell Dwight McNeil, and sign a first teamer who can play at left back or right back, but both really. As you can see at the top, under positions, every single one apart from Emil Home can play left back and right back on this list. Now, we do have less than 18 million as it stands, and I want potential into the club. Kylian Sabe, don't really think he's the one. Same as Arsene Kouassi. Kellen Fisher could have some potential from Norwich. Then there's Bashir Humphries. Again though, do I want to stick with players I already know? Or do I want to go to Anderlecht? Remember at the start of the episode when I said I was actually scouting the clubs that we were playing? Well, Kylian Sardella is one I definitely want. He's physical, a David Moyes player, and for 11 million will sign on the dotted line to join the Toffees. Such a good player, hopefully, if we get the best out of him. As he's took a rotational role, yes, he's physical and pacey. Could play on the right-hand side as well. And this is how desperate our team's getting. He's into the starting 11, as you can see, with testing Branthwaite against Tottenham. And Burns on the wing, as it's a 3-1 loss to the team that should be in the Championship. Or I'm only messing, but this team literally should be. The Southampton Saints up next, after Dwight McNeil leaves us. And haven't we played Southampton before? I think we might have. So I know I am on a run of simming games. But what if we try and shock the world with a win against Manchester City? Simulating Southampton, where we got a 4-0 win. Now, I don't think I would have done that playing it. But then, of course, we go into the FA Cup and get hammered by Hammer. Oh well, at least when I make changes, our team should be fit for a travel and maybe potential haramball here against Manchester City. Anything for the win. We're not playing in the home kit again, but anything for the win in the league, so the boys should be motivated. And we've got a little less fatigue. It's not in the red, but still they're not fully fit. The games aren't catching us up, and Tim, you cannot get rounded like that by Erling Haaland. Shocking football, Sardella into the team. He should have been winning that header against Diaz. He's positioning off a little bit, but O'Brien needs that rest. And watch your footwork, lads. No penalty given away. Mikalenko, Dewsbury Hall, tackled by Nico Gonzalez, now getting the trust ahead of Rodri. Garner, nobody getting on the end of that, leaving it for Jared Branthwaite, which you'd expect us kind of not to do anyway. That's a ball to Dewsbury Hall. A good turn, a good bit of alliteration. A chip over the top, and this is Ndiaye. Iliman Ndiaye. There's a man with his hand up at the back post, but will go Keenan Dewsbury Hall instead. Missing. A lot of team carrying to do now, especially with Halal as the only backup. Dwight McNeil's money should come in very soon, as that's footwork. Very good from Haaland. Lost it on the edge of the box, however. Branthwaite's getting back. It's a mess, but we're still trying to play and keep City out. Second half begins here, though, and Jeremy Doku tries to do what he tried to do against Trent at the Bernabeu. No success there. No success here in the second half, Dewsbury Hall. This job at the Etihad might get done. He's towards the back post. Joshka Vardiol across into Tim. Tyler Diblin tries to take the ball back. It might be a huge mistake. It isn't. Good. Dying embers here at the Etihad. And Dewsbury Hall. Tieno Barry's had to stay on the field because of the fitness of Lucha. And I tell you what, a 0-0 draw. That's a fantastic result. And now Yes, we're comfortable a little bit more from the relegation zone in the Premier League, but I want to see this competition. Just hurry up and show us the games, as we've got 80 million. We do have Hilal, our tricky little backup, but unfortunately, with us fighting against the relegation zone, and I thought O'Brien had actually gone missing there. We've got enough defenders. Burns, I think, has some potential to come on, and Tyler Diblin's doing well. We've got plenty of wingers at the club. We've got Rutherford, who we potentially could loan out himself, but Hilal has to be replaced. Showing great potential, maybe gets a loan deal, as I found the perfect player to back him up. You might have seen him before on the shortlist. Backing up Dewsbury Hall, that is, we've got Christian Hilson, valued at only 5.5, Icelandic international, and just topped our group in the Conference League. Yes, I was scouting the other Conference League teams, and despite them topping that group, I think the draw of the Premier League not only weakens another side, but gets us a very talented player. And hang about, we could not be done because we've still actually got 11 million after him. So Burns could be replaced, and let me welcome you the next Everton player. This is Siake Irie. I'm always going to struggle with that name. He joins Hilson down here on the bench, and this man's going to be our version of Adama Traore. He's got a bit of physicality about him for a 21-year-old and a lot of pace to burn, as we finally should not be unfit. Right, I'm going to try and loan out the young lads, but before that, we've got Aston Villa with nature healing. Just look at all the green. Fit players, not running around with injuries, and look what happens when O'Brien gets his rest in. We went and won, as Antony gets a loan out because these young boys were okay, but they're not fully ready yet. And some decent loan deals, one to the Championship. Enjoy your football at Hull, Hilal, because that's a brilliant loan deal. Antony's going over to Darmstadt. I think they're in the Bundesliga too. Great deals, and a fit team, a 10-man fit team, gets a draw with Chelsea. Everton getting it right and rising as Aston Villa beneath us. With Leicester up next, we've already played them. I do want to play Sunderland, I think, before our Conference League is announced. And talk about a swift return. We've gone back to them in the second leg of playing them and beat them 4-1 with the goals flying in from João Gomez. Can't believe he's got 6 goals. Extraordinary, but there's a defeat to the Bees in Brentford. All before this Moisey derby. Sunderland still in the relegation zone right here. We should be favourites for a game finally at the Stadium of Light, and if my mouth looks like it's on fire, I'm kind of eating something spicy off screen. You don't get that in the full team rebuilds, only in these saves right here. Hopefully it heats up this team to score some goals. Hilson, he's in from the start, being significantly younger than Dewsbury Hall, and he's the new number 7 instead of Dwight McNeil. Tries to go for the shot. Luca just in front of him. Illiman and Dye still on the wing. He is yet to miss an actual important game. League important still, as the Conference League should sneak up on us. Hilson around the corner. Illiman and Dye. We know Diblin's been decent with headers. Still win that, Hilson, please. Gets his head on it. And João Gomez never lets us down. It's straight in towards Hilson. Again, getting very involved. And Nutmeg with that move. Ronaldo comes across to stop him. No more pesky draws. Maybe David Moyes and me has to change the tactics to go a little bit less defensive. Maybe wing backs if O'Brien could cope with it. Tim has been the good old reliable. Diblin gives it into Hilson. If he gets it through onto Luca, who's not pacey because he's 6'7", he has to wait for some support, and Hilson, surely man of the match, going off this first half, but if he keeps missing those, he ain't going to get it. What a terrible miss. Granit Xhaka now. He puts it across the field straight into Adingra. Noah Siddiqui, he tries to be all tricky, especially in real life, very good player. And Hilson, come on, he's a little bit off the ball now, but we can rotate and we can get a better player on in Dewsbury Hall. Or scrap that, I'm going to go Irie because I don't want to change too much in the midfield at once. I want the new guy to have an impact. Tyler Diblin, I'll save him for the next game as Hilson turns away from his man. A chip over to Tyler Diblin. Could he do something before he goes off? Diblin into Lorenzo Luca. He's coming off as well, and I'm not a manager to cancel a substitution, so thank you for your contribution. 1-0 against Sunderland with Irie now on the field. And look at that, battling with Simon Adingra to win the ball as easy as that. Tieno Barry into Hilson. Can Hilson get an assist? Tieno Barry, that's good running. Thank you for coming onto the field and finishing off what Luca started. It's a goal for either of our strikers. Moisey happy at his old home, and João Gomez into Hilson again. He's just got quick footwork. maybe plays his way into the Conference League team, as that might still be a bit rotated. Come on, a 3-0 winning game. He just went for a nutmeg there again. He got one with the Trivela a little bit early on. Branthwaite tries to pass it. Not shooting, but João Gomez cleans up. And that is a pass. That is a pass for the ages. And an easy finish for Iliman and Dye's 10th. The lads aren't running in quicksand as from one derby to another. The David Moyes derby. Third bid lowers. This is a chance to potentially go for mid-table. Above 10th if we can actually do it. And what a game for David Moyes to be involved in. The Scotsman himself is going to be playing away at the Ibrox first in the Conference League after Ndai actually saves us a point. And he's actually straight onto it with a 7-day break. And this usually works by simming the first game and playing the second. Exactly what we're going to do. We'll play at the Hill Dickey and Coventry in the middle will be simmed, with our main team maybe utilised, maybe another change. Let's actually go like this. I'll give O'Brien a rest. Dewsbury Hall's back in. Now this competition's turned to our full focus. We've got to be at it. A 3-2 win. I feel confident in the home game, don't get me wrong, but I'm still going to be playing that one 100% against Rangers. And I forgot they had an ex-Everton striker. Youssef Chudamiti is the man up front. He found form up there in Scotland as Coventry beat us earlier on in this season. Whereas this time round, we get a demolition job done again, taking our goal difference positive. Us only to 13th, with 8 Premier League games to go, and Rangers at home. Europa League Conference knockouts. I think they just begin tonight at the time of recording this. This is the 12th of March. It should be happening. And come on, lads, just please get the business done. I don't want to see the Rangers team because it's the graphic where you don't get a full walkthrough here. Much prefer the Premier League one, and of course we do hold a lead. But I want the lead to be extended. I want other teams to know we mean business, signing from Anderlecht, from Twente. The other clubs that should make it through, hopefully actually weaken. So we do get a weaker side in the next round. Barry, he gets a good run at Butland. Tavernier, though, he turns us. There's Ant-Man. Don't make me pay for my words. That's going to be a penalty. Why didn't he curl the slide tackle? Tim, you idiot. Rangers are going to get back in the game. This is horrendous news. Danilo does have 67, I think it was. Let's leave that meme. Penalties. And he tucks that one in the top corner. Ali McCoy's going to be loving it. And now we've got a fight on our hands. We don't extend the lead. Rangers are back in this. And that's a pass by Dewsbury Hall into Ndai. There goes Tieno Barry. He's kind of clutching at straws. Poor header, even if he would have won it. Ndai, he's not very good when he's a dribbler in this save. I think he's better when the ball is delivered to him through a through ball. So maybe we'll look for that down here. Tieno Barry shoved off the ball. A very dangerous free kick position. Gardner was so close last time. I think I might have put it a little bit too high. It was saved. I thought it had hit the crossbar, but that was another chance for Everton to take the lead. Gardner, okay, just leave it. I guess he wants an in-swinger, so let's in-swing this, O'Brien. It's one of the worst balls I could have imagined, but there was a man. And trust me, this is such a winnable competition with the signings we've made, with the quality, the 80 rated. Come on, lads. Get Everton in the Europa as Dewsbury Hall gives it down the line. Iliman Ndiaye tries to turn inside. He's actually just pushed off the ball. That was not even a side to side or shoulder to shoulder. It's just my luck that the actual time we get a fully fit team in the second half of the season, we're going to go to extra time. I can smell it, unless they actually go and score here, which they're threatening to do. I don't think that was a foul. I think Branthwaite did slide in, but they jumped over our feet. That is another close free kick. Pickford lets it go by. Again, shooting through bodies. We could actually win this. A bit more momentum. Maybe Lucaron. He did spark the win against Sunderland. If we just get a gap to make that change, though. Here goes Thelo Asgard. Asgard. In the 82nd minute at the Hill Dickey. This is the easiest trophy to win. David Moyes has done it before. We are 2-1 down to Rangers. Or 2-0 down. We've not got a goal. We need 2 now. And we've actually run out of substitutions. Can't get Lorenzo Luca onto the field. So it is all down to Tieno Barry, Iliman Ndiaye, also Hilson. If he gets a bit of a gap here, it's Gardner. We tried to do the running for him. This is the first knockout round, by the way. We signed from other clubs to hopefully try and weaken them. Jordan Pickford with a big save. There's 2 added minutes. There's usually about 10. And Gassama. Jordan Pickford's all over the shop. They're really trying to pass it around. They went for the dink. O'Brien, we need to move this ball quickly, but we don't have time. Rangers have done a job. Rangers have done a job. Everton, the favourites for the Conference League, aren't going to go through here. I don't believe it. Everton out of the Conference League in the round of 16. Yes, Rangers a tricky outfit. We did doom Twente to defeat, taking one of their better players in Hilson, and elect one without Sardella, and they're progressing, with us not, and now Lorenzo Lucha asking to play in the league, which we're going to have to focus on, and the focus pretty behind on. Sitting 13th, we put everything into that Conference League. A +1 goal difference could jump. I would say a good season is above Manchester United. However, only 8 games left. Games in hand over Nottingham Forest and Brentford, the likes. But if we're to chase Conference League again, A, I want to make sure we win it, and B, well, I do think our team is better. We've got 4 players under 80 rated, all on 79. We've signed a lot of backup decent players like Lucha, like Hilson, Sardella, Irie and Brasco, who asked for more game time. Plus, we've got youth coming through on Everton. So this season, despite failure, huge failure not winning the Conference League, is kind of successful in its own way. As we've got more youth players coming through, I literally just promoted one in, this man Bruno Corona. Got that name that an ex-Mexican player had. I couldn't find anyone anywhere else. We've got Tom Moss with 91 to 94 potential. Playstyles on him as well. We've got Dylan Glover, also Marijus Balunchas, who I am not going to promote for now, but I am going to see how we do in this first game against Nottingham Forest. As if we go ahead and do well, the chase for Europe could still be on, but I'm not going to say it is on until we actually win maybe 2 or 3 games in a row. This is followed up, by the way, as well by Liverpool and then Manchester United. Everton are going to have to pull off a miracle here, and we're already running into each other. Tiano Barry into Ndai. Diblin running on. Now also an inside forward. I'm trying to utilise them 2 players out wide as cutting inside players. Always works for me in saves, and that's why. And Dye's run inside. Tiano Barry, that was a difficult ball. He does very well with it anyway. The first 10 minutes here at the Forest ground, where Dwight McNeil's now playing, is a decent one, but sells us on everything. And I see Tiano Barry making a little bit of movement. Not enough, but can we get a goal before half-time? That's Ndai, straight on it. Over towards Tiano Barry. He was flying as a draw here. Really doesn't set us up for any success. I think the best thing we could do is beat Liverpool at the Hill Dickey. Get the fans back on our side after disappointing them in Europe. As Nottingham Forest playing some good football, obviously, in real life. They've just been beaten last night against Midtjylland, and that's a brilliant run, Tyler Diblin. Tiano Barry not onside. Luca maybe has to come on. That was a really well-constructed pass. If Barry was onside and Gibbs White into Hutchinson. Now Hutchinson across. Cali Muendo, that's too easy. We need to stop Forest playing here. We've got Luca trying to come on. Also Irie onto the wing, as that's Cali Muendo. With 15 minutes to go here. Nottingham Forest taking the lead. His 18th goal of the season. What? Cali Muendo's not that good. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. As Irie, get us straight back level, please. We can't really afford to lose this one, or we're out of any European push. The wrong player got the ball. As Dewsbury Hall now on the edge of the box into Gardner. Yep, he's overrun it against his former team. The worst possible start, and it is Liverpool up next. The way the league's got us rolling, I still think we could push for a top half finish. Although, unfortunately, I think Europe is out of the window. So I'm going to go ahead with my plan to play youth. And I did loan some youth out. We've got so much here. Mirza Hilal is to a 66. And oh my days, Vasily Antony in half a season. 19-year-old, 73 rated. That's almost as good as Siraki Irie, who's 2 years older. Kind of making me regret making that signing. I think what I've got to do is put the left footer now on the left-hand side. Make sure when Antony does come back, we've got a player at either side. But also, we've got other youth like Boubacar, Ubek. He's not that bad, so we could sell some youth players on to make some money in the future for future seasons to get better players for the first team. Seriously, look how much youth we have. Jack Burns isn't bad himself, and Will Rutherford isn't as good as Jack Rutherford from the Grimsby save. And this is the point in the video where I do mention the sponsor, Chunk Fudge. It's on the kit, sponsor of the channel. Click down below if you want to get some. Handmade and high quality fudge, as now we're going to promote Marijusz Bakunas. We're also going to promote Dylan Glover, and we're promoting Tom Moss, giving us so much youth here. I love the options. I think we've got now 10 promoted. In this entire save, as for Liverpool, just one change, and it's Luca, because we are going to play with the tall man to try and beat the Liverpool defenders. Plus, Barry was a little bit poopy, so here we go. It's Toffees versus Redmen. The derby game of all derby games. Arne Slot is not in charge anymore, I don't think, because why the heck would he have Liverpool doing that tactic? All they do is try and look after the ball, and we've got to look after the ball. Do not upset the fans, lads. Come on, we're at home against our fierce rivals. I remember the first game vividly in the second episode, I think. One of the most boring games I think I've ever played in career mode. And if we're just going to stand offside, lads, let's go home. Gifting them possession. Cody Gakpo into Ekitike. Get the block inverts. I think that's a youth player. They're playing youth in the derby? Okay, let's make them regret that immediately. Lorenzo Luca has a run, but Tyler Diblin's got more pace. Tyler Diblin, he beats Leone to the ball! 1-0 against the fierce rivals. 6 minutes in, or 6th goal of the season, sorry. Tyler Diblin gets it, beating Liverpool. Get in there! What we needed. Now, half an hour in, Liverpool look a little bit lost. They've gone with youth. If it's not Arne Slot in charge, he should be sacked after this performance. Whoever it is. And Isak going slightly forward. Him and Ekitike playing together. I thought that was a regen. It's actually Frimpong. He's really that small. As Jared Branthwaite doesn't shove him off the ball still. Cody Gakpo into McAllister. He's going around us a lot. Liverpool dancing in the box until Big Jake O'Brien steps in the way. And this is where I wanted the counter-attacking football to work, which I tried against Manchester City. Came away with a draw. It's Tyler Diblin. Lucha, he's 6'7", should beat Canate in the air. Got to try and play because that song will be going around the stadium everywhere. Gomez, best player this season. I think he's my player of the year. Maybe let me know in the comments below. Do I start the player of the year voting shortlist again? On the poll on the channel, maybe I do, as Garner into Gomez again. Gomez needs to look for this angle. Doesn't get it. But he goes inside to Garner. There's a run on here for Ndai. Across the box, Kanate's their best player. Ryan Gravenberg, what a tackle from Jared Branthwaite, who did actually get a bid in from Liverpool. And 2 passes through the middle. Now Luca doesn't have pace, so he'll leave it for Tyler Diblin, who has shredded Leone for 2-0 Everton. Him again, Diblin again. Brace for him in the derby. At least the fans will be happy now. Threaded through on goal after the disappointment of Nottingham Forest. And now I'm happy to just play the youth. I've made the changes. Barry's on. Also Hilson. Brasco getting a bit of game time because I now want to grow my players a bit. Of course, I still want to win this derby today, but we want to grow for next season. Maybe go for Conference League. Or, sorry, Europa League instead of Conference. Gakpo on the edge of the box. Don't let him on that left foot of his as Gravenberg. There we go, a big save, Jordan Pickford. As Diblin will not get his hat-trick. The final minutes, they got a corner and Ndai whacks it. Giving them fans something to be proud about. I don't think they're necessarily celebrating too much because obviously Liverpool above us. And we are petering out with our season. But hey, that win somehow takes us to 11th. Still with the game in hand, and a chance for 42 points. Now, I don't know if 9th will actually put us into any European competition, but I'd love to be in that top half, as we don't have much money for youth or for coaches. All the youth already in the team. This team is going to get tireder, but I'm going to change it for the better of some of the players we actually signed, like Sardella, like Irie, Hilson, Barry, and I'll put Brasco in for Gomez because Crystal Palace is literally 2 days after the last game we went and played, and it is a 2-0 defeat to Crystal Palace. Okay, back to basics for Everton here. That dream of doing well I had, we can bin it off as Hilson. I'm going to tell him to take some time off. Might as well, we do have youth waiting. In the wings, like Will Rutherford. Maybe he gets his chance. Hilal's still out on loan, so he can go enjoy some potentially longer holidays before next season. I don't want him going and leaving. Rutherford on the bench, Tarkowski into the main team because it's still very tired from the first half of the season when we was running on nothing, and it is a win. Tarky actually gets a goal. We beat Man United at Old Trafford. Maybe everything isn't doom and gloom. Newcastle are up next, but our game in hand is gone. Now Brentford have the game in hand over us. With any crucial games actually left? Maybe we test ourselves against Arsenal, but Bournemouth. Bournemouth away at the Vitality. Now, are they playing for anything? They're not really. They're like us. They're not really battling against relegation, which Sunderland have done very well to get away from. So I might against Bournemouth target using the youth, as Tarkowski's still getting bids in, and that bid from Ipswich does look favourable, but he's our experienced guy. Don't want to be selling him, and definitely not selling Jake O'Brien. In fact, he wants to sign up again. Mykolenko does, but he's got 3 years. Or 2 years left on his contract, so Jake O'Brien signs a new deal. And before we just sneak onto Newcastle, I saw something, and I'm not talking the position change of Irie, which I am going to get done. I'm talking this. João Gomez is out for 5 weeks. Jumper's knee injury. Our best player out for the rest of the season, kind of summing up the season overall. Cummings and Rutherford back on the bench. We are back to relying on a bit of youth, as we lose 1-0 and Voltemada dreams of the Barcelona save we just did. When I see that man score, Irie has changed to a left-hand sided player, and hopefully one still for the future as we beat Fulham 2-0. Before Arsenal away, a 2-2 draw, and Tim gets a goal to equalise. I love that from a man I've trusted so much, and it actually gets me thinking, with Tim potentially replaced next season, yes, he's 23, but defence needs to be worked upon. Plus, we've got Sardella on the right, maybe O'Brien moves centrally, and maybe that does mean the end of Tarkowski, even as a substitute. And yes, I know I went a little bit wrong last season this season, with the selling. But Tarkowski, an offer from Birmingham. It just makes sense, as nothing's done to improve, Jordan Pickford says. I'm glad he's getting impatient, because I am too. Next season, we've got to be up there. So I'm going to put Pons into place to get up there. O'Brien's going to be a centre-back, if that works out for him. And I think I'm going to work on a right-back. Maybe still a bit better than Sardella. Go out there and get a quality one, which would fit David Moyes. And then we'd look a little bit like this. Maybe O'Brien does play centrally for this game. Him and Jared Branthwaite could make a brilliant partnership. Mykolenko could still be replaced. Of course, we do have Gomez instead of Brasco. Dewsbury Hall's getting older, but we do have Hilson, so if he doesn't feel homesick for too long, this team could really take shape for next season. Leading me on to my next worry, and the worry you might not expect. I know we did sign a striker, and Luca's gone up +3, Tieno Barry's gone up +2, but we're going to check the goals at the end of the season, and these two, if we are to make Europa League, do have to improve for me rather significantly, as there is confirmation Tarkowski will leave. So I think, yeah, I actually changed this team, but I'm going to change it back, give some players their final appearance. Risking a weaker lineup, we've got Asnu, we've got Keane saying his final goodbyes, Tarkowski being the captain as well, Sardella actually coming in, we've got Brasco, Luca, Irie, and then more youth. How's these young lads going to go for us? We're always in this bloody away kit, which kit should be changing next season. Hopefully you guys like the designs. I don't know about these ones. The ones I made myself, obviously, but hopefully the next ones you do really like, as I've got big hopes for future seasons. Hopefully when we get to Europe, as well as Irie. On this left-hand side, he's been allowed to run, getting back on his left foot. Dodgy decision, but Rutherford's cut it out. Terrible passing lane. The gamble we take with youth, as Brasco gets the ball back. Christie, good block. They've got a lot of versatile players. You've got to watch out for Bournemouth. The Chicky Cherries. Sounded like I said chicken then, but Tricky Cherries. Aldi. Oh my days, Travers, what a good save. He's playing for his backup position next season. Still unsure on him, as Asnu. He might be gone, actually, Asnu as well as the others. I thought his rating would actually skyrocket more than it has done. You can see he's a little bit unconfident, and Sardella playing both right back and left back. I think he's better cover than him, especially when we get another in that position. Win the ball back here through Burns. What can Burns do right here? Another player named after a Grimsby player, as that is a brilliant chip over to Rutherford. Luca, it almost fell for him. Hang about though, we've won a penalty. I'm guessing it's from a handball. Jimenez, it's hit his hand. They're dummying to go to the right, so guess what? I am going to go to the right. Luchar's penalty save. That double bluff didn't work. We'll pass it short into Brasco here, and it is Rutherford around the block. Brasco into the middle. Michael Keane. Could you imagine Michael Keane scoring? Taki, though, get the ball recycled. We can win this. A lot of added time in the first half. I think that might be from the penalty. I need to fix the 10-minute glitch, as Irie, he's offside anyway. And there's more of it on the bench if we want to use it. But here goes Burns again. is against Christie out of position a little bit. Rutherford, give that ball through. You've got to be quicker with that passing, mate. This isn't a Kinski substitution, but I'm going to take him off because he's really struggled. For Hilson, who is another player who's young himself and has shown a bit of promise. If we had to replace Dewsbury Hall next season, he's probably going to be the man as Burns turns into Luca, and Burns isn't struggling like the cam we've taken off. He's missed a penalty, and he's responded with his 8th of the season, which I do think kind of shows how weak he's been at points, as Scott gives it out onto the wing. Irie does whip a ball in there, and that is a brilliant header from Adley. If you're going to concede a goal, you concede them like that one there. Unsavable. Unsavable. Because I wanted this game to highlight the problems potentially before going into next season. But that's not a problem. That's just a brilliant goal. And Luca, could he turn provider a man at the back post there? He was trying to reverse it behind the defender. With Irie winning the ball back. Good work from our winger. And now Burns, he shredded his man straight away. Burns into the box. Putting it up, maybe another penalty? Approaching the dying embers of this game now. True fair going around us with ease. But Brodowsko wins it back again. That's a good ball into Hilson. And now it's back onto Burns. If he could get a goal himself and potentially the winner. Oh, that was his chance to be the hero. He's been brilliant as well all game. But if we could do it from the corner, if it's Michael Keane or Tarkowski, I think it was Tarkowski actually jumping with the header to try and win it. That would have been class, as it's his final Everton goodbye. I bet it's all emotional, same as Michael Keane, as that's the Rats. Season done and dusted, so we're going to round it out really quickly. Before heading into our third, right, we finished 12th. Definitely not the best season at all. However, it's not embarrassing. We could have finished a lot lower. We were in a relegation battle in January and the FA Cup. It is won by Arsenal. We did very well against them this season. They also win the Carabao in a North London derby and a repeat of the final that Man City won in real life. For the Champions League, as Galatasaray win the Europa, the bloody Rangers don't go on to win it, so we can't even brag about beating the eventual winners in the Conference League. Upsetting. Our best player at the club, potentially the best player in real life, rating-wise. James Gardner is on top with, I think, him. I'm going to go and die. Definitely João Gomez. And Tyler Diblin as all nominees for the Player of the Season. Let me know in the comments, should the Player of the Season as well potentially get a rating boost? If they get voted Player of the Season, that's something I'm willing to do in the comments. If you guys go along with it, with Illiman and Dye actually carrying this team, and this is the problem that I sensed, I said about strikers. Luca and Barry, yes, have shared some game time. But when your youngsters only got 6 goals, your other ones got 9, and there's 3 midfielders above them, you know something has to change here at the Toffees. Season number 3 now with Everton. As you can see, this team is almost all over 80 rated, apart from Vitaly Mykolenko. Tim's gone to an 80 rated, which I did not expect at all going into this season. And yes, he was my replacement, but now I'm thinking Mykolenko himself. With players leaving, players joining, it's going to be a hefty year. But you didn't think I forgot about kits. Going into Season 3, we've got these designs you're going to see right here. Still sponsored by Chunk Fudge. Now, I did make these kits myself. They're not the greatest, but as you can see, I've got the lines on the Everton home shirt. Just a little bit of a difference. It's not the best home kit of all, and yes, it does look a little like floorboards, but I am okay with that. With the kits made rather quickly, we've still got the Chunk Fudge sponsor, and then we've got the pink away kit, going for a rather vibrant kit like last season. And I can't lie to you, I kind of like it. I like the 3D lines on the shirt, and then the goalkeeper kit, kind of basic. Jordan Pickford not blacked out anymore. It is green. He's back into the green like he is in real life, just a little bit. And like I said, Chunk Fudge is the sponsor. If you want to get some, click the first link in the description to go ahead and buy some. As you can see, we start 10th in this division. Sunderland survived. Congrats to them. Wolves are back up. Bristol City in this league, and the budget is 47 million. Not the greatest, I've got to say, but we ultimately did fail our objectives last year. We didn't go and win the conference, and we are in the Europa League, or fighting for the Europa League. We're not in anything, but we should be able to fight right now. With that the only objective, and the quarter-final of the FA Cup, which does put you in the Europa, so we have 2 avenues to go down. Of course, gambling on winning the cups are quite a difficult challenge because it's a knockout competition. With this team maybe ready to knock out people, we've got Tyler Diblin's rating going up. We've got solid defensive midfielders. Youth on the bench in Irie, Hilson, Branco, Sardella and Dixon because we've lost 2 of our main centre-backs. Where are they now? Right, Michael Keane's at Racing Club? Didn't expect that. And Tarkowski at Birmingham. An experienced head for the Blues, trying to fight to get them a little bit promoted, as we've also got all this youth here. Youth we can still potentially loan out. Apart from this man, Vasily Anthony, who alongside Tyler Diblin has our right wing on lock, potentially for the series. This man's going to be quality. He's definitely not going out on loan again. Onto the inside forward role, and as I always say, let me know in the comments where I send my scouts to, as the 2 scouts I did see. I think I've already sent players to, but we want to get a Welsh goalkeeper scouted. And I know it's very European and UK kind of based. I know it's not in the UK, but Republic of Ireland very close. Seamus Coleman came from there, so we're going to look for a right back from there. Thank you very much for the comments. Youth is something you guys like to see, obviously, but also signings is what you like to see, I think. That's what's going to come today, but I do think we get some other players out. We are looking at defensive players. The mods have fallen off on the actual other clubs, hence why we've got Lombardia, but Tyler Diblin is not going there at all. I don't really want to sell my main players, but João Gomez, from Arsenal. I can't lie, I think he'd want to go there if there isn't much competition. There's Nørgaard, Declan Rice, and Martin Zubimendi. Usually in these positions, I would definitely accept the offer, but I do think he's not going to get the game time unless he's got guaranteed game time at a big club. I don't think we'll let him out, but as new, not good as new. On his final warning, which is why he's got 12 months to prove himself at Belgium to try and make the first team. Elijah Campbell, 2-year loan to Ipswich Town. Can't wait to see him do the business there. No other bids in for our big players. I'm not going to use him. Jack Burns. Potentially not going to use him because we do have Anthony and Diblin, but I am still giving more youth a go. Outgoing season to start off with, but I'm still making sure we don't sell all our players to leave us short on numbers going into the season. However, we won't be. Fully as a bid in, Maxime Perron plus money for Tieno Barry. Obviously, we don't have the Conference League, and I had no intention in signing a striker. Whereas Como, let's look, they've got some good players, Martin Batruina, and their striking position is open. The best, or the second best, is Tassos Douvikas. I mentioned this man didn't score many goals. Yes, he's 6'5", only 24. And it's not a Premier League rival, so I could potentially accept it. Rutherford's going to Hull City. With the money they're offering, still only 30 million. Not much, but we failed last year, so he might have to go. But Tim's got another bid from Man United. I'm still going to reject them. I've got one more season of rejecting them. Only want to sign him a backup. I don't want to replace him, and then more loans for these youngsters. No Conference League means we can kind of get them out because they won't get game time. But one thing I'm doing a full U-turn on right here is Jake O'Brien as a centre-back, because Tim, he just keeps improving. Yes, he doesn't have much pace and much physical compared to O'Brien, but he just looks insane. Him and Jared Branthwaite, they seem like Moisey players that could work. And a 3-1 loss to Atletico Madrid is shameful, but still, it's not as bad as Tottenham Hotspur. They did get kind of dunked on, and here he goes, our main striker, because Luca's been really good, but his height and his overall stamina won't make him first choice. Get out the way, Tom Moss. I want to see our striker leaving. There he goes, Tieno Barry, which is not something I expected to do in this Everton save. I thought it was going to be a long term, and yes, we still need a left back, but with £72 million, Everton need a forward man who reminisces and can replicate the man I'm going to search if he's still playing. I'm not going to sign this man directly, but Romelu Lukaku is actually cheap. He could actually be our backup man. Really good statistically with the play styles, but yeah, that wage is just not acceptable. So he's off the list. And now our list goes on for ages. I'm sitting up. We've got centre-backs if we ever lost them. I'm looking at, well, or should I say, Moisey signings, if I can actually speak, ones that got relegated to the Championship. Then left-backs like Quinton Merlin, who steps in to replace Trufair. He's done really well at Bournemouth. Then we've got Kausum Ouattara, who is a youngster that should really grow. Daniel Svensson was my first choice, but he's at Dortmund. I can't speak in this video. I'm so excited. So excited with Josh Doig. As a backup, he's got 5-star weak foot, 4 play styles, and 80 pace on a low wage. So actually, if it does accept 10 million bang on the face of it, it doesn't. Right, if we can settle on 13 million pounds, I'm going to sign Josh Doig, who, yes, is an 80 rated, but I think as a rotational, 25, younger than Mikalenko, Scottish like David Moyes. That is some signing, as I think Sardella could potentially be a centre-back backup. Or do we actually just make the change on O'Brien? Maybe we should have done, because ultimately I'm going to be rotating this team all the time in this save. We've even got rotational goalkeepers, because Mark Travers, I've got to say, has stepped up his game. So let's do this. We don't have to wait again for him to change. Oh my days. Oh my days. Why did I not do this the first time round? Jake O'Brien's gone up 5. He hasn't even touched a football this season. He is 6'6", and the stats, well, they are all in the 80s. He looks like a Rauho from a few seasons back. Him and Jared Branthwaite. Maybe I should have sold Tim and the contracts this season. Nobody is out of them. This genuinely could be wonderful. Now we do have Sardella as our starting right back, not Tim. But that is only missing a striker to potentially get us in Europe. And I know Dewsbury Hall's getting older. We've got Hilson down here. Also, Irie. Took half a season of pain to actually get us to this point in the first place, as Tim couldn't be a right back. That is a shame, because I love this guy. He gives 110% for the badge, as we're still selling some players like Martin Sharif. Now our third choice striker's gone. We definitely need our first choice in. I just didn't scout one out before this save. And Luka and Mikalenko actually score against Freiburg this season. Mikalenko trying to prove he's worthy of not going and being replaced, and at least it's an easier start this season. Always Man City in our first month, but it's Palace, Sunderland, then Manchester City, all before deadline day with 59 million still in our bank. And I haven't actually looked at any other strikers, of course. This is why we do series content and long-form rebuilds, because I want to see how decisions are made, and we've got to make a decision on Luka. Do we give him a few games to actually prove that he should be the starter? At least against Crystal Palace, because what he doesn't have in pace, he may make up for in physicality. If we make a change going into this Premier League season, we're still on that balance. I love it. Now, I know they're trained as inside forwards, but if we make them wide playmakers that is, maybe they can put some crosses in for the target forward ++. He should be heading the ball in. Let's give this a test, shall we? In our very nice away pink kit, Crystal Palace under Eddie Howe. They had a really good team last season. Hopefully our new tactical display with the big man up front, like they do have Mateta, or did have, could work. So let's get going. Dewsbury Hall, Gomez, we've got to really play around them. Minor kit clash, which I honestly think would be worse if we had our home kit. But let's keep passing. Let's try this tactic. If we can get out wide. Here goes Tyler Diblin. Luka not in the centre of the box, but he's there. He wins the header. And if he was more central, I think he'd personally be scoring that, as Mikalenko wins that header into Gardner. Garner with a little bit of room. Dewsbury Hall then finds the run of Ndai. Tyler Diblin's at the back post. Can we get in the middle, please, Luka? Please. Mikalenko getting forward. Oh, no, it's not him. Garner, as we're keeping the ball off them a lot. We're on the race for Conference League football, and maybe we're forcing it out wide a little bit too much. Luka now getting more centrally. It was towards Gardner. It falls to Tyler Diblin. He's way too central. But Tyler Diblin scores the first goal, and it's a banger. And he changed his play style. No longer an inside forward, but finds himself so inside he's actually in the wrong half of the field. Make that make sense, please. It should be wider, as Yeremy Pino. He's rounded Tyler Diblin right here. He should do more defensive duty as well, which he's trying to do against the flying Spaniard. They've got Mikel Oyarzabal up front, so if them two find each other, there's goals conceded, but we've got the big Jim O'Brien at the back, 85 overall. You saw there the lack of pace that our striker does offer, so maybe we need another one with a bit of pace, as that is a beautiful flick on from Mikel, but now we can flick on ourselves. If we counter-attack here, Dewsbury Hall, fit that through the gap, it's Iliman Ndiaye, he can pass it into Luka, he goes himself, and potentially that was the wrong option, as I do see Luka, 6'7", alongside Jared Branthwaite. Incredibly shocked no bids coming in for him, but that is 1-0 up to the good at the end of that first half, so let's keep going. Marcel Ruiz into Jefferson Lerma. We need to put the pressure on Crystal Palace. Don't let Sosa get forward. Don't let Yeremy Pino get forward. We know Oyarzabal keeps on peeling off, and there he peels through the middle. Don't go asleep just yet, lads. We need to keep on winning this. And that's gone straight past Luca, who's really not been involved. I don't think I'm going to try that tactic at all. It falls to them in the middle. Come on, that's Ronald Araujo running at us. I've mentioned him already in this video on how good he is, so we should be able to stop him. Jim O'Brien with the crunching tackle. Why do we even need Tarkowski? Sorry, Tarky. Maybe he stayed an extra season than he should have, because that Irishman is absolutely beautiful. Tyler Diblin, he spins out, he goes for the spectacular. Trying to forge a special goal himself. That's a good run from Marcel Ruiz and Gomez. That is why we did not sell him to Arsenal. What a tackle. As Garner, he gets the ball through. Here's Luca. He peels away, and there goes Iliman and Dye. No Luca in the middle. It's someone else. Tyler Diblin at the back stick. He reaches it. We're going to start with a Tyler Diblin masterclass away at Crystal Palace. Everton win their first game of the season. Get in there. Really good start, that is. And we're still going to loan some of our lads out. We need to get them playing, the youngsters, as a bid in for one of our youngsters. It shows we're able to make money, but do we really sell Vasily Antony? Nah, we've just got him. I don't think Tottenham know what they'd actually be buying here. Plus, let's say it quietly, they are relegation candidates, as that's a big offer for James Garner, the 85 rated Manchester City. But again, he's a Man United homegrown player, so I don't think he'd want to go there. Giving me the right to actually accept that or deny that, as I'm accepting this. First in the Premier League with a simulation up next, then we do play Manchester City themselves. Oh no, we don't. We've got Ipswich Town thrown in. Who will actually rotate for? After this player wants to go, the youngster, Antony, wants to leave. It said leave or renew his deal. He doesn't want to renew his deal. Obviously not happy that we rejected Spurs as Dylan Glover goes to Oxford. And I shall be looking to sell this man now. Napoli are the next team to bid. Mady obviously wants to leave as we get a big win against Sunderland. With Antony due to play in this game. Actually, oh my days, I've gone too far with the loaning out. Now we've only got a reserve pile of 2 players, but we know we're buying a striker and we can get in more youth. So I'm not really worried, and the board offers 100% carryover for next season with this budget, which is nice of them, but we won't need, as Antony's actually leaving now. Doesn't even want to sit on the bench for experience. Get lost, mate. We actually made you, and now you want to abandon us. Let's go and find the next big youth player, shall we? Maybe the next O'Brien, as I had no luck with Welsh goalkeepers, but still Rory Salmon is here. We can promote him, Corona, Callan and Maguire to actually give us some youth that want to be here. Please don't leave us, lads. We need you, and Irie should be able to play on both wings, and maybe Corona gets into the bench position for the game against Manchester City, as Hilson was suspended. And I like this here. Esteval goes to the rivals of the team he supports, FC Barcelona, saying take that. So he's either fallen out with Barcelona or Chelsea. Not involving Everton, but that is some worldwide beef, which is interesting to see. And it's a shame that we actually sold Antony when he did walk out on us, because he could be playing right midfield here. As away at the Etihad, 2 wins out of 2. I think we lost obviously last season in the Toffee Penny kit. But with the Chunk Fudge energising us, we should be on for a result here. If we do play our normal game, obviously still lacking a striker, but we've got the money to go and get one next time out. Mikalenko proving he needs to be in the team. Playing rather well to show ratings aren't entirely just what matters. That was a brilliant win of the ball. I have him on stay back, so he does his job, staying back, letting Ndai have the freedom with Luca, the man at the front post. He's the dummy, because we're giving it in to Diblin. Vardiol doesn't mark our boy Wonder. In his 3rd game, his 4th goal of the season. We might not need a striker. Luca does very well to take the runner at the near post, leaving him to just finish it in. Vardiol completely distracted. Brilliant, and Luca over the top. He doesn't have the pace, but does he have the passing? It's into Dewsbury Hall. Tyler Diblin again. The boy wonder! He's got 2 at the Etihad. Has he just had a child? He's doing the rockin' the baby? This is a different Everton team to last season, and a different Tyler Diblin. What a player, as here he goes again. Maybe turning provider in this second half. With Luca, he holds it up. Round the corner into Garner. That should have been his goal against the team that wanted to sign him. That was a brilliant cross as well. Mark Gehi batters this away. Come on, lads, just keep playing. Mikalenko reading the run of Haaland. Now we're into the 85th minute. We have, well, I have kind of. kept the ball away from them. I mean, it is a kind of scummy tactic, I'd say, but this is against Manchester City. We want to get the win. We haven't had to make substitutes or really sprinters. Gardner, he tries to sprint past Gurhey, with Cherky getting a little run there. Mikolenko making the absolute exquisite block and running past Erling Haaland himself. Now, yes, I still do think we need a striker. Luca's done well, but we do need someone who scores himself. Look at that for a pass. It's Ndai, and they're struggling to get Tyler Diblin at the back post. He heads it across and wins a free kick. Oh, no, he doesn't. It was a free kick to Manchester City for a handled ball. But if this is the standard we're going into this season with, 3 wins out of 3, we should be surviving easily, going for Europa, and we still need a front man. Great result last time out, but we need that striker with Luca. Yeah, he's just not doing it for me. We need someone of higher caliber. Okaronko on the bench not playing. We've got Josh Doigers that backup. Tim, Hilson, Irie, Brasco. It's all looking good. Sardella into that first 11. We've gone through this in the previous videos. But yeah, we're going straight on to signing a striker off screen. It's been 3 days since the last episode, and I've been thinking of real life strikers, then loading into the game myself and seeing who is available, who looks the best. And this is the shortlist. I haven't gone with major clubs apart from Inter because I know the Serie A's kind of struggling and Serie A players like to go to the Premier League. But I didn't want to take from Arsenal, Manchester City, Barcelona, Real Madrid. I've just slipped on this one man from a massive club, which is Ademola Lookman, who could potentially return to Everton, but no. I'm going to mark these off in order because it's the first thing we've got to do, and then we have got to continue the form we're on. We're up to second after 3 straight wins, are winning the cup, and Burnley next. West Ham can still go above us if they score some goals, but I am completely happy with Everton's start. We just need this striker, and I am skipping through a lot of names here because I do have in my mind the Keane shortlist. As speaking of Keane, Moise Keane's at the bottom because, of course, we had Johan Bonney, who I've just took off, who is the starter at Inter. As these 4 are the options. Please don't get a little bit upset if I don't pick the one you're after. I know these aren't all expensive, should I say. Can't speak. Moise Keane is the most expensive at 54 million, and we do have 71 million to spend. Obviously, we've got January this season, and a January where we do have some easy games, meaning today we've got to play some tough ones. I want to play Chelsea. I do want to play Liverpool. Maybe I'll play one in this month, which is a hard month. And we've got to play Burnley in this home game, introducing the striker we need to go for. There's no bids in for any of our players, I've got to say that. And I have spoke on the Serie A. Being kind of weak, and Santiago Jimenez is kind of over the hill for me of potential. So he's off. Moise Keane, I'm going to take him off as well. I'm not here for Everton reunions, I'm here for quality. Castro looks more, or should I say better than Tieno Barry. He's 22-year-old, 82 rated. But there's something about this man. Marcos Leonardo of Al Hilal. His contract is expiring. He's only 24 still. He reminds me of Richarlison because in the first season when we did sign Luca, I won't lie to you, off screen I really did look at Richarlison for a comeback. And 52 million's acceptable, which was his price tag before I saw his contract was over. Very soon. So I said to myself, I'll pay the full price and I'll bring Marcus Leonardo in. Yeah, it just reminds me of Pigeon Man. So he's going up front in this team. Now Sardella and Mikolenko are low rated, but that is getting better for Everton. Let's not forget as well, he was... okay, after some success. I was going to say he's a quality striker being at Benfica in Europe, where we want to be ourselves. With Jordan Pickford out now, 3 weeks. Travis we did trust a little bit last season, so I'm going to have to put my trust in him. And I'm definitely going to have to play against Burnley now. Which I actually said to myself in my head, I might not do. Burnley, come on, I think you're better than that. You could have just wore your claret and blue to stop a minor kick clash. But hey-ho, you want to be difficult, and I want Sardella to cause difficulty as Gomez into Marcus Leonardo in his first game on the edge of the box. Now, we haven't gone for much pace again. Could have gone for a little bit more. Could have had more in Castro, but this man shooting was a lot better. I like it. I like it a lot. Josh Laurent, we should be beating Burnley right here. Need to get a tackle on Hannibal. Don't. Just keep forcing them back. We'll get the ball back at one point, and we do through João Gomez. Absolutely brilliant player and brilliant signing from last season. Plus, there's a Brazilian link-up. I didn't want to go too out there with the nationalities, as Tyler Diblin is on a roll this season. What a save, though. What a save, Radu. A decent keeper. I think he's from Udinese, as let's try a corner tactique. I think that was Leonardo waiting for the ball to arrive to him. Half-time, however, against Burnley. And I'm not too disheartened. It's only 45 minutes for Marcos. He still needs to learn that target forward role, which obviously Luca has kind of on lock due to his height in the team and obviously that presence that he does bring. But I do want a more balanced striker. And that's why Leonardo is here. He steps away and potentially could have an assist here. He gives it onto our number 10. Iliman Ndiaye, defender can't catch up with Ndiaye, who scores after a first 45 minutes of absolutely nothing. It's his first goal of the season. Finally something from the higher rated winger. Tyler Diblin had to do some heavy carrying. Now we've just got to press on them. And Ndiaye wins the ball back straight away. And I think there was an injury there. Don't like to see that at all. Can we try and set up Leonardo? That was very offside movement. I expect a bit better than that. And in the 77th minute, I'm trying to get my changes through. There's an injury here. Dewsbury Hall is coming off for Hilson, meaning the yellow card doesn't mean much because he is off the field. I do want to keep Mark Travers safe, and I want to go from 5 wins out of 5. Continue the run after this with some simulations, but we still need to beat Burnley here. Dewsbury Hall not off the field for some reason when I subbed him off. No, Garner. Garner's got a yellow card as well, as we can't dilly-dally with the ball. Hannibal, so close. There's fragility in this team with Crystal Palace in the next game. That's why I rotated players, and I did want to prioritise a cup, but with how the league's going, my hands are kind of tied. But we don't have tiredness, which is new. Rotation has gone down because a lot of players have asked to play. Oh, but we're out of the cup. We're out of the cup. Our first defeat is to Strand Larsen. The bloody nuisance to go and condemn us, but that's a clean sheet for Travers, and we are winning in the Premier League. Winning handsomely as well. Iliman Ndiaye's on form today, and that's Leonardo's first goal. A 4-0 thrubbing of Bristol. Now, the fixtures have been nice to us, but 1 goal conceded in 6 Premier League games. Now, at the time of recording, the Oscars was last night, and I like to watch my films. I watch the Oscars, and this man deserves one. Jake O'Brien, since he made that switch, A, has been phenomenal, but B, I saw was wanted. I did say one of you guys' comments below, and thank you for that. I really appreciate you changing my mind. I was going to keep him at right back, as Tyler Diblin's our best attacking output. I want him up to an 82 because he's only 21. If anything, his price tag's going to go up. And Jordan Pickford, does he get back in? Travers keeping clean sheets, and it's his former club next in AFC Bournemouth, which hopefully he's really motivated for. And it is another goal conceded, so potentially comes out the team. And who the heck's Maguire? Who the heck's scoring for us in our 7th straight win? Oh, it's a right back on the bench. The 17-year-old Irishman. We moved O'Brien out of the way, of course, into centre-back, and I never thought you guys telling me to scout for the next Seamus Coleman would come true all so suddenly. Doesn't get him straight back into the team, however, to start a game. The only man coming straight back in is Jordan Pickford. As this is a test, it's Tottenham. 3rd against 1st at the Hill Dicky, and as you can see, they're not even out yet. Igor Tudor not releasing his team. And we need our team to continue. Could we make it 8 straight wins or 9? In the Premier League, at least, we are out the Carabao Cup, which is a disappointment. But I thought that would be a way into Europe. It's not a reliable way, and the Premier League kind of is. If you use the momentum from it, Leonardo tries to turn out Kevin Danso. How are Tottenham not still in the Championship? Anyway, I'll let it slide. I've made that joke before on this channel, and it has come back to bite me. Matthias Tell's always a decent player. It's Thuram up front for them, and Mohamed Kudus gets it into Gallagher. That is our 3rd conceded goal in the Prem. Notice to Max, a mental note. Never ever slag Tottenham off, because they'll score against you. Fine goal, that one. And now Gardner, get us going again, please. We need to try and attack once more. It's Dewsbury Hall coming down this right-hand side. No Tyler Diblin, and it's took us a very long while to get involved ourselves. João Gomes off it. The whole team off it. We wanted form to carry us through. Pedro Porro into Kudus. Conor Gallagher's on the ball again. That's the brilliant slide tackle coming in. Xavi Simons, though, onto Pedro Porro. A big save, Jordan Pickford. England's number 1. I say England's number 1. With us still searching here against Spurs. Iliman Ndiaye can't get a pass across the box anywhere, so the number 10 cuts back inside. Gardner onto João Gomes, our best player from this current season, and Tyler Diblin. No, it's Marcus Leonardo. Side netting. I didn't think it was a save. I thought he'd either missed or put it in the back of the net, as that's a jump from him in the box. Sardella, Dewsbury Hall. Sardella, one of our lowest rated right backs. You've got to test Vicario better. We've got Tottenham backpedaling. Okay, maybe Lorenzo Lucheron for these headers inside the box. Pedro Porro's won 2 in a row now. I don't want to see our defeat come to Spurs in this Premier League run. And that's a tackle by O'Brien. Tries to slide it through again, however. Mikalenko is scrapping in that CDM position. João Gomez has improved, same as Garner. Just need our attackers to improve slightly a bit more. Pedro Porro is catching us up. Oh, you've got to pass the ball better. Even if it's just a 1-2. Even if it's just a little knock, because now Tottenham Hotspur knocking on our door a little bit. That is terrible from O'Brien. And that's the second time in this episode we've ended the game like that, with the defender making a mistake. Arsenal next, then Newcastle. Could turn into a rough month. Or months, because look at that. We've got Manchester United the month after that. Liverpool straight after that. Obviously, we've got to play Liverpool. I said January would be the hard month, and at least we've got team rotation right, because that team does look fit enough to give Arsenal a run for their money. And it's got fitter. It's on legendary mode like usual, and that's a defeat. That's 3 goals conceded, which actually is more depressing for me. And 2 defeats to the North London rivals. It's followed up by a 0-0 draw against Newcastle. At least we'll get a point out of the simulation. And a win against Manchester United. Irie on the score sheet and Gardner. Fantastico. His former club beaten, but this is the big one. Another view this episode of Moisey taking training. But it is the Merseyside derby on the Hill Dickey dock, so come on please. Don't let us down. We've conceded to Ekitike at the start of this game before. I remember it, and 1 win and 1 draw doesn't mean we are back on form. We should still be in the top 4. Above Liverpool, Chiesa. Don't know what he's still doing at the club, and he cuts around us very well. Good job, Jordan Pickford's alert. Keep him and Pickford far away from each other, as far away as possible, please, as Tyler Diblin, now that 82 rated, drills the ball into the midfield. It is Garner pushing forward into Mikalenko, who Man United could use now. Casemiro in real life's hit some form, but he's leaving. And Gardner again, he can chip that into the middle. That's a brilliant ball towards Leonardo. Before won back by Gomez. And now we're approaching the end of this first half. It's not as boring as previous seasons' derbies, because they were awful. But this could be better. If it's Leonardo to score it, he tried to turn against McAllister. Mamadashvili to dash it away, and Ekitike loses the header. Don't stoppage this game. I still want to win. I don't care if we were first in the league or bottom. That was a decent idea. Reversing the ball into Dewsbury Hall in the middle. Mikalenko comes across. Ekitike comes across. Jared Branthwaite steps inside. Gravenberch just easily takes that up. Dominic Szoboszlai, one of the world's best players at the moment, dribbling forward. Need to put a stop to him as Dewsbury Hall gets around him. He will be staying on despite the substitutes being made. I think he's been good in this game. And Dye stays on. Tyler Diblin comes off as he's not been really noticeable. As Marcus Leonardo, he's coming off. What a save there. And Luca, I see him with his hand up, being marked by the number 2. It's over his head to O'Brien. Sardella on to Irie. He's another tall player as Sardella. No, you cannot lose the ball in a crucial position. Leaving Liverpool for a bit of a counter-attack, but both teams cancelling each out today. But again, if that's another slip-up, at the end of a game, I'm going to be horrified. Branthwaite makes up for it. João Gomez doesn't get it away. Come on, Liverpool on the attack. The Hill Dickey. Don't let it happen. Don't let it happen. McAllister doesn't get the goal off. Or get the pass off for a goal. I was thinking. I thought, just never going through to Szoboszlai, but it does. And it even goes down the middle. I've never felt more destroyed, and they actually do move above us. They're unbeaten in the league. We've conceded 8 goals now, so we're nothing special at the back anymore. And our aim was only Europa League football. Speaking of European football, Marcus Leonardo's gone up 1, but I do think he did miss some massive chances in that previous game. Pickford's gone up as well. We've got Sardella and Mikalenko to 80s. The whole squad is 80. João Gomez 84, so maybe we should warrant chasing Champions League a little. Why not live for that, as this is the man I wanted to see. No, I'm not typing in Como. I'm typing in Tierno Barry, who is an 80 rated. His potential going down. Must have not done well there so far. And are they in Europe? I don't know why I care so much. I don't see them in the Conference League, and I don't see them in the Champions League. So, yeah, is gone to a non-European pushing club and not improved. But we are the least to talk about non-improvers because we've been on a little bit of a decline. With, granted, tough fixtures. And we do get a win against Brentford and we don't get a win against West Ham. Fernandez in the last minute. This is all getting dark and dicey as I think the next game is against Brighton, which is a team pushing us to get over us into this Champions League chase. Although I wanted to play Chelsea today, they're down in 10th. Maybe we leave it after Brighton, which is one above Chelsea anyway. So yeah, we're in the December month, and this game is crucial to this Everton season. And crucial to keeping some players because we're getting some interesting bids in, especially for January. Interesting. But if we win this game, I think we should be good to go into January, if we do well against Chelsea and then beat the teams that are below us, to be in a Champions League spot, looking for a potential another signing. I was going to say at fullback, but our defence could remain untouched. Mikalenko, really good in-game for me, just shepherding out Yakuba Minte. Really good work. Yeah, maybe he doesn't get replaced. And Sardella's frankly new. Maybe if a player is to come in, a player has to go out because we've only got around 16 million. Mitoma's feet work is very good, but this is a drab game, and they're a potential team to grow. So if we stop the growers at source, it would be good. That is a good finish by Matt O'Reilly. We're going to have to do it again. We're going to have to go again. We're going to have to dig in deep here, away at the Amex this time. Didn't mention that. Of course, you know, the kit is on. A kit I want to get into the Champions League with. That's terrible. Tyler Diblin running straight into someone at source. Not good. Not good at all. But before halftime, if we could get level. Leonardo not great in these games that we have been playing. Tried to chip it to him, cross him, play it on the floor and everything. It's just not working. As João Gomez always wins the ball into Ghana. And I think a goal will be enough to quantify not ruining it, because a draw against Brighton, like I said, will keep them above us. But if we are chasing Champions League spots ourselves and getting into those places with Viper across into Carlos Baleba, I was just about to say if we robbed the ball in that position, what a position it would be. But our runners in front of us not making many options. Leonardo not making one. Am I seriously going to have to rely upon Luca this season? Don't say I have to. With a fatigued squad, I noticed. We're a lot tireder than I thought. João Gomez does very well to actually block the passing lane. Please keep that in. Don't just tap it out, Branthwaite. Hoof it the other way. Brighton making a change also. Nothing from their corner. And Tyler Diblin, Lucha comes a little short. Need him to make runs in behind, potentially like Dewsbury Hall has here. I've gone to chip the keeper, and I don't know how it's worked. He's only scored 2 goals this season. I just thought with the initial chip, I'd try it again. We need to skip this replay, though, because we need to get the ball back in their net. What a finish, though, KDH, as now Minter coming forward. Brighton won't sit off us. They're trying to chip themselves, and Lucha is done better than Leonardo already, getting the assist for that cheeky goal. Audacious chip from Dewsbury Hall, who needs some support. He tried to get it around to Luca. Tyler Diblin and Sardella, they need to work better on this right-hand side because that's where we're getting all the joy. And Dye on the left is a little more fatigued. Tyler Diblin, do not lose the ball in that position. He has done. Brighton, not a team you can give it away to, as Viper gives it out to this man on the wing. Still, it's Matoma. I thought they'd make changes by now. Our DM's in each other's way. Or Sardella's come a long way to actually try and make that tackle. We're into the last 10 minutes here. A crucial 10 minutes at the Amex. Branthwaite doing very well. And I smell a potential comeback. Gomez onto Dewsbury Hall. Luca on the middle. Or should I say Tyler Diblin on the wing. Who gets it now? Luca, make a run into the middle, please. Or Tyler Diblin can run it himself. He's got the support through the middle of James Garner. A Toffee's turnaround with a massive 3 points, which could, in January, or at least late December, have Everton in a Champions League position still. What a win against Brighton. And as you can see right now, we've got a 5-point gap over them, a 4-point gap over Fulham. But today doesn't get any easier. 1 draw, 4 losses, 10 defeats. Beautiful. But money-wise, 16 million. We head in towards January. And look at the run-in. Fulham are close to us, so I might play Fulham over Chelsea. We've got Aston Villa. And then we do have Wolverhampton Wanderers, West Ham, Brentford, Bristol Forest and Liverpool. I can't lie to you guys. I'm feeling rather optimistic about this save right now. Yes, we've got a spot of fatigue. Diblin, O'Brien, etc. But we've got a squad to rotate with, and I'm going to rotate for Chelsea. bit risky. But I know they're struggling themselves. And Tim's going to play because I absolutely love the guy. And I tried to replace him. Leonardo needs to actually up his game. That's right, if you haven't seen the last episode, we made a big striker signing. And so far in 12 games, he's got 4 assists. But only 1 goal to his name. Luka's only played 9 games, got 5 goals for comparison, but I thought Luka would be a hold-up forward who got more assists than goals. Then it turns out it's not, and I didn't touch on, or I did touch on just a little bit, the bids coming in for some of our players like João Gomez. From Inter, from Manchester City, who honestly have a lot of decent players, and we are doing well in the league ourselves. Inter maybe not rejectable. I do want to check the UCL. With Aston Villa and Brighton in for Illiman and Dye, I think I've got the right to turn those down. Just Inter I do have to check. And in the Champions League, oh my days, in the league phase they're doing okay. Right, let's check the Serie A as well, which they're not top of. And they're actually a very far way off Juventus. Would leaving Everton for Inter be a good move right now for João Gomez? I'm going to say no, because obviously as well, it's outside of the window, and I see that as tapping up. And I'm not having that before Chelsea, which we have slightly rotated for, and we still keep our defensive record strong with a 0-0 draw. Moving into Fulham, which is Chelsea's rivals, and it feels weird that I've actually simulated Chelsea to play Fulham, but Fulham are the team trying to chase us up and really aren't bad themselves, as now we're in the 3rd kit, which, newsflash, I can't change that due to the mods, so just gotta go with it. Ultimately, it's better than a kit clash. Now we're in the Blackout edition. The goalkeeper kit should still be the same. We win the ball. We've got to move quickly. Tyler Diblin into Leonardo, who shuffles it across into Gardner. Garner on the midfield role with, or in the midfield role, sorry, with Bricalo, who slid in there, because with João Gomez getting a lot of bids actually in for him, I thought I'd gamble without him, see how we can do. With Malcolm offside, okay, we'll take that ball, we'll move this quickly. Get going with a sense of urgency and die through the middle, please. And Smith Rowe actually cuts this out. Now with just before half-time, O'Brien with a brilliant interception since we moved him to centre-back. I see the comments, you guys are happy. The change finally did get made. There's a win. Branthwaite go into Williman and Die. And Marcus Leonardo, that is a fantastic turn. Now Gardner is left to run with it. Gardner gives it across into Dewsbury Hall. Over the top. Illiman and Die. It almost fell for us once more. Scrappy this, and don't tell us it's going to be another draw. As honestly, I couldn't take that. I know our defensive record is brilliant, but we need to score goals as well as keep them out. As Bracco, he could be a potential starter next season or for the remainder of this season if João Gomez does go. Just that speculation. You can't have a player playing. I know I'm saying it again, but I really don't want to lose that guy in Dewsbury Hall. It falls to here. The luckiest goal you will score. And it's very lucky, unlike the one against Brighton in the last episode. If you never saw that goal, please go and check it out. Wonderful. One defo not to be ignored, as Fulham have been on it since that goal actually went in. And O'Brien, that defensive awareness I don't think Taki would have had. As now Dewsbury Hall running away with it. Needs that support from Illiman and Die. A lot of other Premier League clubs, and only Premier League clubs after him, as Dewsbury Hall tries to step away. Doesn't do. Maybe time for Hilson to come in and give him that rest. But a good position for a free kick for Malcolm over the top. And that was hit with some venom, weren't it? A solid 3 points on the road, which ultimately does have us clinging onto that position. Now, Brighton 3 points behind because of that Chelsea result where we went and drew 0-0. Still good for our defensive record on the whole. As I am observing this league, and I've already observed the Champions League, because the latest team in for João Gomez, no, although Romelu is a decent player, it is going to be Atleti, and I think this is a bid would be stupid to turn down. We didn't really need the money if we weren't planning on making any signings, but 60 million can still go down, or now can go up to around 18 million with the sale of, I would say, our best player. Just sometimes it's got to happen. And now Dortmund. I know Dortmund were in a tricky position when I checked all the leagues. They come in for Ndai, and a big win for Brasco. We've got to turn it down. We can't lose too many players. I think accepting a reasonable one for João Gomez was acceptable, so he's in the midfield with Garner, getting us a 1-0 win against Aston Villa, another clean sheet and a Tyler Dibling goal before an outbreak of illness. I'm not too worried about Jared Branthwaite. I'll send him home for Wolves. We should have coped, and we do cope without him. Marcus Leonardo with a great performance, and he gets his first man of the match in a toffee shirt. With January now reached, and goodbye, João Gomez. It gives us 63 million now, but we do have a game on the 1st of January. West Ham, and guess what? Another clean sheet. Leonardo, another goal. Stepping us up to second, and it's a huge gap now on Brighton with 13 goals conceded. 13. Let that sink in. That's even with a virus to Jared Branthwaite, who's still out for a while. That is a long virus, damn. But now I think, just to be on the safe side, we do have 63 million. But I am going to recall some players from their loans. I'm looking for a man that actually doesn't exist to us. Completely forgot we had to sell Vasily Antoni, our youngster, who's improved in Naples massively. As who's the players out? I could recall Asnu. However, Tom Moss, he's as good as Vasily Antoni. He is a left midfielder, 6'4", but plus 14 in half a season. Yep, I'm going to recall him. He still stays at 76. I thought he might have gone up just a little bit more. Can he play any different positions? Not really. He's a speedster at 6'4". Make it make sense. Built like a striker, and I'm hoping to give him game time. I can't promise it, but he's back here. Irie's going to go back to the right. I said that when we did sell Antoni. Completely forgot to put him training there, so he's going to be the backup to Tyler Dibling. Covering both wings, Caleb Cummins. We could try and recall him now, but now I've seen the money and the fact we do have Tom Moss, I think we do go in for a centre-back, and I do think it's quite obvious, CDM, sorry, who we go for, as this is my 5-man shortlist. Jasari is gone. Ismail Benassa is also gone. Long story short, AC Milan doing very well in Europe, and Benassa is going down. It was on this shortlist, I think, back in the summer at an 82 overall. Varela has a lot of play styles, more than Sergio Amitira, who's going, or Atamira off of the shortlist. But there's one player I haven't mentioned. He's not the youngest, but Ferguson is a Scotsman like our manager Moise. And I cannot lie, I think fits the Everton mould we are kind of going for. With Bologna asking for a lot of money, 41.2. But as I was saying, he fits the mould next to Garner, rounds our team out with good health. And yeah, that dynamic duo just is Moise coded. With Ferguson's stats looking very good, despite being a defensive midfielder, definitely can get shooting. If we needed him any further forward, I think a draw with Brentford is pants. And I spoke on trying to win a cup. We're already out of the Carabao. So Pompey at home I am going for, with Moss making his first start, Callahan and Maguire the same. In a game we just can't lose. It's at the Hill Dickey. We do have a rotated lineup. Yes, our defence is weak, but come on, Pompey. If we don't be beating these, or don't be beating these, I'm going to be very, very frustrated. Luca on the turn. Very surprised he's actually forced a corner from that shot right there. Sun in his eyes. Gardner with a cross towards Josh Doig. Dangerous ball into the box, and now we need to get chasing back. Ebu Adams, what a player for them. And Callahan is beaten to the ball. He's lost the ball. Good job. He's won a free kick. And he's took it very, very quickly. What is the youngster doing here? It's a pass back as well, which he's got away with. Seriously, lads, what is going on? Just calm yourselves down. You're good enough. You wouldn't be at Everton if you're not. Now it's Garner to give the ball away. One of our better players, Sardella, out of position slightly, but Big Jim O'Brien needed a rest. So he's getting one. Across the box, Maguire comes to step in. Get that ball away from danger with Irie cutting inside. Irie round the corner. Luca needed to squeeze that ball through a little bit quicker. But Irie on the angle against Fisher. Just needs to be more on sight. Shooting. Need to get closer to the goal and challenge them with Moss. The first touches for our number 8, our 6'4" one. Maybe Portsmouth just raising their game as Sedžić on the ball. We've slid in with Sardella very, very early. Thought I had control of a different player. That's Colby Bishop. He's run off our number 6, which I think is Canham. However you say the youngster's name. and we're in threat of actually exiting the cup. It is so weak from our number 6. He's not close enough. The right side as well. Letting us down there. And Josh Doig needs to get going again. Callan. That's his name. Don't think I'll be remembering it, or anyone will after that one. As I know I'm being harsh on one of our youngsters, but he's been woeful. It's not just a bad half, it's a costly one from him right now. Brasco with the longward shot. Has Everton waited too long? We've got a cross with 82 minutes on the clock, and Irie, surely a push by Segjic. Moss picks up the ball. That's a good ball round. He's not really had a chance to flourish himself. And Irie, he's missed the header across, and I think the game is going to be dusted. It's going to be done and dusted. The whistle goes, and the ex-Accrington Stanley striker, Colby Bishop, has sunk Everton to an early exit in the FA Cup. How embarrassing is that? I mean, Nottingham Forest just lost to Gillingham. That kind of covers our blushes a bit. I mean, Tottenham are through. Bromley put up a good fight. Maybe the Gillingham result does save some embarrassment. Arsenal just beat Burton Albion. And we've got to dust ourselves off. We've got a lot of simming to do up to Liverpool. And a lot of bids to look at, as Christian Romero, 10 million plus. That player, and I'm going to reject that for Tyler Diblin because Antony, he really struggled to get to grips with the fact I didn't let him go there also. And I'm not letting Mikalenko go. I was thinking about a new fullback and no one talking about leaving the club, which I do like. Only dibbling about a new deal, which guess what? He is going to sign up alongside Mikalenko, not wanting a contract extension however. A little bit confusing as to why, as our two highest paid is O'Brien and Lewis Ferguson. We had to do something to convince him to stay, as that is the team we're rotating straight back to. For Bristol City, who put up a good fight to be fair to them, conceding 2, is this ultimate defensive Everton side, and we do concede to Forest, but we get the win as well. 8 points clear of Manchester City, only 4 behind Arsenal, who, yes, have a game in hand with the derby next. This could be a big step up for UCL football if we were to get the win. And finally, Jared Branthwaite is back, definitely pushing Callahan out, and this team will be fitter, don't you worry. As we approach our biggest game, and this time we are away at Anfield. Bill Shankly up on the wall, and it's put us in the away kit, so I definitely can make out our players, but still a minor kit clash for the oncoming fans. Travel into this game through the rain as Ndai. That's a slip in behind. Dewsbury Hall. That's a slip through to Marcus Leonardo, who hasn't been scoring. I'm not going to over-celebrate here. I know the experience we need to carry out a win at Anfield. But what a start. What a start. We're 1-0 up against the rivals who we usually get beat by and then beat. In the same season as Iliman Ndiaye. Brilliant scrapping for the ball, and I knew there was a reason I picked the pink to wear on camera. And Szoboszlai, it's through onto Alexandra Isak. Isak can't get the run around. Sardella gets the pass away onto Tyler Diblin. It's right back to winger and Marcus Leonardo. That is a brilliant weighted ball, and we've swung it into the near post. Dewsbury Hall does his job perfectly. The first time using Ferguson in game. He's around his defender. Ball to the back stick. Don't mind the idea, as it should have been another goal. O'Brien getting the ball moving again. Garner through the middle. He needs to get this out on the right with a chip ball. He does get it out onto the right. And here goes Ndiaye. Ndiaye with another in-swinger. From potential beneficiary to actually setter-upper, as that is a good ball from Ekatike. Isak hits the post. Korichatpo stopped by Sardella. The reason I didn't over-celebrate is because I knew where we were. I knew how long we need to see this game out. Florian Wirtz is on. And it is the 85th minute of the game. I haven't made a change ourselves. I think we've been good enough without one. Iliman Ndiaye towards Marcus Leonardo. Crossing the ball, for once turning into our weakness, and Mikalenko with the best tackle. I think I've seen a left-back make with a ball through onto Dewsbury Hall. Iliman Ndiaye goes to drill it on the floor. 10 added minutes at Anfield, potentially putting us into a title race here. That is a sloppy pass, but O'Brien, no one's beating him in the air or even trying to get to the ball against him. Tyler Diblin with a brilliant one. We've got to keep the pressure on Liverpool. I want to see this game out properly till the very end, and Dejuma Costa, no, Going to happen again. Ekitike. It is wide of the post. Pickford to pick up on it. We just had a bid for him, by the way, from Newcastle. His old rivals, being a Sunderland boy. Ilman and Die won't force the attack, but will force ourselves down this side. It's in the middle to Ferguson. Ferguson turns, and Everton pick up a derby victory on the road, chasing Champions League, which I'm scared about. But yes, people, welcome back to the Everton career mode. As you can see right now, the same amount of games played as Arsenal, a point behind, which has me excited, obviously. 4 defeats, 16 goals against this season, 16. That is 4 less than Brighton, who somehow are still in 5th. And you might be thinking, Max, why aren't you jumping for joy? Jubilant. Well, it's because we've got this month to start off with. Man United, Arsenal, Spurs, who are closest to us, and Newcastle, as I think we have to play Spurs out of all those big games, and Arsenal, who are near to us in the league, so we're going to be simming Man United. With a team like this, the team coming on leaps and bounds. Never really took a moment to show you the first teamers, only the players out on loan, etc., as the captain has been James Gardner, the reason being he's always available. Jordan Pickford hasn't been. Tarkowski's obviously left the club. Jake O'Brien, he was really unfit, came through the unfitness. Marcus Leonardo's now our striker in the almost Everton looking kit behind him, and that's our title run over, I would say. He gets a goal, but Šeško gets a one before him, giving us a brilliant start to today. So we play 8th next, then 1st, then 3rd, and we did lose our best player last episode, signing Lewis Ferguson up. If you haven't seen that, make sure you do check it out. And I was always thinking last transfer window I was replacing Mikolenko, but it turns out the man is saving us. His physical is not very good, but his dribbling and passing makes up for it. Him and Die perfect as Arsenal at home, however, now with a 5-point gap, because obviously 2 draws in a row isn't good enough. Spurs chasing, and I think to myself, why don't I just play Spurs when obviously we can stop Spurs getting into European competitions? I want to challenge myself against the best. With youth still coming through, not great youth. Jonathan Graham of Jamaica, and then we went to Jordan because these were given to me by the comment section, aka you guys, to go and scout, as Yusuf Hijaz is the next player. Looks a decent little striker, and if you guys want me to scout a country in particular, I couldn't spit my words out right there, let me know in the comments. Check out the affiliate link as well in the description. Chunk Fudge sponsoring the channel, I've got to say, because I'm literally chewing some off screen. And Dewsbury Hall, can we get a good start here against the Gunners? Gardner is trying to get around his man. Saliba, of course, William Saliba and Gabriel. Absolute beast at the back, but Gardner wins the ball back. Ilman and Die onto Marcus Leonardo right here. This is a very good gap for Dewsbury Hall, who's been on fire this season. 10 minutes into the game, yes, it is 4 goals, but his 4 goals he scored have been absolutely quality, and the play that he puts into the build-up for this team is wonderful. I'm not getting ahead of myself today because obviously we're rounding out the season, but we're 2 points closer to the title if we win this game. But Gyökeres, he's running through. Victor Gyökeres, literally later on in the game, 14 goals. The next highlight imaginable, as nothing else happened. They've got the Golden Premier League thing on their sleeve, so they did win it last season. That's a foul. Arsenal playing dirty there. They know we are worthy of giving them a game. Here's the captain Gardner going for the shot. Good performance, just got on a counter, which led to a good finish. Mr. Vick scoring a goal, as now Ilman and Die down the side. Dewsbury Hall, I told you his link-up play is brilliant, and that's why he finds Ilman and Die. That rhymes, and David Raya only punches. Gardner tried to get below it. Saliba whacks away. O'Brien wins it for us. The say titles are won on defences. Both teams here having brilliant ones, as Ndai slides a ball towards Diblin. Diblin almost getting there. Yeah, I think a draw would actually make sure we don't win the title at all, which honestly isn't our aim for this season. We know we're done here with Everton, and Bukayo Saka tries to slide it in. Our aim is to literally get UCL football, but still, if we can pick up a win very late into this game, it will be marvellous. Leonardo uses Dewsbury Hall. That is a brilliant clip. Marcus Leonardo, what a turn! What a goal! The 83rd minute. It took him a while to settle into Everton colours. It's nice to see Lucas celebrate because he's actually took his position. But what a touch! What an absolute touch! Is that the best goal we've scored this season? Do we dare to dream? Because our goal difference, yes, it's took a little hit. Especially with some of them simulations. And now Brighton Brighton are trying to catch up our goal record, which I hate to see. Obviously, out of all the cups, this is our full focus now. Spurs, we've got a rotatable team, and I think I want to play Chelsea. We didn't play them on earlier, and Spurs don't have a strong lineup. Just look at some of their players. Their highest rated is an 83 Bergvall. As a game in hand now, our goal difference not superior judged by the goals for this time. So if we can score more goals, or if we do score about 20 in this game against Arsenal's rivals, we could potentially go to top spot. I don't know why they don't just throw us the game, which they might have done. Imleman and Die very early into the game, and now it's AFC Bournemouth, please. Oh my days, this could be the season. A Leonardo hat-trick has us very much in the mix. I'm not going to show you the league table, but a travel slip-up means significant delay and potential hardship for us going into this away game. Chelsea look like they're already celebrating. Literally, mate, calm down. Kickoff's not being taken at the bridge yet. We have changes, though, and they might have seen our changes and got a bit excited. It looks like there's fatigue to our lads. Maybe that's the issue. The travel slip-up issue, as Doig is in the team. Bracco and Irie, with Iliman and Dye trying to maybe find a ball across the field. And it doesn't seem like they're running slow, despite the fitness showing really slowness on the players. Right, that's a fatigued pass. Not good, but yeah, changes have to be made because Tyler Diblin's absolutely knackered. Same as Ferguson. Same as Mikalenko, who I said was good, as João Pedro. What a running behind. O'Brien needs to get rid of a big save from Pickford. Chelsea don't even look all good. We saved their best chance, which through the middle, and Cole Palmer's just thrown me off with that. Jordan Pickford still is on it. Scoreline remains 0-0, and that's towards Trevor Chalobah. Half-time made 0-0. No idea how Chelsea haven't scored. This isn't the performance of some team that's going to go on and win the league, so we need to be a lot better. Sardella working with Irie. Tyler Diblin are kept on the bench because he's in the orange with his fatigue fitness. Not really calling it sharpness, because that's not what it is, and he potentially could come on if he is called upon. Sardella, that was the riskiest slide tackle ever. They've passed around us. Neto into Caicedo, and Hato, who loves to get forward as a fullback, into Pedro Neto again. He's literally just toying with us. Josh Doig, get rid of it. Not doing us any favours, though, and even though he's on that training drill, I think he should be able to read a run in this team, as if we see this game out, a 0-0 would potentially knock us off this title challenge, which we've put ourselves back into, but wouldn't be the worst result at all, as Leonardo here does have a run on. We've got Luca on the bench, but Colwill reading the Brazilian, giving us, wow, this team. Right, Diblin, Ferguson and Mikalenko's recovered. That doesn't look normal. That looks like a glitched, unexpected event. How many days till our next game? Right, we've got 5. We're going to have to heavily rotate. Brighton and our team just chasing us. And Liverpool have gone above us. Yes, the rivals, who we have beaten already this season. Arsenal dropping out. Down into 3rd position with this title. Very much in the balance. And I think I've got to simulate Brighton because Manchester City at the Hill Dicky. We've got to make sure we win that one. And slight rotations mean we're just slightly fitter. Branthwaite I'm worried about. As match day 31, the 2 best defensive teams get a goal each and cancel each other out. Leading to a big race. We're back to first. 17-day wait till Burnley, where we hammer the team from Turf Moor. Leonardo with 2 more goals. The team back almost fully fit with a week's rest till Manchester City. Very well stepped in from Tim as well in the defence, because O'Brien needed that long rest. I don't know. Even though we've changed him to a centre-back, last season we didn't have many players, but this season we've had all the time to rest him, and he still doesn't recover after a rest. There's just something broken with him as a player, as we need to put the pressure on Manchester City. Ait Nouri, force them into mistakes. Grinders into Foden, into Haaland. Push, push, and more push. We're not here to sit against City. If we want to win this Premier League title, we've got to prove to every other team that we're good enough. Phil Foden onto the edge of the box. Tajani Reinders is trying to round us. That rhymes kind of, as Doku. He is usually the biggest threat against me in career mode. I hate that man, but Reinders is dictating play at the start of the game more than Jeremy Doku does. And that's a good tackle. Didn't even control Iliman and Die, so let's counter-attack instead. Marcus Leonardo, Iliman and Die on your bike, because Leonardo is the target forward who comes back to help defences, but we're offside. Nice one, as this was an option for actually João Gomez to join. Spoiler alert, From last video, the player to leave us, he chose Atletico Madrid or Atleti de Madrid because I was only willing to sell him there. Erling Haaland close. I think that might round out the first half. Struggle to talk there, but I'll take it. Ferguson, take the ball up the field, Tyler Dibling, come on. We can't afford another draw. Yes, we're sitting comfortably in the Champions League places, which is the main thing, like I said at the start of the video, which I want. But ultimately, I do think the title is there to be won with the fertility of Liverpool and Arsenal changing around. And that's brilliant by Sardella. If Dewsbury Hall could try and flick that on. Mark Gurhey shouts for handball. Erling Haaland actually beating Big Jim O'Brien. We've got Big Tim and Jim rotating, and Mikalenko on this side. He's just a wonderful left back. You know, I brought Josh Doig in thinking he would actually grow over Vitaly Mikalenko as a Scotsman under Moisey, but he's got no chance as Gardner's found himself on the left. We've been better than them in this second half, completely changing the tides. Tyler Dibling, Dewsbury Hall. We know he can shoot. Get it to him centrally. Illiman and Dye running behind. No, it's Gardner. There's Unday behind him. Rodri. Not handball, referee. I thought we might got a shout there. I won't accept to lose against Manchester City or a loss. As Dewsbury Hall, it's quick play out of the danger zone. If Leonardo can control the ball like he did last time out, it would have been brilliant. But he still wins it back. Dewsbury Hall. No! That was meant for Marcus Leonardo. Tyler Dibling with the quick feet out wide. Come on, 10 added minutes have been gifted. Let's use them. Gardner. Shoot. Just shoot. As now, we are still clinging on to first. No idea what button I clicked. Manchester City in second. So that point kept them from jumping above us on goal difference. Very good. However, Liverpool with the game in hand. We've got Sunderland, Crystal Palace, Wolves, Villa and Fulham. That rounds our season out. Not difficult games. No offence to the teams right there, but in terms of a title challenging team, we should be winning all of them, and simulations still have to happen. We've got an 87, an 87 and an 86 at the back. Tyler Dibling, I cannot wait to see his goals at the end of the season. I haven't checked in a while. I've kind of been keeping it from myself, but Crystal Palace, Sardella's gone up a rating, and Brennan Johnson, no. That could potentially end the season. An insufferable loss late on. Teams behind us with games in hand like Arsenal and City. Due to their cup runs, I mean City are in the final of the FA Cup and Arsenal have won the Carabao against the next team we face. Wolves down there in 18th. Need to be getting the 3 points, but they'll desperately want them to keep themselves up. But that is a massive win for Everton, but still sits as second. I'm guessing the games in hand have been played, and City played Villa. They were our game in hand. City have just won the FA Cup, and please, no, that's going to be the season. Daniel Marlon and Berthe popping the balloon of Everton. Title challenge wasn't on at the start of the episode, was on at the end, till the penultimate. Question is, will it still be possible? Now, actually, yes, if Manchester City lose their next game, which I'm not going to watch against Brighton with their incredible defensive record. Focusing on ourselves. Fulham we have next, and I do want to round out the season before the final game, because then we can end potentially lifting the title, which I want to do against the odds still, of course, with City needing to lose games. And this team, since the start of our current season, is fantastic. We've got an 88 rated. O'Brien started, I think, just at an 80. Leonardo's an 88 as well. Gardner, the captain, doing great. Our lone boys the same. You can take a look in depth if you want to focus on them. I'm not happy with Irie or Hilson, but they are backup lads, as Keane and Dewsbury Hall statistically might not be up there because I know he only scored like 4 or 5 goals, but he is up for Player of the Year. Might put Player of the Year on the community tab. If you guys do want to vote on that, I said it at the end of last season, but yeah, if you do want to vote on who's the best player in the comments below, or by clicking a vote, let me know and I'll put a vote out there, as these are the stats of the players. We have Tyler Dibling with 16, same as Leonardo, and Dye with 10 and 10. Harsh on Gardner, but I think them 3 with the contributions, and then Dewsbury Hall are up for Player of the Year. We knew the results of the Carabao and FA Cup before being played. The big boys going and winning it. As City are in a FA Cup, or should I say Champions League finale, like the fixture that's being played in real life. Maybe that puts them off winning the league. Lille versus Juve in the Europa. And Conference League. Seeing Rangers is giving me nightmares. Should have been us last season. We've got a little bit of money to carry over because, yes, the board said that was carrying over. And we are guaranteed Champions League football, I believe. Yes, we are. So Everton will be in the Champions League. But will it be with a Premier League trophy? Fingers and toes crossed, we beat Fulham at least. Brilliant turnout at the Hill, Dickie. For this game against Fulham, I was going to show you the crowd, but then I skipped on. I want to get my mind in focus for this game. Against a brilliant Fulham, it's got to be said. Manu Sanchez, Malik Fofana, Reed still in the midfield. Okay, very mishmash. They've got a lot of wingers. Smith Rowe is playing through the centre, I believe. Playing good flick on balls with his man right there and almost flicked it onto Rodrigo Muniz. Ferguson. Not seen much of him in game so far. He whacks it straight up to Manu Sanchez. Luca, I tell you what, could play at some point. Looks like Manchester City have scored with the points I put on. The commentary points, that is, to tell us if there's a goal elsewhere. Smith Rowe trying to test Jordan Pickford. Potential England teammates if Smith Rowe's on form, which he is today, it seems. Malcolm, that's Tyler Diblin charging in with a dodgy pass into Jared Branthwaite, but he's dealt with it, and we're going to deal with it up the field. Dewsbury Hall, Tyler Diblin. Diblin making the running behind. Cross that first time, too much on it. He's going for the spectacular, and O'Brien, he's been absolutely sent, but I'm glad he's actually blocked the shot off. That's going to be a handball. O'Brien got back in position, giving away this, and it's going to be Malcolm, the right winger. Is that the Malcolm that was at Barcelona, taking a penalty and burying it in? Fair enough. I think it is. He's got the armband, which looks like maybe a Zenit one, as he was there before. Maybe EA haven't updated him. I don't really know, as I'd love to see a blue wristband in our team, being the blue team. And Gardner, that's going to be a penalty to us, surely. Calvin Bassey, just handle the ball. Nothing given as we see half-time. Where's Moisey as the manager getting onto that official? For a penalty to go against us, but not for us, especially when it looked like the same thing, is absolutely mental. Gardner, where are you running? Straight into Malcolm, who is the danger man. He's just absolutely skinned Jared Branthwaite. And Fofana here with another chance, potentially. Jordan Pickford, that is world class. They've started this half off really strong, but that save even stronger. So now we need to get going. Diblin, that save absolutely world class, but now we need to get going again. Sander Berg in the middle to Smith Rowe. Fulham starting to dominate here. Malcolm with a 1-2. Sander Berg. I think we looked at signing him in Season 1. Or was that in a different save? As Rodrigo Muniz trying to run through. That's a good tackle. I think getting the ball. Yes, I did slide in the box. But come on. A yellow card as well. I think this is going to be the end. I think we're going out with a whimper. I think we, went through the player. Okay. The referee's got that right as I'm kind of rushing. Jordan Pickford trying his antics again to save. The Malcolm penalty, which goes in the back of the net and means Everton won't win this Premier League title in Season 3. As yes, people, welcome to the Everton to glory. I'm calling it like it's the Grimsby to glory. It isn't as much because we're a Premier League team with some very high-rated players and players that will be dapped out in new kits. Because that's right, we've got new kits, we've got signings to make, we've got a new competition, which I've already spoiled. And as you can see, we're expected to reach the finale, the FA Cup win. Finishing a Champions League place, I think Everton actually are at that level, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we make the Champions League again and go better with 114 million. We don't even require a position like urgently. We've got a well-rounded squad that finished third in the two-horse race, and we've got the new kits I'm going to show you now, and I'm very excited about these ones. Still sponsored by Chunk Fudge, which the channel is. If you go into the description down below, you'll see it, the first link. If you do want to buy and help the channel and help your sweet tooth out, you can go and purchase from there, as it's a very clean home kit. Nothing different really about this one, but it will have a different sleeve sponsor. Oh, not sleeve sponsor, sorry, but badge, because it will be in the Champions League, with this being the away kit. A blackout one, because we're going for a bit of a smart tuxedo feel. Now we're in the Champions League, and the goalkeeper obviously has to be different, so I didn't want to go with green or orange again, so I went with red. Look at Pickford in this one, he loves it. I know it is kind of Liverpool colours, but we're not going to imagine it like that. We're imagining it as blue Merseyside colours, as I think they actually won the league last year, but they hopefully don't this year. We've got 388 overalls, 187, which is the captain, James Gardner. We've got Jared Branthwaite, Iliman Ndiaye, Ferguson, potentially could already drop to the bench. We've got Tyler Diblin, Dewsbury Hall, Sardella, and Mikolenko, who I've thought to replace. With only one player actually in mind, our bench could be stronger. We've got Travers, Irie, and Hilson, all up for potential replacement. Moss is one of our youth players back, so if we do get another left back, Josh Doig can be a spare player. And then we've got all these back. We've got a few 70 ratings in Burns and Orokonkwo, with one player going and unfortunately a record-breaking player. Mirza Hilal went on a permanent to Middlesbrough after a loan deal, I believe there. Or wasn't he at Hull? I don't know what's happened with that guy. But ultimately, he didn't want to stay around. We lost Antony. We've lost another youth player as the Brunei Darussalam centre attacking midfielder was our first Conference League scorer. Breaking that record, as behind me are a lot of players that actually are on my shortlist, but I am not going to go bidding on anybody before we see any potential offers out of the club. Going the opposite way, and we've got our youth scouts, so I'm going to check the comments. As always, leave your comments below where I do send these academy scouts out to. I'm going to try and get through them all in no actual order, so if you comment it a little bit more, I might see it more, as one comment which was detailed was the Netherlands wanting a Van der Beek, a Klaassen, and a Mahrez from Algeria. As on the main channel very recently, I used Ibrahim Marza. What a wonderful player he is. Maybe get to see him someday in this save, as Carter Fletcher has a little bit of potential. He's 6'4", a big lad. And then Yusuf Hijaz also gets a promotion, as Matt Travers accepted. Did he want to leave the club or something? Definitely not on my transfer list as the backup goalkeeper, and I guess it is down to his contract, so he might be going. One of the players I actually did think about signing was a backup striker. Oh, sorry, goalkeeper. Don't know what I'm talking about. As Big Tim, he's got an offer in from the rivals, obviously getting shut down. Tim is on our bench, and I do like Iragbunam. He lays the law down for us. When other players are out, he comes in and actually performs correctly, with Mark Travers leaving the club. And for 3.9, I'm looking at a player worth 3.8 as a backup, because we need some Champions League experience and contracts. Two huge players running out, and the first one getting signed up immediately. Jordan Pickford. He's staying only another year because he obviously is 35. Obviously wanting to stay, and Mikolenko's took a huge new deal of 90k a week. Right, the Everton contract's definitely increasing here, leaving me worried about the likes of Tyler Diblin. But let's introduce the new signing, or hopefully new signing. Now, yes, I know Jordan Pickford is getting old, but Rui Silva's worth 3.4. I don't know why it's got a question mark. I know the value of this keeper, and I am going to sign him literally on the cheap, as there's the left footer onto the bench. He's got experience from a Champions League team, which is currently a Champions League team in real life. Lisbon doing pretty decent, beating one of the big teams, and Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, right, Manchester City are approaching him. Played really well last season, and he's telling us he doesn't see his future here. I was going to look into the contract, but because we've risen in such a short period of time, from no Europe to Champions League Europe, big teams are going to want our big players. So Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, after a standout season, will be joining Manchester City for 27.6 million, and he's worth more than that. The 29-year-old, at least we're losing an old player, which isn't Jordan Pickford, and it does leave Hilson, the Icelandic man, who honestly isn't my choice at taking over. I don't think his stats are in the green, which they aren't. He's got a decent weak foot, and as a backup player, you can't really begrudge him. But it was striker I wanted to sign. We've got Josh Doig, who can play left back and left mid. Mikolenko's just signed a new deal, and now you can see my shortlist. It had both fullbacks, and I was down to these three. We've got Nathaniel Brown Svensson, but a man to leave the Premier League, and I think be perfect for the way we play. With his whipped crossing is true fair. We've got 132 million. We need to sign a big cam. We need to sign this man up. We'll give a sell-on clause to Union Berlin, but no, 73. If we don't agree on 65, which we only just about do, I wasn't spending any more. That is a big, big fee. But this man right here, but he fits our tactical style of a crosser, left back can whip in a ball onto Luca or Leonardo's noggin. Their bonds, their head, so 65 on the dot. It leaves us with 64, which is less for an attacking midfielder. Maybe a bit of a gamble as the Premier League. We start with Southampton, okay, and hopefully Trufe doesn't remind you Everton fans of Luca Dean. That certainly wasn't my intention to actually hinder us going forward, as I know a lot of Everton fans not the biggest fan of him for the way he left, and rightly so. So when we change this team around, Hilson, have we got anyone better to go into that cam role for now? Maybe we could go with an Illiman and Die, although let's leave it. Let's sim on a bit, see if any offers come in. Any potential players found? Through scouting, as a banking issue has blocked access to a little bit of money, so that cam we desperately needed might be staying as Hilson, unless we go and sell another player, as Tyler Diblin definitely not leaving us. Same as Tim, he is loyal. We're selling literally one player as we move towards the first game of the season. This is Isaac Heath going, and I didn't sell another player, or maybe I did, as that's Tyler Diblin. Why is he leaving the squad? Please tell me somehow it's a loan or something. Almost 100 million to Aston Villa, below us in the league. I don't believe it. I don't believe we've just lost Tyler Diblin. Our best player from last season has left us. Look at that potential. It must have been, yet again, a release clause, because I definitely haven't sold him. Giving us 121 million, but kind of a window from hell. The Champions League without Diblin, right, our backup brigade, Irie and Hilson. I brought you both in for a reason, lad, so you better goddamn perform. With Moss now moving to the bench, we've got Cummings, who can be replaced by the youngster Burns, who we haven't managed to loan out yet, and I have got to check for release clauses. Going through every other player, I believe it must have been only Tyler Diblin to have one in his contract, as we beat Atalanta still in pre-season. It's Hilson with a brace. Maybe we replace the right-hand side firstly. And I've genuinely done no scouting for any wingers. All my scouting went on a left back. Obviously, we're in the Champions League, and there's youngsters like Zayed Al Mubarak, who does look the next Haaland, and imagine if Everton stole the next Mohamed Salah. I think I said Haaland there, but actually, we're in the Champions League now. And we've had a player leave us for a team actually not in the Champions League. Villa weren't in the top 4. I can't believe he actually went and left us. There's Giuliano Simeone, but he will be playing under his father. Yamin Hyok's not hit his potential, and I just don't know what to do. Jack Grealish probably long gone and retired. So maybe we do what happened to us. What if we steal someone else from a Premier League team like Ahmad? I can't believe he's gone there. I'd love to get back Tyler Diblin, the first transfer to ever shock me. One man who's moved around the Premier League, but we did just get through there. Yakuba Minte. Let's look down the leagues again, because I can't believe he left us. So now EFL Championship. And this man's still only 24. He's better than Tyler Diblin was. Abdul Fatawu. He should be almost half the price of Tyler Diblin. Well, not almost half the price. It costs 96. If we offer 60 to Leicester City, the strugglers of the Championship, they go ahead and accept it because they're struggling themselves. Obviously, in real life, definitely. And we have strict transfers on. So actually, this squad has kind of improved if we do get a player younger than 29, which is up there with Dewsbury Hall. I think it proves improvement with 2 tired centre-backs, Hilson on a bit of form, and getting a draw against Bayern Munich. Maybe we don't rush to replace this player. He's gone up +1. He is still young. We only have 62 million, which we should get 30 million back later on to join it. I think we should be okay, and I think I'm okay to simulate the first game of this Premier League season. Fully fit team. We do have Manchester United and Arsenal up next. A 3-2 win, and the winning goal of the game coming from our man Hilson. Oh, and thank you, I thought my day was ruined. A training clash between 2 fringe players means we survive with our main team to play this Arsenal game. Title decider on match day 2? I'm thinking potentially, as the Hill Dicky. Love this Google Maps intro. Obviously, it's not perfect. The graphics could be better, and it is a midweek game, I'm guessing. Under the lights in our new home kit. Debuting it for the camera. So come on, lads. Don't let us down, please. We've got the big white stripes on this kit, which is kind of blending into the white of Arsenal. Not too much. Maybe something to change for the next season, if there is one. Unless we go and win the Champions League at the first time of asking. Fatawu, our new number 7. He tries to cut inside. Jurrien Timber is on the left. Weird move by the Gunners, I've got to admit. Mikel Merino goes backwards. Keep chasing them down. Martin Ødegaard, he turns us very well. Ødegaard into Declan Rice. Maybe Moyes would want to sign him back up. As this goes out to the right-hand side, Sardella, maybe the aim for, because he was a player staying in the starting 11, who I wasn't sure about. And that is a goal from Victor Gyökeres. The man who spoilt the party last season gets his first in his first 2 games. It's just good play. Really good passing from Martin Ødegaard. Do we see a little bit of aging there by the goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford? I don't think he was great. So Fatawu, twinkle toes. He should have a few skill moves up his sleeve. Obviously adjusting back to Premier League football. Fatawu, get around your man or just go to the edge of the box. There's Garner. There's Leonardo. No, it's not. It's Iliman Ndiaye. Keep moving with the pace of the game. And there's Adrien Truffert, our new signing, with a great pass, you know. It's not all whipped crosses. It's Hilson into the box, and Hilson tries to chip it across. Not reading it, it's Fatal. Let's not lie to ourselves. Not the best first half. We've let that man run it. Or really, we've let Martin Ødegaard run it. He's ran the show alongside him with the Iliman Ndiaye on the ball from the off. Into Truffert. Can Leonardo get a bit more central? I want to test the crossing of this man. It looks good. I don't like what I'm seeing, though, from the Toffees. And Hilson's been non-existent. Maybe we do go and get that player to replace him. With Leonardo finding a great ball. He's maybe turning provider. Iliman Ndiaye had to shoot. The angle in the box was taken up. They're taking off subs. And this is where Truffert could do well. I'm going to cut inside, we're going to go for the cross, which didn't work with 10 to go, and we lose at the Hill Dickey. Not what I was thinking at all. I just can't believe that. Expecting and thinking, I meant to say. So Man United are struggling. 19th in the league. 1 defeat out of 1, to be fair to them. That's not the worst thing in the world. And the Champions League shouldn't be organised yet. We've got Bodo Glimt in the qualifying. Don't let them go through and actually beat us. It's got me thinking, where will Rangers be? Ooh, and the academy. Okay. Promotion time for some, but I'm looking through them and we've got a lot of 40 rated. Only one player with a bit of talent. That's Anwar Taher, who we're gonna loan out. As usually in my rebuilds on the main channel, I loan out at the end of the window when I've got 10 hours to, as I'm gonna just say yes to all of these players. Yes to giving Hilson the chance, but I'm gonna look at the deadline day as a time to spend money. Adam Asnu's out with the dead leg from that injury. Suffered in training. And Okoronkwo, he's out for 3 weeks. But still, we've got another backup striker. To the backup in this Hijas guy. Maybe I do keep him around. He's only 18 from Jordan, and if we put him on an advance forward, let that sprint speed increase, he could be a speedster off the bench. And Syriac Irie, do we actually loan this man out? Well, when I actually think about it, we're expected to win the FA Cup. We're in the Champions League and everything. I'm going to keep my squad around. And that includes Asnu. Just come on. Let's get to this game. Bids incoming left, right and centre. Genuinely no. If we hadn't signed for Tawu, that might have been a good deal. Savinho in the swap, as I'm going to test Hilson one more time in a simulation to see if he's actually worth keeping around. Please don't lose to Manchester United. Oh, no. Sheshko, a 2-0 whitewash with Manchester City up next in 13 days. Not good timing. We might be in the Champions League, but that's our defensive record from last season. Almost quarterly caught up. As was it 25, 23 goals conceded last year? We've conceded 5 already. Absolutely embarrassing. Yes, Truffaut's going to be more attacking than Mikalenko, who played well in some games, but still this team overall, once it gets its cam in, should kick on, and we've been given our banking money back to go out there and buy a cam. And we have Champions League football, Ajax, Bayern Munich, Shakhtar and PSG to play. This is going to be a good series or season, all depending on if we get the right man for our attacking midfield. Hilson needs replacing, the 24-year-old 78 rated. Yeah, we just can't stick with him. I mean, Gardner's decent. Ferguson could go forward with his team overall looking decent. No, that Ferguson idea actually looks like a good one. In the meantime, we do have Brasco who could sit in DM. Although we don't need the meantime, we are on to transfer deadline day. Getting bids in for fringe players, which even aren't leaving themselves. We received a lot of money through a banking issue actually being resolved, giving Everton 96 million, and we need to try and get that attacking midfielder in before a massive month. And I really wanted to play Manchester City. We have Tottenham after that. We've got Ajax, however, in our Champions League debut. Away from home, which will actually debut the kit, which I really want you guys to see because last episode, I just couldn't get that kit to work. I broke a tripod and everything, as this man takes 63 weeks to actually change to a cam. But do we want the 29-year-old replacing the other 29-year-old? No, I'm going to say I want to bring in a new fresh face. And our transfer shortlist, here it is. Going straight into this, we are of course on deadline day with another Scotsman on the list, Scott McTominay. Now I really could see him working with David Moyes, being a Scotsman, moving back over to England. We've got Jack Rodoni and Devine as minor options, but I am going to take them off the list. We've got Malik Tillman, who looks good, really good since he moved the move to Bayer. Then we've got another Icelandic, Hakon Arnar Haraldsson, who could mentor the Icelandic we do have. He's got an in-game face, which intrigued me, but no from him. So yeah, 2 players, and I know Scott McTominay would be the more realistic option. Would save us some money for January. I did have in mind Malik Tillman, who does look the better option. He's more skillful, but last time Everton went to the Bundesliga, for a cam, it didn't work. They went and got Merlin Roll, or is it Merlin or Quinton? I can't remember his first name, but it really didn't work out under Moisey. Plus, if we get this man for cheaper, it leaves us almost 50 mil for January. I think this man would really want to move back to England after spending a bit of time at Napoli. The Scottish manager brings the Scot back over here. And I've just realised I've got Puma actually on the sleeves of Everton's Castore kit. A weird one, but I don't mind it, as let's get him into this 11. We're going to swap out Hilson. It looks like he could potentially play that cam role very well. He gives the youth a little bit of a chance to catch up because I've been loaning the youth out. We're in the last hour of deadline day, and now, do we actually change him to a cam? It takes him 69 weeks. Same to go to centre mid or CDM. Sorry, he's already in centre mid. CDM and cam take the same amount of allotted time, leaving me to think we'll leave him as a centre mid because it gives us that flexible option. Of this man playing anywhere, his playstyle's fit for a cam, for a box crashing CDM, and essentially a lot of roles, as this is one chance I'm actually going to take to change our tactical style. Well, I was going to have him as a playmaker or a DM, but I want our DMs contributing a little bit more so I'm going to have Garner as ball-winning holding, I'm going to say. Ferguson as a box crasher, as I think he can contribute. And Scott McTominay's getting flagged for that position in the cam role, but we do win. It is a huge win against Manchester City, leading to this, the Champions League graphics. Everton against AFC Ajax. A massive game, which actually does come midweek. So some minor changes to be made. In steps Tim and Brasco for Ferguson and O'Brien. And this should be the debut of our actual away kit finally. Didn't get to see it last episode, but the black is debuting in Amsterdam. I'm actually very excited for this one, live from the Johan Cruyff Arena. Come on. What is Scott McTominay going to do? Mr. Europe. No! It's put us in the 3rd kit for some reason. Why have you done this to us, game? Obviously, the 3rd team is uneditable, or the 3rd kit as Iliman and Dye. That is a brilliant ball to Leonardo, who scores 5 minutes into Everton's Champions League debut. The Brazilian Marcos Leonardo Santos Almeida, really long name, with a cracker, a very nice slipped-in ball from Iliman and Dye to be finished. Can't lie as well, I'm going to say it because I can say it. The Pepsi sponsor on the sidelines, making me really want to drink one. Hashtag not sponsored, and hashtag none left in the fridge. Is Ajax trying to get some football together? They've got some decent players. Fitzjim, Mokio, who's a really good wonder kid. That's a ball slipped straight through, and that's a big save, Pickford. None of the defenders communicating. Branthwaite with a spot of fatigue. Hopefully he can just run through it, and Tim Orogbenham needs to work together well with him. He's took some time out of the squad, so Talo, we should be more confident as Iliman and Dye into Gardner. It's a nice one too, and Dye again flicks it round the corner. Scott McSauce with a run on here. It could be a debut Champions League goal. Can't get away from Bars. And it is unscathed at the break. Marcus Leonardo with the goal. Nicely done. And I really wanted you guys to see the actual away kit. That's disappointed me, but the result so far isn't disappointing. I just want to add more to it with Fatawu running through. He's still potentially on fraud watch. I haven't seen much of him so far. I think he's scored in some simulations, and this is a chance for him right here on the angle. What a goal! Abdul Fatawu, the signing we made from Leicester City of the Championship. Potentially better than Leonardo's last episode, that flick around his shoulder, or the episode before at least. Look at that for a finish on the angle. I think that warrants some substitution. So Iliman and Dye off. Tom Moss is making his debut in the Champions League. One of them youngsters really want him to progress in a toffee shirt. Despite it being the wrong one, Reguer on the edge of the box. Trufe makes that tackle. And now we charge forward. Tom Moss on the debut. He's got Luca just in front of him. He does very well to stay away from their defenders. It's Luca. It's really good football again. Abdul Fatawu to see the game out. He had to drill it low, and this could put us top of our league phase. Amsterdam absolutely cleared by the Toffees. Get in there. Ajax don't know what's hit them. Excellent result. And now we can change for the Premier League again. Do want to keep this going, and it's Tottenham up next, so Branthwaite a little tired. Same as Gardner, but I'm going to trust it unless I take Gardner out. But I can't do that with the captain, especially in a big game like the Spurs. And I think I'm going to backtrack a little bit on what I said. Scott McTominay, I'm going to try and make him a cam, just for a peace of mind. And now I'm going to send the scouts out again, like I always say in the comments below. Comment where you want them to be sent to. One comment said Canada, and one comment said Senegal. A while back, this one, to look for the next obvious Iliman and Dye. If I can change to, yeah, looking at those positions. It shows I see every single comment, so if you comment it a few more times. If I haven't acknowledged it yet and I've missed it somehow, one, I apologise. But if you, yes, like I say, comment it a while, I will see it. I'll make sure a scout goes there to do your country proud. And I'm actually going to get on with some simming. I don't want to play PSV. I might try and play Chelsea. With them sitting below us, actually. 2 wins, 2 losses, 6 goals scored, and 6 goals conceded. Right, we're going to do a run-in with this simulating. We need to be picking up some results, but we need to be prioritising some games. As Tottenham, I did have faith in the back of my mind. Jared Branthwaite, 1-0, up the Toffees. On to QPR next, where I know our defender Tim has played before on loan, so a bit of a change-up. Jared Branthwaite potentially could be really tired. Been asked to play a lot of back-to-back games. Asnu in this starting 11. Silva making his debut in the goal. It's a very easy win, I'd say. Or actually a slim easy win. It's a 0, but it's Luca with only 1 goal over Queen's Park Rangers. I'll take it, and I'll take that. A 3-1 win over Sunderland. Scott McTominay with his first goal. Gardner back in the team. Iliman and Dye back in the team when needed. And Tyler Diblin actually getting a shout out about his performances, questioning the value of the acquisition, meaning maybe he's not been too great and we continue to win without him. As there's back-to-back Premier League ones for Tawu, his replacement as well against Palace, with Chelsea up next at the Hill Dicky. Hopefully we get a couple more points, sweeping us in the right direction. We've started off by going with some beautiful wins. Yes, we lost to Manchester United. We lost to Arsenal in that first episode, but we're hopefully clawing our way back. Scott McTominay on a turn. Leonardo made the running behind. Scott McTominay with a rough tackle, almost with the suspension straight away. And Ferguson is out of this team. He's suspended with an accumulation of yellow cards already. Yes, he's been very quick with it. Oh my days, Branthwaite, that is a terrible slide tackle. They're running their way into the box and Jordan Pickford makes a big stop. Sloppy, very sloppy. And Abdul Fatawu turns out into Scott McTominay. McTominay, a ball roll, a very nice pass out wide. He might not have the cam position as his default one, but he's playing very well here. Grabara in the goal for Chelsea. Weird one from Wolfsburg. And for Tawu, he comes away with the ball here onto the edge of the box. There's Garner, our captain, and the sun is very weirdly lighting up the Hill Dicky on the docks. as Illiman and Die. Penalty? Is it inside the box? The referee has given it. Mauro Jr. gives the penalty away. Damn, that was close. And it's going to be Illiman and Die to take it. I think it used to be Dewsbury Hall. Illiman whips it into the side netting. We are 1-0 up at home to Chelsea. Very nice way to round out the first half. The sun is setting, so we've got a better light for this second one. Abdul Fatawu nips in, gets the ball, but then Bynon Gittens, a player I looked at actually signing in one of our early seasons. I think the second one, the good steal, Jared Branthwaite, or O'Brien this time, winning the ball. Looks quite tired, but does it beautifully, and Leonardo keeps it with that close control. Garner, Illiman and Die getting in the middle. McTominay around the corner. I think Fatawa would have been offside. However, we get the ball back straight away. Chelsea cannot cope with us. And Die through the middle. Trying to sneak a sneaky shot in, and that is Andre Santos. Took out again by McTominay. Okay, he's had a decent start to his Everton life. The number 14 here. But that's going to be his second yellow. Scott McTominay sent off in the Battle of the Docks. It's been a very rough match. They gave a penalty away. Then we give a red card away. Please head that away at the back post, Trofei. Get rid of that. Because now for the last 15 minutes, we could be defending. I need to make some changes. Leonardo round the corner to Gardner, who can't get away. We were now with 2 midfielders instead of 3. Bracco in the team instead of Ferguson. But if Leonardo could make that close control, which he has done before, it could have been a nice goal. But Illiman and Die pockets the defender, or picks the pocket and gets his second goal of the game. 1 in every 2 for him. Surely seeing the game out. Everton's revenge is very nice, and that's a terrible touch. I think it's Wesley Fofana. Drilled in under Grabara and leading to an Everton win. Them 2 defeats look like history now because we are back in the title contention race, 1 point off Arsenal, who we play again today. As you can see, this month is heavily congested. Right, I think I'm going to rotate more for the Athens game, potentially even Bayern Munich. I only want to play 1 more Champions League game today. I think the league and cups are as important. Plus in the Champions League, a great start. We haven't conceded a goal and we are 2 wins up. With Ferguson back, hopefully the shackles can get took off a little bit. Jared Branthwaite's fatigued, but I'm still going to trust it because come on lads. AEK Athens, okay. Okay, right. We're losing the Champions League. Not a great loss to have as well. At least we can fully strengthen back up for the league, apart from McTominay stupidly sent off. But doesn't cost us the next game, because Ndai and his replacement, Hilson, grab the goals against Forest. And guess what? For Arsenal, I'm rotating again, because it could be a rough game, this one. But we actually get the winner, and he took his rest against Forest. Came back to put us through in the cup. Scott McTominay. And I have no idea how we keep all these clean sheets, but then Sheffield United net 3 against us. Still, we get the win, thanks to Ferguson. And Fatawu playing a big point there as FC Bayern Munich on Munchen. I was in 2 minds on what to actually say there. I'm going to change the team up because I did rest a player in O'Brien, who still not took a full rest. Should have took some time off. I'm going to thread him in right there, apart from Tim being a lower rated player and much fitter. I've still got to trust our centre-backs. Still got to trust McTominay in that cam role. We've just nilled Bayern Munich in the first minute. Marcos Leonardo with the goal. Champions League 3 points. Before a 2-1 win over Fulham, both DMs scoring despite only one being a box crasher. Proving our tactics actually work. We are level with Manchester City on points with our next game, the big one. It's the derby at the Hill Dickey Stadium. This is a costly one as well. They're chasing the Champions League. We're chasing it to actually win this year, not just to place us through the league table. And we're chasing the Premier League title itself, so come on. This could be a battle. We need a calmer head from Scott McTominay, getting himself sent off in that last game. Don't get the pass off there. No one rushing around or making any bloody mistakes as Gardner hits one. Saved by Mamadashvili and Illiman Ndiaye on the form of his life today. So if he could score a banger from this corner, that would raise the roof against the rivals. As still, he's going to take this corner now. Floated in towards Leonardo. Not a bad one. Ibu away. Need to keep that in, please, for Taiwo. Right, get the throw in quick. I smell blood at the start of this game, just like against Bayern Munich. No, no, no. Harvey Elliott back into the team. Jared Branthwaite as the captain for this game. I mean, Gardner has been in and out of the squad. McAllister Easy catch for Pickford. And I hate that this is still 0-0 because usually that means against Liverpool they've got a late winner in mind. They've done it, I think, twice in this save already. But there's Ferguson driving through. Leonardo picking up on a loose ball. That's the last action of the first half, and now we've got a corner in the second. Come on. Iliman Ndiaye was going to shoot. Goes for the cross. Mamardashvili, absolutely stupendous in this game. Potentially saving Liverpool a few points towards their tally, with Sardella looking for Scott McTominay. His dribbling just confusing himself as much as me. And this game is taking way too long. Harvey Elliott, he's gone around us. Jared Branthwaite misses the tackle. Jim O'Brien, although fatigued in this Everton squad, and Ekatike, that's a brilliant step away. They do have a gap through the middle. O'Brien's missed it. Wirtz, he's just on the field. A big save, Pickford. You just know in real life after he makes them kind of saves, he's rolling around for the cameras, flexing his muscles as Leonardo. The game's not done though. Iliman Ndiaye, he tries to catch Mamardashvili to the ball. Leonardo into Lewis Ferguson, who's been brilliant. Oh, there's 10 added minutes, and we are on top at the hill. Dicky, come on. A late goal against the rivals. It's for Tawu. Mamardashvili pushes it away again, only with a punch around the corner. Scott McTominay, handball. No! That was some game, some ending to a game as well as the Champions League. It's up next and it's a win. It's Gardner with a brace, taking his tally up to 4. We've got Ferguson on 5. Iliman Ndiaye is the top scorer, and Marcus Leonardo actually hasn't scored so many. Shout out to Fatawu, by the way, as we've got Leeds, Bournemouth, games we should be winning, West Ham. Now, I did want to get onto PSG, not realising it's in January. So maybe we play this Carabao Cup game. As long as we keep winning in the Champions League, up to the Paris Saint-Germain game, I do want to try and go far in other cup competitions. Not just prioritising the big cups. If we go for a smaller cup, no offence to the Carabao, of course, but we might stand a chance. A 2-1 win over Leeds, followed up by a very drastic 0-0 with Bournemouth. A couple of yellow cards going on. A 3-1 over West Ham for Tawu, Branthwaite and Iliman Ndiaye. A 5-0 over Rakow with our first team, Ferguson and Ndiaye with goals as Matoma cancelled out by Leonardo for a 1-1 draw with Brighton, which is a bit disappointing. Next up though is the cup game, Sunderland. And like I said, I'd love to win a cup, as McTominay is now an out-and-out attacking midfielder. December 13th, hopefully not a Friday for this massive clash. And I have made a couple of changes, like the goalkeeper, the striker, and a few things, as this would take us to a semi-final. We've really been on the move. Hopefully, Manchester City beaten by Coventry, and us to win this game, as that's the team we've gone out with. Mossy's on to the left as well, I forgot to mention that. Iliman Ndiaye does need a rest because we're like Arsenal at this bloody rate. We're fighting for every competition in England and beyond. Granit Xhaka still playing, 4 seasons deep into this road to glory. And that's a good one too, Diarra and Chris Rigg. I forget about him, doing brilliantly for Sunderland, just going under the radar. Granit Xhaka we can't tackle. Adingra into Brian Brobby. Big block by Jared Branthwaite, who's a little bit fatigued still. And a big save by the cheap Rui Silva. Obviously the goalie that we did bring in for this experience, which he doesn't have in the Carabao Cup, but provided on that occasion for Tawu forward. Luca round the corner. It's going to be Moss. He's always looking for that shot on the edge of the box. And that is a brilliant tackle. No! No, we got the ball, Mr. Referee. Probably didn't, but you've got to shout for everything. And Sunderland scared to go forward. You can see there's a big gap where we would usually have 2 DMs, but one's now a box crasher, so he does go forward. Gardner does his defensive duties despite actually being a holding midfielder and scoring a lot of goals. As now Luca, he's on an attack here. He's got Tom Moss at the side of him. Needs to be in that box, the 6'7" man. It's over his head, in towards Scott McTominay. That is a terrible shot, which looked almost like a disguised pass. And you know was terrible by the fact it actually let Fatawu control it. Horrific, as McTominay on the run again. Luca pointing to where he wants it. Is not really quick enough, but the ball bounces off him like it did against Chelsea for Iliman Ndiaye. Tom Moss. Speaking of Iliman, he could actually come on for the youngster. Not been his best game. And this is a huge game, so maybe we don't actually trust him as long as we initially wanted to do. Diarra gives it for a 1-2. He's definitely offside, Brobby. Or he isn't, and that is a wonderful save by Rui Silva yet again in this game. He's been excellent. Moss, he needs to take this ball away somehow. He needs to get this far away with Scott McTominay making up some pace. He gives it into Tom Moss around the corner. Luca, no option, I was going to say, but to shoot. And Brian Bobby into Simon Adingra, caught by Sardella in the air. And we have to go again. Abdul Fatawu into Scott McSauce. Now McSauce, look out wide. There we go. Abdul Fatawu. We've got 10 minutes left on the clock. We've been very poor. And Abdul Fatawu! Erkan hits it low. And we're going to be making changes just like them to hopefully steal something. Marcus Leonardo on and Iliman Ndiaye, who's been brilliant from corners this episode. If he could cause some magic again, it hits a face, not an arm. Chris Rigg gets it away. This is such a huge quarter-final battle. Win that ball, McTominay. He does. Into Brasco. Brasco allowed a bit of a dribble. No, it's going to go to extra time. Or is this straight penalties? I don't know. It's another 0-0, which I'm disappointed about. And yes, it's going to be spot kicks. So Iliman Ndiaye. We did put on some spot piece takers or set piece, whatever you want to call it. I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. I don't want to be distracted. Rui Silva, whatever his name is. He has a brilliant game, and that's not savable by any stretch of the imagination. So, Leonardo, make yours unsavable. That definitely was. But he sent the goalie the wrong way. So, Brian Brobby, please, save it. Silva, he goes down the middle. Goes down the middle, as I'm going to take this really quickly. Brasco had a really good game. Should have took my time with it a little bit more. Granit Xhaka to put Sunderland 1-0 up in the shootout. It's a big save by our goalie. So let's steady the nerve. Go with Fatawu. We're going to go to the right-hand side. Absolutely unsavable. Chris Riggs is savable, though. I know it is. I'm in his head, and I'm diving the right way, just for it to be unsavable. And Gardner, that is a lot of power. He's been a brilliant player, but that actually could see us out in the quarterfinals. Chelsea Talbi, who's been one of my favourite players in career mode, put Sunderland through. Newcastle, Nottingham Forest, and potentially Manchester City were the teams progressing. I think we stood a chance, but obviously we're out now. Scott McTominay, what a player, but unfortunately couldn't win against Sunderland with a rotated team, and we've just got to get focused back up on the Premier League as no games in hand. 3 points behind Manchester City, 2 points in front of Arsenal, and the rivals, well, it's easy. We've got 11 points on Spurs. Should be in the Champions League again. Next season, with a few games, I think we should be winning to start off with. Over the Christmas period, heading into January, where A, we can make signings. B, we could potentially lose players. And C, I think we play the FA Cup, and we definitely have to play away at the Parc des Princes. Depending on how far we get as well, we'll be moving past January today, because obviously if we're on for a quad, we need to get games out of the way. I was hoping we get through in the Carabao Cup. Oh no, sorry, we're not in for the quad. I completely forgot we lost to Sunderland, so we're on for a treble if we get it done. As I've essentially lied to you at the start of this video, we've got Aston Villa in 10th up first, who we get a win against, Gardner, and I actually didn't change the team fully up. From that cup game we went and played, as Leonardo and Milambo get a 1-1 draw, going on up at the G-Tech, as at Sunderland, or should I say at Newcastle first. Then at Sunderland, we pick up 6 points out of 6 there, against the teams from up north, as we are second still, with Spurs up next, they're in 7th. Now 2 points off Manchester City. We've won 14 games, only conceded 17, the same as Arsenal, Chelsea not far behind, and City. Everton though, come on, we have always prided ourselves on our defensive record, with it also being the first. So I do kind of want to play Reading over the big games, and yes, we're going for the Premier League, but we seem to keep on winning games. So why try to hinder it, as I do want to check on the lone boys out. Callahan had a shocker last season when we played him. He's shocking this season. Out on loan, we've got Bruno Corona. We've got Carter Fletcher up by 6. Upque's gone up a little bit. We've got 70 rated. Anybody better? Burns doing okay. He could be the next Antony. We now have a 90 rated, and Valisine Antony, I've changed his player face, through a different save, simming it, and 79 overall, not very good for him. Almost like he's lost potential not moving on, and 50 million for this window. Where do we actually spend that? Right, I do think we've always got tired centre-backs at the club, and Tim I don't want to get rid of, but I do think we need 2 rotational centre-backs. So yeah, that's where our 50 million will go after we do sim Tottenham, with multiple bids in for Tim, but bids we can definitely reject. If only I saw Barcelona sooner, maybe I would have let him go, but definitely not letting him go now. Essentially, we've got Champions League football. The only team better than us is Manchester City. It's going to take a huge bid to take someone off our hands. It's a 1-1 draw with Spurs. Just not good enough, is it? So, into the FA Cup we go with a changed team. Hilson, Luca, Irie, Bobby Cummings into the defensive position in the midfield. And then Brasco as Irie. That is a brilliant ball through straight away. Should have had the lead early on. Redding on the back foot. And this is, again, really weird. Sunlight onto the field of play here. Reading going nowhere near. Irie, who should have scored. Still looking for that first goal, and that was very close. Now Brasco wins his header down into Tom Moss. Mossy running through the wing. There is literally no pressure from any of their players, and that's Luca. 1-0 Everton. 20 minutes on the clock. Reading have been very poor. And we potentially can run riot here as Abataman. I don't know how you say that long name of his, but he came close with a chance there. Tom Moss, it looks like they're literally not sprinting. This is too easy. Reading, what are you doing, my friends? Hilson! That was a waste of 2-0 easily. I mean, Reading just stopped once the ball got past them with Brasco getting a tackle in. Tom Moss, that was supposed to be a 1-2. It is Luca over the head of the defensive midfielder. Tom Moss running in. He could get his first goal. Goes to the back post. Nobody marking him. Right, this first round of the FA Cup should be rather easy. Irie gets a goal. Maybe I should have hosted a harder team to play. Our DMs, they're just tackling them every time outright. And Luca not being marked. It's 3-0. That is literally after the last goal. Lorenzo Luca, I know that Leonardo's now a 90 overall, but he is trying to play himself into the first 11 permanently if he keeps this up. You can't take a man with a hat-trick out. It's Bobby Cummings late in the game. I'd love a 4-0. Tom Moss, I'd love him to score. Tom Moss, the youth player. Not actually as good as the other youth player, Bobby Cummings, in this game. And Tom Moss gets the back heel. He can just put that into Luca again on a hat-trick. Is the big man. Failing to turn in the box, but that is a big win to hopefully stop a potential banana skin and get us through to the 4th round with ease. I just hope I don't regret it. With Chelsea up next. Managed to get plenty of rest into those centre-backs. We're still a little tired, but should be fine for this next game. It is a 2-0 win at the Bridge. Illiman and Dye with the double. Very surprised to see no bids in for him, apart from one. And that is never happening in a million years. And Dye to Liverpool. 0 chances. I do want to see if we can potentially get a centre-back into the club. An extra head, and I have not built a shortlist. This is going off the whim. I want to check the Championship. I want actually an experienced head, because Tim, when he joined the club, didn't have much experience. Charlie Cresswell does at Coventry. However, only of relegation, so maybe the Championship isn't the best choice overall. It was for Fatawu, but the Premier League, if there's an old head, like Grealish coming to this team in real life, we could really benefit our younger players by having them a guiding light. And Wesley Fofana, I don't think's good enough for the Blues, so maybe add some experience. Joe Gomez does. We can actually spend a little bit more money. I liked the look of Harwood Bellis. I like the look of Ezri Konsa, you know. Not too expensive at Aston Villa. And I saw Aston Villa was struggling. They're currently 10th. And down lower, maybe with Newcastle in the relegation zone and Brentford, we could get someone from either of those clubs. Take them from a relegation battle to potentially challenging for the Champions League. And he doesn't cost too much, but one of my favourite players, gives money elsewhere to sign up some contracts with. Well, I was going to say Nathan Collins, but then I do see Sepp van der Berg. Oh, but he's ex-Liverpool. It's a good job I've just remembered that. Can't be signing against Liverpool, so Nathan Collins will join as a backup at Everton ahead of the Champions League, which he potentially could play in because we already looked through him. So I am going to change this up right here. We do have 2 right footers. I made that mistake, but it should be okay for now. I'm not overly worried about that change, and we do win. Nathan Collins scoring on his debut, refreshing the team fully for Crystal Palace in 12th. Watch us lose this one. I sensed a loss, but I was wrong. For Tawu, Leonardo and Ndai, harming our defensive record. But the game we have next, it is Paris Saint-Germain, and that is their lineup. They've been busy in the transfer windows. Davis, Llorente, and also Diogo Costa in the goal. There we go. I can't believe this fixture's happening. Their mascot, I never knew it was orange. It's black kit, and I can't believe against navy blue. Maybe it's a tactic from the Everton board, but yeah, I don't really like this. I should have paid a bit more attention. Excited to get into the game, though, with McTominay, Mr. Champions League. Iliman Ndiaye looks towards the back post. Ferguson wins his header. Fatawu under Costa. It's 1-0 to Everton in the black. You can't really see the intricate designs on the kit from how great it literally is. I didn't know that, but it is 1-0 in the Champions League against Paris. Shock from Everton. With Ferguson winning his header, I can't believe that. And Gardner tries to get the pass through. He doesn't, but he claims it again. Iliman Ndiaye, he just goes backwards. True fair onto Gardner. We need to get moving with some pace. Iliman Ndiaye, there was a run through the middle from one player. There's a run through the middle from the other. Surely that's a handball. From us? I meant from Paris. And Ousmane Dembele over the top of Truffet. A Frenchman, he should be used to playing and watching these. As Vitinha in the middle, Ousmane Dembele, João Neves. That is intricate passing. And for me, one of the most criminally underrated players. Yes, I know he's already rated, but João Neves with the goal. He'll never make me hate that man. I think he's wonderful. One of the world's best. The Portugueser, Jared Branthwaite, we need to get going again. We just need to regroup a little bit at half-time. It's not like we're entirely losing our way, but we are playing Paris Saint-Germain. We do need to liven up a little, and Ferguson, liven us up, please. You won that flick on, a very vital flick on for the goal for Fatawu, replacing Tyler Diblin. Finally, the referee gives us a foul. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it short. Leonardo shouldn't be the one taking it, but Fatawu to whip it across. I was going to try and win the header down again and hopefully spark an attack. That's where we beat in Paris with McTominay, Mr. Champions League, into Ferguson himself. Scottish link-up and Vitinha. Oh, my days. How is that a run-on right there, Truffet? You have got to mark your man better, cutting inside. But O'Brien, finally with no fatigue, wins the ball. João Neves, took out by Truffet, is Sadie. So they get the free kick, and we've got to get out to the ball soon. As João Neves. I can't actually keep up. Their passing is so good. It's Ousmane Dembele. Dembele trying to get away from O'Brien, who is literally just shoving him in the back. And Sardella hoofs it away. No panic. And it's actually nice to see such an even game. We don't usually get these. A 1-1 with Paris so far. Davies around the corner, however. Kvicha with the slot blocked. He tried to slot it in behind the defence. And Dembele again, working it towards the edge of the box where they can definitely shoot. But it is João Neves with a double. Late on to kill Everton. Bit extreme for the celebrations. Maybe Paris have struggled in the Champions League this year. However, you wouldn't tell that from the way they've played. They've knocked the ball around, they've had a kick clash, and they've just dragged it away from Branthwaite. Finished kind of centrally, though. I'm a little disappointed in Pickford, but saying that he's gone up a rating after playing that game, as we're soon to have 490 overalls. We've got O'Brien, Marcus Leonardo, Pickford, and Gardner. Then Fatawu's not far off. He's still only 24. For some reason, I thought he was really old. Is he the same age as Tyler Diblin? No, he's 2 years older. And how the heck, after they said this man was struggling, has he hit a 90 rated? Right, I was going to take Konza from Aston Villa. Right, actually wish I would have done now to just weaken them after he's grown. Champions League player now, and a Champions League player we could have used. I'd favour us for winning the whole thing if we had him, as we've got Brighton. And then after that, we've got West Ham, Brentford, Villa themselves, Bournemouth, Leeds and Shrewsbury in the Cup. We should be winning the lot. Manchester City, not for a while. Not many games actually in the month of March. And then in April, and May, it gets harder like the start of the year. As Branthwaite and O'Brien back to being tired. Right, we'll rest them in the Shrewsbury game, but maybe we should have rested them now. I mean, it is still a clean sheet, but a draw's a hard one to take. At least we hammer the Hammerers, leading into the week with Brentford and Shrewsbury, shall I say. And seeing as we just signed a lad from Brentford, maybe we do play him in this game. We play Tim, we rest our centre-backs. The rest of the team should gradually recover. Justice for Tim and his game time as we do get the win. Illiman and Die. And then an emphatic one in the cup. I didn't change the team. I do want to go for the Emirates FA Cup. I just feel like after the Sunderland game in the Carabao Cup, we've got to go for a trophy. We owe it to our fans, and it's Leeds in the 5th round. Manchester City still in that one. And Newcastle versus Coventry City means when we lost to Sunderland, Coventry beat Man United. Or Man City, sorry. That was the semi-finals. We could have been against Newcastle, tried to beat them, and had Coventry or Nottingham. No offence to them teams, but we should have beaten both of them. In the final, if we were to reach it, as this is going to be one of them Premier League seasons where we are so good, but Manchester City are so good. They could finish on 90 points here. Draws letting us down as Aston Villa. I just feel like with the whole Tyler Diblin scenario, we have got to be playing this game with a fully fit team, raring to go. If he scores against us, I riot. Not having it, Tyler Diblin. Not having it at all. I really liked him when he was here. Then he let us down by making the move. More his agent's choice than his, however. The release clause still was in that contract, and Illing Jr. playing for them. Konza, one of our transfer targets, obviously. He's going to want to keep us out. And there goes Jared Branthwaite. It is Tyler Diblin on the ball. Trufair giving him a piece of his mind with McTominay. He's gone up a rating to an 86 despite being old. Scott McTominay running through the team. He does have Fatawu. He's kind of run out of green space, so he has to go back. And that's a good little run across his body from Ferguson. Garner lets the team down, and he has been let off the captaincy now. But come on, we're not as good here as we were against Paris, and we even lost to Paris. There is a ball on there to Fatawu. I'm going to try and double bluff it. Going for Leonardo instead, and Tyler Diblin. We need to get a tackle in there. That is a rough one. And I think Trufair just wants to know he's there. Oh no, it's not Trufair, it's Gardner. Maybe that's why we took the captaincy off him, because he'll get sent off. We'll have to change it if he keeps going for Tyler. Tielemans through the middle, however, here. Kamara onto Buendia. I can't believe he is still playing. Buendia with a shot. Easy save, Jordan. Don't give him the last laugh. It's Tyler Diblin across the box or across the field. He gets the ball back again, and that's better from Trufair. Not relying on any sliding tackle. Gardner into Illiman and Die. We've got to go quick. Leonardo, at least at the back, we look like not conceding at all. Leonardo, that is the wrong pass. Just don't let yourselves down, lads. Illiman and Die around the corner. Leonardo, he gets the run on of Lewis Ferguson here. He causes problems. For Gauci finally tested with 13 minutes on the clock. And if I know anything about that goalkeeper, Joe Gauci, he's definitely not a first choice in their goal as the ball goes out to Gardner. Needed to put it either side of him. Really needed to test the keeper, but Fatawu wins the ball back into Leonardo there. McTominay! It's off the post. That was the winner. As not only are we not getting the bragging rights against Tyler Diblin here if we don't win, we're actually giving City another chance to extend that lead, which we don't want, as that's a beautiful win for Fatawu. On to Marcus Leonardo. Leonardo turns out again straight into danger. He's really been poor. Especially for a 90 rated. I don't care about the next game, Bournemouth. I care about seeing Manchester City's points. Yes, they won. Yes, they extend that lead. Meaning when we play them, it is crucial we get the win against them. But then it's followed up by City, by Arsenal. They're not going to have a run compared to ours. As speaking of runs, Bournemouth leads twice and then potentially the Champions League should pop up, where I do think we will sim our first leg of whoever we get drawn against, because we did finish third in the league phase. Again to City, who finished top. And we get a 2-0 win over Bournemouth. We get a 4-1 over Leeds, who I didn't realise were bottom of this league with 10 men. Now surely they must be struggling for the game 2 days after. However, we will be on fitness, and Garner cannot play in this one. Almighty chances taken, but I'm still keeping it kind of strong with the Champions League after this game. I'm going to see our opponents. Nathan Collins is captain for us. Yes, it's good that we're going through in this cup, but ultimately, as much as I do want a domestic trophy, this one matters most. We're going to sim Juve today. Juventus, not the easiest games by no imagination, or no stretch of any imagination. Ajax would have rather had Athletic Club, Lille. No wonder they were so happy, Paris Saint-Germain, to actually beat us. They've drawn a team they should be beating. What's going on? Why is that a penalty win? It's genuinely a long time since that's happened. Now, I don't know if it's got something to do with the 4-1 on penalties or whatever, but it usually did happen previously when I'd sim games by going in to actually sim them, not just simming them on the calendar. Maybe we sim on the calendar for cup games. Anyway, Manchester City is still through, and we have bigger fish to fry. Juventus, we simmed the first game, played the second in the Champions League. That team is all ready, so let's go. Please, no stupid glitch for this one. Iliman and Dye got the man in the match. Maybe we do check who we've got in the cup next. Before going into this one, in QPR is not bad. FA Cup does look winnable, and I don't want to see their team. I just want to go into the simulation, and it's a 0-0 draw away at the Allianz, so that is good. A couple of yellow cards, and we decided to make no changes. A weird choice, as now we're coming up behind Manchester City, as we are still on for this treble. This month now has 2 cup games and 2 league games. 0-0 with Juve going into the second leg of the Champions League with the Toffees. Now we are going to be playing it. Looking at the other results, Athletic Club are beating Barcelona, and that's the only game that's really been played. Manchester City and Madrid, we expect to win games. But yes, people, episode number 4 of season 4. And this team just keeps on growing. We've got tired faces all over. We've got to play our cards right. Play the players when they are correct to actually play. And we are fighting 3 competitions. First of all, the Premier League, which I do think we're going to rotate for. Should be beating the Blades. Then we do have Juve in the Champions League. And QPR in the FA Cup. Might risk a simulation if it means going further in the Champions League. But then again, when we are further in the Champions League, if we get there, we're going to have the likes of Manchester City, Man United and Arsenal in a row in a title charge. 1 point off Manchester City, who we play in the last month, with a goal difference superior by 1 goal. Don't concede many. As proven so here, with a 3-0 win against Sheffield United. Yes, they got a man sent off. It is Luca, Hilson and Moss. No one, and I mean no one from the first team actually made an appearance, so when we do get it back to the fully fit lineup we should be going with. For this game against Juventus, we should be winning, our first team fully fit, and our defensive record at the Hill Dicky. Now that is a decent lineup, but I somewhat still fancy us at home in our home kit. They're having to travel to us. We're hopefully getting our noses up at the potential to take Everton into a quarter-final, because this is the only round of 16. Hopefully, and then into a semi. So let's get going. Jonathan David into Weston McKennie, ex-Leeds United. Should have played Everton before. With them days at Leeds, Sardella surely didn't get the last touch there. They've just thrown it straight over him. Juventus will start the stronger, but then they're going to wonder offside. Don't let this fresh fade go to waste. It's been a very uneventful first half, I tell you. I've had this haircut before filming any main channel videos. I wanted to focus on this Juventus game. And we're offside again. Everton can't get going. Or neither team can. They've got this left-hand side with Kareem the Dream Adeyemi and Noon Mensch, the best left-back in world football, but we steal the ball into Ferguson. That's drilled into the middle. Garner can run with it. He's brilliant. The assists he got for Beto against Chelsea were brilliant. Leonardo, he jumps over the tackle, gets his shot off. Nothing to scream in the first half over, however. It has been fairly uneventful. Potentially heading to 2 0-0s, but that means the dreaded extra time and penalties. I'd rather not go to them. We took it all the way in the cup game against Sunderland, and we've had a lot of 0-0s recently. I think in the league and the cup game also. It's like our priority on our defensive record is actually keeping goals out on the other end, not going forward enough. But Branthwaite, our defenders, got into their half, so it obviously shows attacking intent. Scott McTominay, Fatawu runs in front of him. Now Ferguson, looking around the corner. And Dye looking to pick that pocket, as he's done previously. And Jared Branthwaite steals the ball back again. That is a brilliant tackle by Ferguson. Oh, we almost slide it through with Garner again. Starting to slightly get on top. Locatelli, though. Juventus. We've been sent by Jim O'Brien. And that's the opening goal. Juventus score it. Oh, I was absolutely dumbfounded with Kareem the Dream Adeyemi. Them step overs. Them step-overs sold Jim O'Brien a dream as Kareem does the business. Oh, I don't like that it works. And it was Jared Branthwaite. He was the man that came across, and on the hour mark, now Everton need to attack, and like I said, we're not doing well with scoring goals, so we've got to try and do it so here as Trufe, our left back, running forward. You can see the team's gone attacking. I have made them. Gardner, he finds the ball into Illiman and Dye. He's going to try and skill past Kalulu. He concedes the corner. Game on here. Game on. 20 minutes on the clock. They've subbed on Yildiz. And here goes Abdul Fatawu. If we can try and hit that on the finesse. It was almost a chance, and Conceição gives it into Bremer. Locatelli. Thuram. Oh my days, Juventus. How have they been that solid? They are just dancing round us. And that's the second goal with 5 minutes to go. It is Jonathan David in the biggest game I prepared so much for. Juve breaking Everton heart. Surely there'll be another season, because this is us out of the Champions League, which is the aim of the save. Good finish. But look at that. There was opportunities if we would have drawn someone like Athletic Club. I mean, apart from them though, every other favourite do go through. It would have been some ask, but now we've got a really good team that's only going to get better going into next season. One of our youth players only getting better. Here's me thinking we was done with youth. We're never over till the save is over, because Tom Moss with them play styles, the 5-star, the pace, the dribbling. He is what Antony, or I thought Antony would be. The player we lost, as I am sending them scouts out again. I see the comments from you guys. You seem to like Dipu Raj from the Grimsby save, so you want another scout to India. And I see Uruguay as a suggestion. And I really like the idea of the next Suarez being at Everton. So we're going to try and push it through. Hopefully find someone with good potential to then send them out on loan and make them the best they can be, as we do have players out on loan now. Don't think I've given up on these lads. We've got one at a 73, which we looked at last episode. I was going to say season and then episode, but Manchester City lose despite winning in the Champions League. So it's us now on top, but we play them next with a game to get further away. We've got Nottingham Forest and then a cup game. Then it's on to Manchester City, which I'm sorry QPR, I really want to go for the FA Cup, but we have to prioritise as its main team. Going out against Nottingham Forest, we were almost pegged back, but it is a Marcos Leonardo brace that has us winning. No, I wanted to go for the FA Cup. I changed the team up for this title charge. We actually got beat 2-1. It should have been 3-1. Kone, man. Richard Kone, a championship cheat code. Make sure they go through with Middlesbrough and Man City. Can't see them losing this now. However, with them in the Champions League and the FA Cup, us with a fully fit team, maybe they can stay distracted, because a win here will put us 8 points clear. Yes, still they'll have a game in hand. As Arnie Slot in charge of Manchester City. Last year it went to the final game. This year we make sure it doesn't. We do not bottle this. We get a win to secure our gap and make sure we actually pick up one trophy, because we're so close in few this season. We made it to that penalty shootout against Sunderland, which I've learnt happened in real life, to knock Everton out of the cup. So it's weird that it's happened here. And Haaland at the Etihad. I'm talking about the potential quadruple we had, and it is a rough start. The 18th goal for Erling Haaland. We don't usually concede, but we have been terrible today. And don't say we go this season without a trophy. That will be a bottle, and I really wasn't expecting them to score that early. Now we've got to go out there and attack. Attack at the Etihad, which I always thought we would do anyway. But if you're not going to win the game, you make sure you don't lose. And we are losing at the moment. Gardner almost with a chance. Foden picking the pocket. And O'Brien getting rings run round him by Erling Haaland. Big tackle on him. Nico Gonzalez into Savinho here. He's knocked back. And Foden, he almost turned Big Jim. O'Brien actually could have been away. And Scott McTominay should fancy his chances here against his old rivals. Abdul Fatawu. He takes it a bit too close. And Ndai with a pass onto Ferguson. Through the middle, please. Could have returned it. Doesn't return it. We're really struggling against this defence. Shocking in this game. And Erling Haaland tries to turn us again. That's Sardella with an easy pass backwards. Pickford to just claim it. Get it thrown quickly, because we need to get to the other end of the field. Fatawu. Leonardo's forward. Rodri, I just can't get round him. Ferguson loses it. He's on a yellow card. He's got to be careful. I just wanted to take Haaland out then. Didn't want him running at us with Savinho past Trufe. Erling Haaland in the box and getting his shot off. Oh my days. It is messy. It is very messy. And John Stones, the old Everton boy at the end of the first half. We get smashed here by City. Our worst nightmare's coming alive. Abdul Fatawu into Ferguson on a yellow card. He's been terrible, Ferguson, this game. He needed to get that tackle right, and he does. He gets that one right as well. But the referee's blown the whistle. He's going to get himself sent off. From bad to worse, I think personally he won the ball in that tackle. Let's have another look on this replay. Not even going to get it. Fine. From bad to worse. Maybe a tactical tweak next season, because the last 2 seasons, our squad has just improved. Our players have improved, but our tactics may be outdated because we're just getting hammered. Almost 3-0. Might as well just go out for the attack, as that's a good ball into Scott McSauce. There's the run on the side from Illiman and Dye. If we do sneak one back, I don't care about having less men. It would surely mean we are capable. And we're in the last 5 minutes. I mean, at least we've not conceded again, and we could get one back here. I've got to go for the driven shot that works. And Dye grabs the ball. 10 men Everton. If we salvage a point, it's better than none, for 1, starters, but 2, good because it actually means they can't get an extra 2 on us. They're the team chasing, stopping them points over getting us ours. That stupid goal we conceded to John Stones could be the difference maker. It's a chip over the top. We've got to get forward. Sardella, terrible header, and the game is actually over with us losing and getting that suspension. Man United as well in 5th. They're chasing Champions League. This could get worse. And it does, because Arsenal are joining the title race. City can go above us, winning their games in hand. But McTominay, against his former club, clawing the points in. And I didn't even realise I was simming Arsenal. I was in no man's land in my head. I just was simming without thoughts. And Leonardo, he gets the crucial goal. Manchester City still with that game in hand. Arsenal gone, I think. They lost a game once they got themselves in the title race, and then lost to us, obviously, best team. So now it is a 2-horse race. They have lost double the games as us, scored or conceded 10 more goals than us, and just not been at it. So that loss to City potentially could get us out of the danger zone if we keep on winning, but then we've got 2 massive away trips. Risky once him in Southampton, but we obviously can't play all the games and risk. What risk? And Dye with a brace, McTominay the same, and Trufe showing the signings were A, worth it, B, please City drop points. As they do. They've drawn a game. Yes, they've still got that game in hand, but they have drawn a fixture, meaning potentially, this could be amazing, because I don't see Liverpool anywhere here. They're down in 7th. They're the game after the next one. We could win the league in the derby, as this, oh my days, he's not played a part all season, but Irie is an important goal scorer, as this was the crucial game. Beating a Newcastle team playing for nothing. Now let's look at the table. It is possible. Yes, it is. 4 points in the running. So if we win this game, Manchester City run out of games. They drew. And I want to see to who, because who have done us the honours of potentially winning the league in this derby. Come on, scores and fixtures. It was West Ham, 1-0 at the Etihad, which we couldn't do, leaving this team a chance to be heroes. Now, Jordan Pickford is going down in his overall, understandable, but I'm going to make him the captain here. Players like Jake O'Brien, Gardner, yes, they're good, but Pickford's been here longer, and I'm kind of in no doubt in my mind with the amount of bottling we have done. We cannot, and I mean cannot lose this game. We'd be lifting the trophy at Anfield as well. Maybe not the home game we wanted, but just as good. And yes, not in the blue kit, because it always puts us in the away kit when we're away, and I've changed the kits up with the modding, so I just can't get over how good this will be. Still, we've got to perform. Usually they beat us in the last minute, but McTominay, he's ultimate rivals with Liverpool, with the teams he's been at in the Premier League, and Ferguson got that suspension in an important game. He'll want to prove himself. Fatawu with the spin. That's more crucial than anything we've already created in all the games that we've played today. Maybe the boys are up for this a little bit more, but Fatawu, he's seen a lot against Milos Kerkez. Now he just needs to turn back. supported by Ferguson. That's a brilliant ball in, and I can't believe we've hit that. Couldn't even get my speech right. Pep Guardiola now at Liverpool. It's him and Arne Slot doing a swap in this save. A very unusual thing to see, but then I know career mode isn't too realistic. As O'Brien, he has a run on here. Jim O'Brien from the back. It's Fatawu. That's a poor header. Still, we need to win this ball back. This time in a vital game, and we know what Cody Gakpo's doing. He's cutting inside, but then again, Guardiola using him on the wrong side of the field, and that's Ndiaye with a very neat spin. Leonardo scored a lot of goals in simulations, not many in the games, but Iliman Ndiaye here. He needs to switch the ball across first time. There's a ball in the middle to play, but Fatawu goes for the shot himself. He's been the most lively player. It's his 13th goal of the season. And as it stands, we're lifting this Premier League title at the rival's place. It's winger to winger, Iliman Ndiaye, and the first goal we've scored, it seems like in ages. Definitely when we've been simming games. I can't remember the last time we actually did it. With Sardella winning the ball back. Fatawu, McTominay. We need to go again down this left-hand side or right-hand side of Liverpool's. A goal before half-time again will be absolutely crucial, just like it was for Manchester City in their win against us. Scott McTominay through bodies. Unlucky as McAllister around the corner into Harvey Elliott. Harvey Elliott surely diving with the ball in his hands. We're into this second half here, and another goal to kill this off would be beautiful. Is that Jim O'Brien? No, it's McTominay. How can I mistake them luscious locks? Has got a lot of players over. Iliman Ndiaye goes himself. And that could have been a crucial miss. Into the dying embers of this game now, and I'm actually getting a little more nervous. I think Liverpool, if they score, can still keep the title race open. They've just subbed Florian Wirtz on for Harvey Elliott, which blows my mind why it was the other way around to start off with. And that's a ball onto Isak. McAllister on the edge of the box. McAllister's made a good move in. That is brilliant work from Truefair. Usually the man that goes forward. And can we actually counter-attack here? Scott McTominay picks the right pass. We've got 10 added minutes. Iliman Ndiaye looks for the ball across. McTominay. Oh, Ferguson's took it off the feet of Fatawu, waiting for it. 10th goal of the season for the letdown against Manchester City. Lewis Ferguson, he had to replace João Gomez, and we're celebrating in the corner furthest from where the dugouts are, so Moyes run the length of the field to surely be celebrating a title win for Everton. It's just a toe poke. We just done it at Anfield. Look at them celebrations in the away end. Them home fans are going to absolutely flood, and I mean run to their nearest exits out the stadium. Maybe the red of Pickford's goalkeeping kit wasn't the worst option ever. Maybe it was foreshadowing to this win. But to do it against the rivals, yes, we bottled 3 trophies massively. But that is glorious, as we didn't even get to see the title lifted. Come on, game. Why are you preventing that? We should have seen it lifted away. At them rivals, as Manchester City cannot catch us. The gap is 7 points with 6 to play, and it's still possible for them to win the Champions League, as let's rotate to a little bit of youth. Still some experience here, but we've got Maguire, Cummings, Glover and Moss all featuring in this final game, which we had the chance to win, but Malcolm, just like the end of last season, scores against us. But last season it was at the Hill Dicky, and it prevented us winning the title. With us already having it wrapped up here, it didn't get to show us and it skipped off the bloody graphic. No, stay on that. It is glorious. Jim O'Brien's been a big player, and despite losing to Manchester City, we get the job done. That is criminal. We've just won the Premier League and we haven't got one player in the team of the season, not one defender, despite having the best clean sheet record, or certainly in my time of playing this game. 28 goals conceded in a Premier League season. That is, what, less goals conceded than games? And judging how teams in this division have conceded 77, that is massive. I mean, Southampton, that's massive to actually stay up with a -33. West Ham are sent down, with FA Cup going to Manchester City against QPR, that team that beat us. So fair play. I would have loved it to be us and got a double, but it wasn't to be. And Coventry City going with the Carabao. Congratulations to the Cov. Newcastle with a bottle, and Manchester City don't win the Champions League. I favour Paris, who actually beat them, and they absolutely dominated us. We went 1-0 up. Usually, Everton with that defensive record don't get come back on. But they were able to do it. And this team for next season, we do have 2 90 rated with a potential to make it 4. This Everton team, I've got to say, I've got to go for the Champions League. Despite Pickford going down 1, I believe, McTominay, he's still going up with Jared Branthwaite, Truefair, Ndiaye, Ferguson. The lowest rated player in our starting 11 is Kylian Sardella, who still had an honest season. And I'm not going to check our goals first. I'm going to check the stats from the league. I'm going in depth. Cody Gakpo got the most for Liverpool. And he wasn't in the team of the season as well, with Iliman and Dye getting 17 in the Premier League. Fofana the player of the year or in the team of the season below him. Fatawu up there on assists. And clean sheets, David Raya got in the team of the season, but Pickford with 5 more in less games, which is criminal. Iliman and Dye with 27 goals. Fatawu 19, Leonardo only 15. Ferguson 13. Hilson outscoring McTominay. That's actually concerning, but this man, I'm not giving up on the lower rated players, especially our youth. Tom Moss got his first goal, and could he play a part in, like I say, Everton after a Premier League win, hopefully going for the Champions League. Potentially the cringiest intro of all, as this is an even better one that hopefully repays for it. Arteta's in charge of Liverpool, meaning when we won the league, spoiler alert, at Anfield, it means they must have sacked Pep Guardiola, got his old assistant in, Mikel. We doomed them as David Moyes is still in charge at this club. I don't see any managers that I do know. Arne Slot, Glasner, Valverde. Okay, so there's a few. There's also Rob Edwards. And Liverpool had a horrific season. We had a very good one. And hopefully we have a good one again as 119 million. And we are going for this in Season 5. The Champions League. The expectations are to win absolutely everything. Is David Moyes' football enough to actually do that? Well, this is the team that we do have. So the team tells me we are definitely good enough with a full over 80 bench apart from one position. And obviously we are going to make signings today, so Irie might be out. He was caught up by Tom Moss, and then Burns is almost catching him in rating. We've got Doig down here as a backup left back or left mid. In fact, a lot of backups. Got Hijaz back. He's a little bit slow on actually growing. Fletcher the same, Salmon the same, Glover and Yabuet. Still have enjoyed the academy here at Everton, and we are definitely not giving up with it, as I'm so excited for today. Right, truth, I am going to say great performance in the final game. That being of last season, as pre-season not announced yet. We've got a cup final to play today, which is, well, not a full cup final. It's the Community Shield, Manchester City, followed up by Palace and Fulham. Right, I do want to actually play Fulham at home because Malcolm, he always seems to beat us, but we've got to make signatures. And before anything else, we've got to see the new kits. Still sponsored by Chunk Fudge, but big shout out is in the description below, but Ads Does Football created these for this season. As you can see, the blue kit, it's got EFC written all over it. Absolutely love the design. Also, if you do want to buy some fudge from Chunk Fudge, very tasty, link down in the description. It helps fund this second channel, and as you can see, the away kit is kind of similar to the home kit in the colour scheme, but I really like this design more. Like the white is emerging, and it definitely is enough to show a disparity between both of them. We should be okay to see who's who. And Jordan Pickford, look at this, he's back in the green, no red, like he was when we beat Liverpool last year. However, with the two kits being similar, Ads has gone above and beyond with this beautifully like 3D. It reminds me of Geometry Dash, if anyone remembers that. This futuristic design, which is the third kit, which I'm hoping, if I remember, to debut in this Community Shield against Manchester City. They'll be in blue anyway, as contracts could be a problem this year. A lot of players running out. Now, our highest paid player is Scott McTominay, who is a recent new signing on 130 grand a week, so players are going to be expensive. However, players are going to be 90 rated, and they do need signing up. James Gardner, for example. If we don't win the Champions League this year, we're going to have to keep going. 100k a week for Joe Gardner. That's the most important one ticked off straight away. And for me, the vice-captain, as I'm going to hold out on Doig. Tim's been really good. Brasco's been okay. Luke the same. A lot of players expiring, but one player I'm definitely going to sign up is Tom Moss. I'm just going to delegate this one, as I've got big plans for him. Big plans. 3-year contract. Regen player, as that's another thing about this season. I've been looking at signings to make, and they do look mostly regens. Still, I'm excited to see how quality they are, with the main team only requiring one position. if we do want to go and sign in it. But I've got to say, this isn't just a main team now. This team is across the board, going in 4 competitions, hopefully trying to win all of them. So Sardella, I would like to replace. Yes, he's got pace. defending, physicality, but we need another right back. Rating wise for the simulations, 115 million. But before anything, I am going to send these scouts out again. I really like to trust these, and these scouts always go to places you guys comment. So first of all, Nigeria. I did send a scout here before, and it didn't work, so I'm going again, and I do like the idea of Italy. That mostly down to Luca, our backup striker, who potentially could go himself. However, that 6'7" option behind a 90 rated, I think could just hold up for us. And by the way, Leonardo's stats, I have checked them a little bit more in depth to notice he doesn't have much pace, which I thought I was seeing in game. Lacking it big time. We've got Fatawu on the dynamic drill, who's also not too pacey, 86, but that passing and that dribbling, it is definitely carrying him through. So I'm going to simulate a few days before looking at a right back to see the offers coming into the club. I think the only clubs we can sell to is Real Madrid or Barcelona if they've got big deals coming into the club, because we're the best team in England. But I am going to sell some of our current youth that I don't see playing, and Maguire, he played against Pompey last season, really disappointing, so he's going to lose the club. We've got Ferguson, McTominay and Hilson, all who can play in cam, so I have sold the Rutherford of the Everton save, not like the one in the Grimsby save, and we have to spend all this money or it won't be kept over. You don't have to threaten me like that. I will spend this money, don't you worry. One position we could spend it on is a new backup striker, or Nkonkwo, who didn't we get the best... or we didn't get the best use out of him, sorry, in our Grimsby save. So he can go literally just selling backups with Will Tamen, getting some game time over at Pretlull. And I'm not doing this for the money. I'm literally doing it for the game time of these younger players, not ruining their careers here. Letting them get some game time, as this is our shortlist. As you can see, it is covered. And I've been scouting high to low, as Mourinho is a right back we could actually sign, but we've got a regen player, Oscar Michalak. The main thing I'm looking for here in a signing is a different outlet on the field, not just the rating of the player. So Rico Lewis could potentially be a false back compared to Sardella, who's more physical. Zakaria El Adoui has been suggested previously and looks very good. Let's just remove all the pixelations. Let's just show you the shortlist. I'm in two minds. Right, Rico Lewis is off the list. Mourinho, despite relegated, is very similar to Sardella. So it's Oscar Michalak or Zakaria, who suggested before. I do think that Pryor has more pace. This man's got better dribbling, but this man at 20-year-old, his passing definitely could increase, and his dribbling, if we prioritize it in a training drill, or prioritized, I can't speak. I think we should get this man for roughly about 40 million. As they want Hilson, that's not happening. I do want to keep Hilson as a cam, meaning 42 million we've had to rise on to get Oscar into the club, but I think as a fly-in right back should be very decent, bringing Everton a different outlet so we can get the other right back off the shortlist. And I know, apart from Miller and Penman, who I were looking at being Scottish, and we don't really need them, the rest of the shortlist is regen players. However, good ones like Mohamed Akusa, he is better than Rui Silva, but Rui Silva did play very well. We've got Daniel Santos, a small magician. Maybe he's better than Hilson, but we do have Alvaro Ascenso with some pace. We haven't really took a Spaniard here, and he could be the backup to Marcus Leonardo if we can actually afford him. Now, the money is going to be tight with 69.1 million wanted. Now, I know we've got to spend all the money with what the board actually told us, and we've still got to sign contracts up as well. So it would be a risk, so accept 65. Now, I want this man as a backup, giving us two incredible strikers. It's like Erling Haaland and Marmoush at Manchester City. So I've brought him in. Very excited to see this man in a blue shirt, having to compete with the rival City, because that is the first game, and I don't know what I'm going to do with this first team for the Community Shield, as a production company wants to film. Now, judging how we are trying to win 5 trophies counting this Community Shield, I'm going to say no documentary allowed. I think David Moyes would be the type to reject it. We need no distractions, please, as we're selling a youth player, Balchaus, or Balchunas to Stoke City, a youth player that wouldn't get played here, meaning that's one easier decision who to play for the Community Shield. Leonardo scoring in pre-season, as this is Irie, the man that we signed in Season 2, actually getting a loan out to Newcastle, who have been struggling. giving him some game time as Dortmund is a draw, unlike Atalanta, who we hammer in the build-up to this Manchester City game. And yes, we can still get players out. We've got bids in for Tim and Dye. We're not accepting these. Maybe Yusuf Hijaz. Now down to fourth choice, and Vitaly Mikalenko. We do have Josh Doig. That would be contract money. But I do like the idea of an original still here. So maybe we do sell the youth. Maybe that's our contract money making scheme. With none of them due to play in this finale, but I have changed it up. The two bought players are in the team. Tom Moss the same. Silva, Tim and Brasco. Alongside Hilson in that cam position. A big risk, Nathan Collins as the captain, hopefully lifting this big 50 pence piece. And I am treating this like a new pre-season game. Obviously doing what I do best and forgetting to change the kits. At least it's this very nice away kit that we've got on. And it does look Everton themed. Hopefully making us happy once we win this. Tom Moss looks an absolute giant at left mid. If we can get the ball down to him here. Tom Moss, the only youth player from the academy in the lineup. And not what I expected. We've got Burns on the bench. Gardner into Brasco. A player I'm not decided on yet. Maybe we do need another defensive midfielder. As Fatawu is in the team. We've got a 90 rated on that wing with Tom Moss looking for the angle. Moss strikes! Not bad. As a reason I have changed this team up is ultimately I think the other quad is more important than just this community shield, and this is a chance to see this right back in action against Vardiol. Doesn't do well, also can see the new striker and the rest of the players to see if they play. Terrible marking from Tim. Haaland nets first at Wembley, and I think that's over the top for the community shield. Maybe they just want to let us know they're here. As Tom Moss, we're going to go backwards to go forwards again. True fair. Right, we need to react to being a goal down. Our defensive record's been the best, but then we've brought in a fullback who's not prioritising his defending. It's like Milos Kerkez. We've brought in a bit of a madman with the pace to keep up with Doku. As he does, let's turn defence into attack. Through Hilson, chipping over the top towards Tom Moss. Tom Moss gets there first! Created by our right back. Tom Moss with the finish. Hilson with a cracking ball, Dewsbury Hall-esque. It's the youth player from our academy, our number 8, who beats Donnarumma to the ball with a leap. Leveling the game up, you love to see it. Nico Gonzalez straight into Phil Foden, having his hands out like he didn't want that ball. Tim didn't have much to do. I had two left-backs I could have chosen, but I went with True Fair, who tried to skill his way out of danger, but Tom Moss, he'll go for the 1-2 with Asensio, which works. Tom Moss, Jules Koundé is the man on his shoulder, who he gets away from. Hilson goes for the shot. Just the half-time whistle stops a very entertaining first half. Battle of the big guns so far, and Erling Haaland with a turnout into Nico Gonzalez. We've got to get running at them. Asensio, Hilson, step forward, mate. We've got to step up to City. Not let them play it around us, and of course this game will go straight to a penalty shootout. We've got Luca as a striker on the bench, but Tom Moss, he's drilling at Donnarumma. He's going for the shot. I like the confidence. We should have tall players like Nathan Collins, etc. in the box. The ball goes towards Fatawu, but that should be an easy header for Hilson. He handed it against a hand, or headers it against a hand, I'm sorry, as that's got to be a foul. Towards Tom Moss, around the corner. Asensio to just stall with it. He gets the ball back. He looks for Hilson. I think I'm going to make some changes, although there's 5 minutes left, please. Let me get some attackers on the field. Just for the penalties, but it might not go there. Erling Haaland offside, and I'm changing him, who's just got a yellow card, Michalak for Iliman and Dye, and Luca now onto the field. So we did get some attacking options on. We do want to win this penalty shootout, and you get to see the new goalkeeper kit in all its glory. Erling Haaland sends Rui the wrong way. At least Rui's not been our Kepa. Iliman and Dye, you have to score. Donnarumma, a good keeper. Our best penalty taker gets his saved down to Ryan Cherki. As long as he's not chipping the ball up and trying to be fancy. He goes down the middle still. Showboating. Asensio, the new signing. I want to gamble. I want to go the same way as before. It's a good job he didn't miss his penalty, because that could have been a confidence loser. Phil Foden, they've got to go to this way. One time or the other, they still don't. With Luca going for the copy. He's going down the middle. Oh, Donnarumma even pointed there. Not staying. And Savinho I'm going to keep calling their bluff, hoping they go to that side. And they do, but they score. As Abdul Fatawu, I'm going to go to the left. Come on. Donnarumma out the way. We're still in the shootout. All the pressure on this man in our goal. They've gone down the middle a lot, but I think they're definitely going to the side. They don't. Manchester City win the shootout. And Iliman missed his pen. I didn't expect him to be the one to miss. This is a glorified pre-season friendly anyway. You can see Manchester City not overly thrilled about lifting that one. And we have bigger fish to fry. Let's get going with our league, and I am going to risk a simulation of the first game. Crystal Palace not as important for me as Fulham. Fulham are pushing for the UCL as we sell Ubate from day one, and I'm going to bench and die from day one for this starting game. He did just miss a penalty, did play really well last season, but we've got to go with the youth player Tom Moss. After a goal, and I know it's a risk in a simulation, but I trust it as a 3-1 win for Everton, for Tawu at the double, plus we can rotate here, so Ndai probably does come in against Fulham. It looks like that game actually attracted some attention for Tom Moss, but he's going nowhere. Despite 2 starts in a row though, he is going to go to the bench, so just that change in Ndai, as I really trust this team to finally beat Fulham and stop our curse, come on, as we're in our home kit. Ads does football. What a kit design this is, my friend. I love the blue. It's vibrant. It's got little intricate details of the EFC on it. Lovely stuff. Sardella, let's get us started. Pass through the middle. Oh, unlucky. Trying to be too cutesy with the ball. We've got to watch this man for Fana, who I did look at potentially signing in the window, but judging how we do have Ndai and Tom Moss, we don't need him. He was last season's player of the year overall as well, not just in the team of the season, which he was, with Ndai running at his man, Iliman Ndai. He needs to prove his way into the team permanently. That was almost a good ball by Leonardo, turning provider here with a ball into the middle. Lukic, they're passing this very well. Sander Berge, that partnership in the middle should be ancient by now. Indiana Jones will be searching for it to put it in a museum. Sardella with the tackle. What is Marco Silva doing with Fulham? I feel like the big bad wolf trying to blow down a house here. That's another film reference. Come on, Everton, we're good enough. I think they've looked at our stats from previous seasons, seen that we don't ship goals, but when we don't ship them, we do actually struggle to score them with Iliman Ndai getting support from Truefair, who needs to keep on running into the middle here. Marcos Leonardo uses Garner. Garner just stops. He waits for Scott McTominay. Now, if we get that back in the middle really quick, Gardner's got a chance to shoot. I thought Rizza had put it into his own net, and I am going to actually cross the corners, cause carnage, because they're very structured. So we just need to do that. Iliman Ndai onto Ferguson. Ferguson with the hit this time. These Toffees fans must be off their seats. We need their support. We need to get a ball in, maybe a handball is what we get from one of these corners. Press them. Put everything onto them. Make them make mistakes. That's a good ball around the corner, though, for Fana. No, Pickford, brilliant save. I don't like it. I don't like it. And Iliman Ndai. Asensio on the field. The striker that cost us all the money. Iliman Ndai just making room here. He's got the cross potentially into the box. And I'm going to pass it in here. Gardner does very well to get on that ball. Asensio peels off. Play football. We're in the 89th minute of the game now. Jared Branthwaite rises. Now it's off the line. I can't believe it. We've got 10 added minutes. Fulham have sat back literally all game long. And we've got to get this ball moving very quickly. We don't. It's a draw with Fulham, which is really disappointing. I wanted 6 points out of 6. And what can you do when you're against a team that just sit behind the ball with Burnley up next away? No offence any Burnley fans, but I think I'm going to get the exact same treatment here. We want to move on towards transfer deadline day, which we're on. I'm not going to do anything with because I want to check the Champions League games that we've got to play. And we should be in it. Of course, not ready. Is it ready through this way? Yes, it is. We've got Celtic. We've got Brighton in the Cup. Any big testers? PSG, Como, and Atletico Madrid, another defensive team. 6th after 2 games of the Premier League. It's not good, is it? But like I saw the calendar at the end of the last episode, we're going to check our team. We've got the ratings overall up there. But today, I am going to start with saying my piece on games played. Burnley a tough nut to crack. They're in 20th, we're in 6th. We should still be beating them, and we do. We concede 2. But here's my plan for today. I want to keep going in every cup competition and simming up towards January, December time, with no transfers to actually do, and I trust us in the Premier League. Maybe the game against City could be nervy, but I do want to make sure we win in the cups, such as the Carabao with Brighton away. That's the game, for example, I want to play. Even over derby games, because we've already won the league at Liverpool, it feels too good to be true, but we have done. And go on then, maybe we play Paris, but even the simulated games in the Champions League, like Slavia Prague and Como, they should be doable with the players we've got. Let's have a look through this entire list again. With one player we actually let out last season on a loan deal, Siraku Irie 82, potentially recallable, but Tom Moss, he is youth through and through. Plus, you should have seen last episode, or if you're still watching this, on the entire rerun, we've got Makalak, and we've got Asensio, who just joined us. Cup players, however, because our main team is still playing the main fixtures, them being the league ones, because I want to win the league again, and this game against Brentford, it's another draw. We're not losing. We're conceding a lot more than usual, which is disappointing. But we're also scoring a lot more. And you better be in for simulations today, because unfortunately we're going to sim a few. And here, it's the Champions League again. After a man of the match display by McTominay. Brilliant. He's going to stay in the team, but as you can see, there's multiple changes. With the derby up next, and I did not expect to draw. It is Tom Moss to get our goal. Potentially playing his way into the derby team, but nah. We've got to go strongest. I think he plays for us in the cup. We've got players like Gardner, Ferguson, and of course Ndai that start league games. And even Mikel Arteta can't beat the mighty Toffees as Liverpool manager. We've gone to Anfield again and won a fixture, allowing us to play this cup game. We've got Mikulak into the team, same as Asensio. First impression, I'm pretty sure he has played before. And what a big kick clash this could be. Unfortunately, I don't think it will be. Or fortunately, should I say. That's a terrible start. We've got a few unfit players into this team, like Tim, who hasn't played in a while, but I'm going to still trust it. Tom Moss back in the lineup. Asensio, get around him. Tom Moss, you need to get running, because our striker, yes, he does have pace, but does he have passing? Maybe he does so. That's a brilliant ball to Fatawu. Still in the team, should be 1-0. It's been a while in game since we took a lead early on into a fixture, as this is a cup game. Nathan Collins, surely that struck an arm, but hasn't, as that was questionable. Need to win that header again. Joe Gardner, he does. Into Brasco, Abdul Fatawu. He turns out, he goes across the field into Tom Moss, using a bit of pace. He loves that shot. On the angle, doesn't always score it, but forces a corner that gives us another chance, like that one for Nathan Collins, off the back of Bart Verbruggen. Our backup centre-back scores, and our filling-in captain. Wonderful to see the sub celebrating. Shows we're all still in this together as a Conquo. Not that Conquo we sold to Wrexham, a different one. Put us into round 4, please. We didn't have to enter in round 2. They're pushing forward very high up the field. This could be a potential second goal. Fatawu gets the pass right. Is this Asensio actually turning up here at Everton? I love the kit. I love that regen. And again, his replacement is celebrating him. That's if we wanted to put Leonardo on. This game seems very easy. Look at that pass from Asensio as well. Abdul Fatawu took it a little bit close to Verbruggen. As this is even away from home as well. We've got another corner after the corner we should have just had. We haven't done anything since Nathan Collins has won, but if we win that ball back, Hilson, he's trying to get back into this first team, as that's a brilliant ball to Tom Moss into the box. It's Nathan Collins looking for his second. Not bad, and his cover at the back, Josh Doig. He's still playing for a place in this squad. He wins the ball. Tom Moss, he cuts inside, looking onto Brasco. He's been here a while. He's got the wrong colour, obviously, on his wristband. But Vladimir Brasco, we don't get to see celebrate, but a big goal. Putting a team to the sword. It's been a while since we did that. And we could try and play Manchester City. Yes, they'll be in a title race with us, but as we do have mostly a fully fit team, with still another 3 days rest, and a draw against Celtic, I think we prioritise a cup game here. Again in the Champions League, which we're doing well in, but if we don't do well, we'll have to go back to youth. So youth is what I'm looking at. Seems like the case many a times, but only 2 decent players from each scout in Ezekiel Atta from Nigeria And Emiliano Ferretti, look at the potential on him. I'll promote them for that boost, as we don't need a boost here. He's out of the team as Asensio, but Leonardo's in. Big win against the Citizens, followed up with a big win against Sociedad in the Champions League. A rerun against Brighton in the league where we get another win. And a job done on the Geordies. Look at that. Fatawu's on fire. As one player that's not going to be, Jordan Pickford, unable to play for 5 months. Leaving a 35-year-old Rui Silva, 2 35-year-old goalkeepers. At least we know what we're doing in January, but I can't believe our captain's done. I'm definitely going to have to look elsewhere, and it's a quadruple, actually. Need salmon as a backup goalkeeper. And by the way, what a name for a backup. If he leaps like a salmon, that would be good. Really good, as I am going to rush these 2 games before our next cup one, where we can rotate. With 10 men, we get the win over Lille. And with 11 men, when Trufe is actually not getting suspended, he's scoring to get us an equaliser. That is somewhat disappointing, and I made an obvious conscious choice this time to actually get us in the third kit, black versus white, here against Fulham away, because usually I would sim this game, but because we're on for a quad, and because, well, Fulham have been our creepy team that likes to creep up on us, I've decided to play this game with a rotated team yet again, and Brasco, if he scores again, look at that run. He loves putting it in the top corner. 5 minutes into this away game. Love the kitting game as well. That is a brilliant start for Everton. We're giving the main boys a rest again. But no rest for this club because we are absolutely phenomenal on flames. There's a bit of passing going down. If we could catch them passing back, because I knew there wasn't going to whack that long. We've got Nathan Collins and Tim at the back, who aren't the best quality centre-backs, but they are taller than our first team ones. Mikalenko wins the ball forward as well. I do feel a bit for Josh Doig, but I had to go with Vitali. Being here from the start. Get our 2 Ukrainian lads into the lineup, as here goes one again. It was Brasco shredding his man, forcing a yellow card out of what looked like a blonde Nathan Baines. Used to be like that with his hair in this game. I remember in FIFA 15 as Brasco again goes for a low down shot. Rizzo with a save. Need to try and score another one at the cottage, hopefully before half-time. Fatawu. Good link up with Tom Moss. It's Fatawu! Panic stations have got to be hitting Fulham. They've got Brentford next in what potentially could be a Conference League game. Muniz, he cuts inside of us, goes for the shot. Not going to lie, I think he does catch that, Jordan Pickford. Definitely do need another keeper. Brasco controlled that ball dead, and he could have potentially got us on a counter here. It's nice that Brasco, hopefully in our treble or quadruple or double winning season, or even singular season, has decided to turn up because he's been at the club for a very long time. Not being the greatest as Fulham getting into this. A good header away onto Josh King, their youth player. Brasco again. This could be a potential counter if Asensio gets on his bike. Calvin Bassey didn't have that under control. But we do have the rest of the game. Nathan Collins, spectacular. Again, getting us into a quarter-final, which I don't know the draw just yet of, as we've got a really hard month next time. Yes, I do want to play a Champions League game over a Premier League one, as we do have Chelsea next, but still unbeaten. Not the best defensive record, but we're keeping up with the goal scoring. Now we've got so many options, as I didn't even change a few players. I kept the likes of Mikulak and Moss in, a 3-0 win, before rotating a bit more again. And Moss gets the winner against Como, but at least we keep plodding along in the Premier League. A 2-2 draw against United, however, not the result I desired before the biggest game of them all. And you know, we're not simming this one. Paris Saint-Germain away. Last time they were 2-1 victors. This time we've got a point to prove. McTominay suspended and Sardella's kind of out. With a regen now back at right back. Mikalayak, as they're going to start on top here. Branthwaite, they just cause so many problems with their agility. I think we've got one player they really would want, Abdul Fatawu, on the form of his life. Not winning the Ballon d'Or, however, that went to Ousmane Dembele, part of this squad. We're playing Sadie into Vitinha. Vitinha turns, right, it's the only team today that's put actual immense pressure on us from the off. And the first time we're using this main team. Maybe the second squad actually doing us more justice. Maybe just playing better. Maybe more chemistry in the lineup with Dembele trying to sneak behind us. Mikulak not the best defender, but I'm trying to match him up against, well, Regen Hakimi versus Hakimi. I think he resembles him pretty well, as we're doing pretty well at keeping a bit of possession to put pressure on them. in a few seconds. That's Garner on a turn into Hilson. Hilson, if he can feed that in behind right here. Do we cross this? Illiman and Dye goes near post. Leonardo with the effort. Oh, God, though. No defenders kept back. From the corner. They're going to break on us. This is the agility I was just talking about. Kvicha. Oh, dear. This is an opportunity against Rui Silva. What a save by the Portuguese man. The experienced Portuguese man, who I'm kind of glad we've got playing this game. The experience that he desires and he offers is fantastic. Abdul Fatawu, if we can go down this right-hand side of the field with his turns, he's not skilling anybody at that moment in time, so we're going to go backwards to try and forge through the middle. It's Garner with a bit of space. William Pacho, one of the best defenders in the world, for them to counter at us again. We like to build up the possession, getting more confident with it under Moyes. As that's a good chip into the box. Jared Branthwaite delivers with a header, but Kvicha gets that. He threads it through. Ferguson's took his man out. He's a very brute force tackler. Paris are going to get the penalty. And this could be the first goal conceded today. It was a brilliant save by Rui Silva. Off the post, just like the spot kick. We're alive still. In the middle. Look at the passing. He dives on that ball. Rui Silva has been immense. But still, this game isn't over. Not a foul on Gardner, referee. That's a run through the middle for João Neves off the post again. This game, man, as we've not got very long left on the clock, but maybe our turn to counter-attack. Illiman and Dye running around. He's going to pass this off in the middle. Marcus Leonardo tried to get the shot off. A 0-0 with a lot to be desired. But out of 0-0s, that's probably been the best. 3 times. 3 times they hit the post. Then some heroics from this man got us the win. He even got the captain's armband there, which I can't lie is a bit of a mistake. The backup captain always has been Garner, now selected for England. Let's just say this safe predicted that. Wonderful player, as our next cup game is announced. It's Moyes' ex-club, West Ham in a quarter-final, played on Christmas Day. Hopefully Santa delivers us a cup run, as I'm still not trusting Rui Silva in the goal. Sardella off the bench, Fatawu in the first half. The possibility of an unbeaten season is well and truly amongst us, as Fatawu, absolutely phenomenal, blowing Leonardo out the water. As did you see, 4 goals, 4 games from Brasco, sensational. Doesn't get the game time that he deserves, and it's a 0-0 draw with Forest before a massive win against Arsenal here. We're still yet to play a league game, going through rough patches and still are unbeaten. With a tough cup game in the Champions League slipped through, still we should be going through. Enough games to send us through anyway, and that is a 2-0 win over Spurs away from home, which sees us, yes, with the game in hand, sit 6 points at the top of the league. 0 defeats, 13 goals conceded. Bournemouth have conceded 1 more, but sit 9 points behind. Make that make sense, please. It's all on them fine margins, and we're going away to Gillingham in the FA Cup. That should be a fun game, but out of the teams left in the Carabao, there's Chelsea, there's Arsenal. Forrester already got a draw against us, but I fancy us right here, and let's have a look at the Champions League. Right, so far 6th. That will do me. Shakhtar up in 2nd. And I do want to play the game against West Ham, so please don't let us down against Ipswich Town. Keep us going unbeaten into our final game. A bit of fatigue in our defenders' legs, but it's a 3-0 demolition job of the Tractor Boys to lead us into a quite crucial Carabao Cup quarter-final. All the quiz as this game on Christmas Day, and this game we lost crucially last year against Sunderland, which kind of sent us off on a spiral a bit. We didn't win on penalties, then we dropped in the FA Cup almost immediately, leaving us with the Premier League after Juve sent us as marching orders in the Premier League or the Champions League, and that is a run-on. Terrible defending from West Ham United. Asensio to drill it low. 4 minutes in. It's their defence that have cost them, West Ham. Shivering is the man up front, Asensio, the regen. I think the last episode of Season 4 I turned up saying that I was energised for playing games. Well, today I feel a bit groggy, and today we haven't even lost with Hilson stealing the ball back. West Ham are a mess. It's Tom Moss. I think Asensio's just offside. He is, but I don't mind that. It is urgency from our striker. Urgency that we need, and now really want, because we've got to put pressure on Limedrid. He's just danced around us rather easily. We've got to put pressure on him again. That's a cross. Never mind yours. Or never mind any of your players. It was over the head of the lot of them. Still, 1-0 is a pesky scoreline. Almost as pesky as all these bubbles in our face for the start of this second half. But if we could score through them, that would be amazing. Fatawu hits a good shot. Hermansen, an ex-teammate. As the game builds on, though, I'm feeling a bit more self-aware on this game. And I do want to get Luca on, our 6'7" man. Never really got to play him much recently. So he's going to get on the field at the next break. But could the next break be a goal? Tom Moss, I wanted that on the ground. It's a great header on from Brasco. Fatawu! That... Yes, I wanted him to do the Bellingham. That is a monumental goal, which, yes, is only a second goal against West Ham in the Carabao Cup. A 2-0 up one, but the trajectory of that shot hopefully sparks some confidence, puts us into a double-legged semi-final with momentum, unlike last time. Tom Moss tries to play it around for 3, but 2-0's good enough for me. Gardner, brilliant captain, brilliant performance overall, and in January, still unbeaten and on for the treble. Chasing the Champions League. Are we going to be doing it, however, with silver? 35-year-old. We need gold. That rhymes. And silver, if you get the link there. But the rest of the team is magnificent. Welcome back to Everton. Rushing my thoughts back into the deep end with Jordan Pickford. He's 35 as well, and as well as silver's done. I think we do replace him with Jordan Pickford being 35 and being a legend of the club. Unless a bid comes in from the team we play next away from home, Sunderland, we won't be accepting any offers. We will be spending money. However, in January, and we're going to be playing the cups, playing the second leg of the Carabao, which maybe we win today. We've got a lot of games to get on with, and Sunderland one not with, I can't even speak, not one we're going to play, as we get the win and move ourselves into January, as the wages have been leaked, financially that is, and we've only got 19 million. I've found some goalkeepers on this shortlist right here that we can potentially go and sign. I'm not keeping it hidden from you guys. I'm showing you I've gone niche. I'm looking around the world, like in La Liga Hypermotion, like in the MLS, even in the Austrian league, the Bundesliga, for hidden gems. There's a really good one in the Superliga, Esteban Rivera. If I had the most money possible, I'd be going straight in for that man there. As Pickford's out for 100 days, and in 100 days' time, we do actually play in the Champions League, so we need to get some goalkeepers out. Rory Salmon, he's our third choice. Glover's going to be a third choice. Asnu out. We don't want to sell players to regret selling. Now, I didn't want to sell Lorenzo Lucha. However, with a new backup option in town, Leonardo, and my mention of Sunderland, I think is the man we sell alongside Asnu to up our funds. As yes, we'll have to rely on a squad to get us through these tough fixtures, but ultimately our squad will be strong without him, and a 3-0 win again against Aston Villa is brilliant. I couldn't say Villa correctly right there. With Lorenzo Luca leaving us, and he was one of the first players we actually signed. I brought him in for that height, and Adam Asnu's been here a long time. Thought I'd finally get rid of the man. His potential going nowhere, showing we always don't get the potential right, especially with the fact he came from Bayern Munich's academy. It was really good. We got a bid in for Josh Doig. However, now I want to put bids out. Right, Rivera's on the lowest money out of the decently rated players. The cheapest is Mohamed Asuka, or Akasua, if we can get him for less than 30 million. I think A, it is good business, and B, a brilliant backup. They're not getting Brasco. 29. Brilliant. Sign up for us. Looking glorious in the green. I can't wait to see our new Ghanaian shot stopper in action as he's drafted in, and he concedes 2 on his debut to Brentford, which isn't very nice. But one thing I actually didn't deep is the fact that Josh Doig was the only player actually expiring on his contract out of our first team pool of players, so he's leaving on a pre-contract deal to go to Forest as a 10-man win over Burnley. If I haven't mentioned it already today, yes, we're still unbeaten. With the Emirates FA Cup up next, Gillingham, I am not going to underestimate. And as we are 6 point clear at the top of the league over Man City, I'm going to give some players a true rest. And yes, actually, Akusa. This is the team that we're going for. So I am showing no mercy, but rotating everyone, as it's been a while since we went to a lower league club in this career mode. Love the fact we're at Gillingham. Love the fact we're away. Love the fact that the pitch hugs the ground. Really cup tie atmosphere with Glover. Long hair, long curtains. Looks like that character I think it's out of Despicable Me with Mykolenko passing forward. Tom Moss, you've got to move to the ball. Come on, you've had loans at lower levels. You should know what you're coming in for. Seb Palmer-Holden round the corner. Rowe wins the first corner for the Gills. Don't like this. Don't want to lose here in Essex. We need that header from Tim. It falls to Seb Palmer-Holden. For a team with a defensive record to be proud of, to almost concede straight away to the Gills shows that we haven't woke up and we could be in for a shock. Really bad football to start us off with, but come on, we've not lost in any competition. This is where we attack them, the 3v4s, and we've got a run from Finley Burns. His first Everton appearance. He's not as good as the Dara Burns we had in our lower league save. Grimsby Town, my club, missing that horrid opportunity, and they're coming forward again at us. Certainly had easier tests. They just had another shot as well. Gillingham are pushing us. What a team. What a club the Gills are. I love my League 2 ones. Hilson, right. At least we're starting off with a corner here. I am not going to go for the instant cross. I'm going to try and play this insensibly. It's Moss. Moss with a chance on the angle. Saved by Turner. Good save as well, that one. And Tom Moss goes all the way back. Mykolenko in the middle. Moss is going to go from range. I decided to swing it in. It falls to Tom Moss again. Tom Moss with the option into Kylian Sardella, the first teamer in the squad. Finally getting our goal. 1-0 up in the FA Cup. And this has really been a tough test. You can see we're nearing the end of the game. Not getting our chances apart from Tom Moss, who's been wasteful. Tackle in the middle for them. They've definitely got time to cause an upset again, but Sardella was offside, leaving it, but the press has not worked. They've got through it. Hutton onto Marks. Marks is going to look for that ball in behind. He does get it onto Pons. Need the tackle. We don't get. Keeper's coming. This could be an equaliser at the end. As where the heck would we be without Tim? That was a very squeezed in 1-0 win. Ooh, and manager of the year. Is Moisey going to be awarded this? Yes, he is. Nice recognition after what has been a very well-fought season. The fight doesn't stop here, however. He's got to keep on going. Team goes back to normal with 2 fatigued centre-backs for some reason against Arsenal here. And there we go after the manager of the year. That has jinxed us. I think it's the best game to actually lose because it's not the league phase of the Champions League. And we've got another leg to come back in as a 2-0 over Manchester United. Before a 1-1 draw with Porto. I'll take that. Tom Moss from the start. Putting him in. And a 4-2 win against 20th place Wolves. And Atleti taught a lesson. Surely that's us winning the Champions League phase. We can have another check as it was 5th. We didn't win it, but we did go unbeaten. Literally just beating our old player. I'd still love to have you at this club, João Gomez. As there we go, avoiding defeat away at the Etihad this season. Something we definitely didn't do last year, but can we come back here at the Hill Dickey under the lights against Arsenal? Always been a tricky opponent. We want to get in the final, play the final today, lift a trophy if possible. Also playing the Champions League once more. Ferguson, that's one of the sloppiest passes I've ever seen. Making me regret João Gomez, but now... oh, if we'd got that move right, that could have been a bright start. It's Victor Gyökeres I never deal with. I always concede to Arsenal in career mode. Jurriën Timber working with Ødegaard. Gyökeres again. 1-2 with Trossard. Need to go across to him. Nathan Collins is in the starting 11. O'Brien and Branthwaite not fit. And with the cup games coming thick and fast now, the Champions League and, of course, the FA Cup, not just this Carabao, we need to rest our main players and be on the front foot anyway with Fatawu. Smart turn. I don't think he actually meant that, drilling it across the box. Nathan Collins is in that box somewhere though. Sardella's in there. Header won by Ferguson. Still goes out to Sardella and McTominay to hit one. A goal's coming. I believe it's so. I believe it's so as that's a brilliant ball over to Bukayo Saka. Saka nudged off the ball. Brilliant work, Collins. Second half now and Trossard trying to get around us again, but he just fails to. Gardner into Iliman Ndiaye. Ndiaye stays away from a lot of players. Onto McTominay around the corner. Leonardo, look for Fatawu. He scores a lot in simulations. Abdel Fatawu, he spins out. He drills it low. Back on level terms. Abdel Fatawu, he's ascending because he is literally a god for this Everton team. Tyler Diblin, who? That's what I thought. And Ferguson tries to put it through the middle again. Don't force the ball because that's when you make mistakes and lose the rhythm. We just need to stay on top with Leonardo around the corner. McTominay McTominay slide that into the middle and die. There's a pass in the middle there. Not enough power on it. Garrido was in two minds about coming for that one. 10 minutes left. Martin Ødegaard. Gyökeres round into Jurrien Timber. Rice, we just can't find a steal off them. Gyökeres, Akusa with his first save. We've actually had to witness, and that's good passing. That's Sumba Mendy down the middle, and Arsenal. We're not going to lose the game, but we're going to lose our place in the final of the Carabao Cup. Not savable, markable for sure. The quad is off. And it's the derby next. Brilliant. I'm going to be simulating it because I put so much effort into the Carabao. I want to put that effort into the FA Cup. Premier League just looks fine. And I think we haven't actually played a game in the Prem this season. And we haven't lost a game. Mad simming with Bournemouth up next. Could we simulate them at home? See, I don't want to take the risk, but I know the Champions League I want to dance with today because we don't have long till the end of the season. Usually, we've stopped by now. Save these games for the 4th episode as we win our local derby. Despite a missed penalty and we draw against Nottingham Forest. Still going unbeaten. That's 26 games in now. And I've managed to get fitness to O'Brien and Branthwaite. I think I do risk this one. Just don't lose to Bournemouth. We're fully fit. Oh my days. And in extra time, the domestic trophies. So hard to win. I don't know why I took that risk after actually playing Gillingham. Embarrassing for Truth Air as well. But it still goes on. The search for a quadruple on this channel. I think one of the hardest things to pull off. But it's still we're 10 points clear in the Premier League and the Champions League. Fixture not drawn up yet. Maybe we go further in the Champions League today if we win them games to make up for being out of the cup. And of course, when there's nothing on the line, we actually beat Bournemouth. Well, there is the title on the line, obviously. But come on, I'd rather go further in the cup. The league's kind of good and kind of in a position we can cruise. Then again, a draw, potentially letting us down at the minute. Arsenal are up next, and then it's Roma away in the Champions League. Feel quietly confident. It's not Jose's Roma, as I'll take a draw that we've already had with Arsenal today. In that fixtures, look at this for the first leg, 2 suspended. Right, I'll push Mikalak up despite the -6. Play Brasco on the right. Or actually, do I risk this? We know what's happened when I've took risks. So we'll go like that. Into the Champions League we go. Please don't mess this up. I put the red cards only on the bench. Oh, and a 4-0 win. Don't mind that. Thank you to Iliman Undai. What a performance that man must have just put up. As goal-wise, he is now top over Fatawu, but both wingers with over 20 goals. That's kind of phenomenal. And a 3-3 draw with Fulham. We're drawing a lot of games, but the gap at the league is good enough. And I think that 4-0 win over Roma means we don't have to play this one. They're not beating us 5-0. I refuse to believe. There we go. They beat us, but not enough to progress for them as Bayer Leverkusen up next. I do want to play them. I know it's been a lot of simming today, but we can afford to sim. We've got that buffer in the league. And finally, a win courtesy of our right back before a 2-1 win at home against Leverkusen. Still going to play the second leg, taking no risks away from home. And McTominay is on form as we are 32 sims deep and still unbeaten. Manchester City chasing us. However, attention turns to Champions League football again with a welcome back for one man in particular. In comes Pickford. For this trip away from home, it is nice to have the big man back in between the sticks. Give him a touch early on. Get him used to the ball. He is low on sharpness for a goalkeeper. Playing in a European, or not just a European, the Champions League quarter-final. A place in the semi is up for stake. Juventus beat us, I think, at this round, or maybe the round of 16 last year. These will not be a pushover. They pushed Arsenal all the way in real life and just don't concede a first goal right here. They've got Tillman running at us and Pickford still sharp as ever, keeping us in it, because if we go 1-0 down, they'll just be the team piling on the pressure. It is Mikalak to run away with it. 90 pace. They're keeping up with him still, though, so he's going to have to go backwards into Fatawu, into James Gardner. Just backheel that. Risky one. I meant to this man Ferguson, because this is good play. Risky play, but good play nevertheless. McTominay over the top. That has to end in a goal. That is how good our team is right now. Everton playing popping football with Marcus Leonardo hitting an arm. A penalty opportunity. Correctly given against Garcia. Yes, I saw it in real time. And this is a vital penalty. Now, I could mess around with changing the taker, but Marcus Leonardo into the top corner in Germany, potentially putting Everton into the top 4 teams of European football. You don't need a replay on that one to see that it was a good one. Palacios, though, at the end of this first half, they're still going to push us. Boniface with a good shot. Not out the woods in this one yet, so let's go again. It is Ferguson with a nice steal. On to Zolis, running forward himself right here. He needs support, though. There's some in the middle. That is a good switch. Into Gardner. Can he score from a long shot? He'll keep on going. He's had a few. Alex Garcia trying to make up for his mistake earlier on in this game. Ibrahim Marza, what a player he's going to be. The next Mahrez, as we needed a tackle right there. That's a free header. And Palacios places it. Ezekiel with the goal. And no clean sheet for Jordan Pickford. In his return to the Everton lineup, it will be a successive 1-1 draw when playing games, which isn't nice to actually think about. And we did struggle against Gillingham, but still I do trust this team. Fatawa with a little spin out. He needed a run around him. He didn't get it. And they're going to move a lot more quickly. They'll cause us problems, you can bet. And Zolis, he's got a gap through the middle. A big block, Jared Branthwaite, Ibrahim Maza. I mean, Zolis is still gutted. He's stopped in the middle of the field, but we can't stop chugging along. Come on, go up the field through fair. We know you can cross. Let's actually win the game, shall we? With 10 added minutes, oh dear. We shouldn't have conceded possession. But guess what? It doesn't matter. A 1-1 draw is enough to make them fans happy. I mean, I don't understand why they wouldn't be. They've literally seen an unbeaten team in the Premier League with all the tickets they've sold this season. Semi-final, Barcelona. A brilliant team to draw, and we are still unbeaten. Speaking of draws, 11 in this league, which we still should be winning. So yes, Barcelona coming up in the semi-finals of the Champions League. Still there's this league to be won, and potentially the series ending today, as I do have a regen in the team. I do want to take him out to make it all real-life players that have been signed by me, apart from Ndai, Garner, Branthwaite, O'Brien and Pickford in our starting 11, which I think's pretty good. 5 original Everton players still here. Actually, not just pretty good. It's sensational what we're doing. They're still scoring like Illiman and Dye. And at the end of this episode, keep your eye out, because I already did it for the last season, but we're going to do a Player of the Season vote on the community tab. So make sure you vote for the Player of the Season and then Player of the Year, as it's a new save potentially tomorrow if we win these games against Barcelona, as that win puts us very clear at the top. How many games do we have? 8 games left. The gap is 8 points. My idea is to keep winning the sim-in, so eventually, if we do win against Barcelona, which is our next game, let me figure this out, we can dance towards the end of the year. So we've only got these games left, yes, and if we do beat Ipswich, I think we're going to play the first game against Barcelona, swapping it around to potentially sim the second, but if we beat Ipswich, we can play the second. So 2 games against Barcelona, potentially a Premier League winning game, and then fingers tightly crossed, we get into the Champions League finale, as Paris and Real Madrid, the day before this, have drawn 1-1. I'm talking the big game about another season, but this could be it if we lose. The commentators on the TV, the first game at the Hill Dickey. I swear, if we can kill Barcelona off, it will be unbelievable, with Lenny Yoro taking the first pass, Pedri, Casado. Now we need to press on them, make sure we get the win from the off at home, but Barcelona are a very quick team. This is definitely not going to be easy. And Dye, we need to score like he always does in the simulations. McTominay holding the ball up. That didn't just skim across the surface like I kind of expected it to do. Marco Correa in the middle towards Firmin. Big save by Jordan Pickford. An old man in goal. Potentially they still have Ter Stegen, but I do believe it will be Joan Garcia. 5 seasons deep here with Leonardo. Come on, you've got to be a bit better. Riada looked at signing before Sardella. And that's a sloppy pass. We've got to try and beat this right-hand side down. As good as Lamine Yamal is, I was going to say defensively he shouldn't be on it, but he blocks off that passing lane with Firmin round the corner. This is a tricky Barcelona team. I thought this potentially was the easy draw with Real Madrid and PSG in the other leg. As here goes Iliman Ndiaye, if he can turn inside. I do like that skill move. Scott McTominay needed to score. Big chance Everton. The Hill Dicky should be behind us, or be behind us from this corner. Jared Branthwaite looking for his own corner. Potential goal there, but now the game goes on. At home, I'm kind of getting scared that we won't end this series today. We'll go into a 7th season or a 6th season with no signings truly to be made. Just me needing to be better at the game with Lamine Yamal on a run here. Fermin Lopez, the right side of Branthwaite. Garda gets back. Quality block off with Fatawu down the right-hand side. Maybe we need to try the right-hand side with Leonardo having one of the worst games I think I've personally seen, with the Spaniard on the bench potentially coming on very soon. I'm going to try and make that change as Fermin. Oh, that is a good foot in by Trufe. He stops the Barcelona in attack. Leonardo is due to come off the field, but potentially could play provider in a winning move in this game. McTominay into Leonardo. Leonardo on the angle. Another big save. Lamine Yamal off for the final 10 minutes. Potentially a risk with Frankie de Jong on the field as well. It looks like they're trying to shut up shop with McTominay around the corner. Jared Branthwaite, the captain, onto Fatawu. Nothing to see the teams out, and I think whatever happens against Ipswich Town, we are definitely playing the second leg in Barcelona with a final place on the line. What a game that's been. 2 draws. Can we hopefully break the mould ourselves? That being said, I don't want Paris in the finale. Do I actually risk the rotate against second bottom of the league? I think I do. I know I said do, but our team should still be quality. Going at it like that, we've got big Nathan Collins, Tim at the back, match winner Fatawu still in the lineup, and Gardner getting tested with a 3-1 win. Surely on for the Premier League after a Hilson hat-trick. He got a +1 from that as well. In any other game, he starts the fixture. It's a great effort, but we've got 4 days rest, and this team back to the main one should be rested, apart from one change. Michalak in the starting 11. This is a huge game. Look at some of the players that Barcelona have. Is this the new Camp Nou? I don't think it's licensed in the game anyway. But Everton, back in the blue away kit. Put all your might, all your effort into your endeavours. This is huge. We could have gone with Asensio up front. I'm trusting Leonardo after what can only be described as a shocker in the first leg. And Ndiaye with a run on here. He could go for the sweaty goal. Iliman Ndiaye! What a start! Latches onto a back pass like he's done for the majority of the season. Everton have gone to the new camp, or the Camp Nou, whatever it is, number 2. Their second stadium, and took the lead thanks to Iliman Ndiaye just running past Reed. Bad mistake from Barcelona in the middle, allowing us to go and get that goal. Pedri, we've got to push onto them. Lenny Hioro, now Cucurella. We're just going to keep on skipping with the passes. Mark Casado, shift across to Everton. I don't know what I was going to call them then, but Barcelona trying to get in the game. We've just got to latch onto passes like that. Iliman Ndiaye, Leonardo, you've got to pass it across. We might get a second chance. Barcelona forced into some mistakes, or just making them themselves. Lenny Yoro almost the culprit. That's a brilliant turn by Pedri. Over the top as well. On to Fermin. Nothing else in the first half. I will take that all day long. We clear. We're going at them. Fatawu. We need to spin out again just to get that easy pass into McTominay. A second goal here is potentially crucial, because if Barcelona get the next one, oh boy, are the fans going to be up for it. Like I said in the first leg, and it's appeared to actually help us in the second, we've got to target Barcelona's right back of Reed. I just think he's there to be attacked, with Lamine Yamal doing more the attacking himself, and Reed's up the field, so Iliman Ndiaye has this space. He's around Garcia. That's got to be a red card, surely. Yellow with the space that he was running into is madness. Surely there was a goal to be scored, but still we're doing pretty decent. They're making a few changes. Fatawu's always got that spin on lock with some good passing. Fatawu, he fizzes it into McTominay. Trying to recreate the tack that Arsenal did against us to beat us and knock us out of the Carabao. Michalak, very lucky with that move there. Asensio, I think Fatawu's a little bit offside. The flag stayed down, so if he can turn inside of Cucurella, which he's done all game long. But it doesn't matter anyway. Just don't let them move forward. Yes, there'll be 10 added minutes, which are soon up. And that early goal from Iliman Ndiaye from a Barcelona mistake gives us the win over 2 legs. But oh boy, we were never confident in that fixture. Sometimes all you need is luck. And this isn't luck, or it is actually, because we've simulated every Premier League game, unbeaten, with only 4 more to go. Will this happen for us as we face the other team from Spain, Real Madrid, in the final? The Metropolitano, which probably will change. As despite a little bit of fatigue, I'm going unchanged into this game against Aston Villa, risking a sim with City on our back. Oh my days. Oh my days, it's over in the 35th. We were 4 games away. 3 after this one, and the unbeaten season is gone. Villa 1-0. Luckily that our game in hand. City keep on winning, but if we win this next one, leaves 2 games left. So it's potentially still up in the air. And this is now a crucial game, because if we actually lose this one, oh, we are in shaky territory. But that Fatawu goal means we just need to win the title. And unfortunately, the loss against Aston Villa means we've got to do it away against Chelsea. Because yes, a win here wins us the Premier League. I think even a draw should do it. Focus on the Everton team, obviously, at the Bridge. A good clash between 2 blue teams. 2 I've got a soft spot for. My heart will always be black and white. Them lovable Mariners. And a bit of a kit clash, come on. I don't know what kit we're going to go into the finale with. I love them all 3. Maybe we go with the away kit or the home kit or the 3rd kit. That's them all. I know. As I didn't even realise that was Ndai running through. Clear as day. Just like we attacked Barcelona. How's that in? It's not Robert Sanchez anymore. But it's someone even as bad. Come on, Chelsea. Even Gillingham gave us a harder start to the game. It's going to be hopefully 1-0 at half-time. Potentially 2-0. They can't put passes together. Tyreek George taking the throw-in. The old player that used to be on loan at us, actually, in the first season. I didn't use him. I wanted this man after Tyler Dibling went and die. That is him. Free as a bird. He's been a bit cocky taking that first time. Should have relaxed a bit with now Maro Jr. onto Romain Lavia. Chalobah gets the ball back. Keep this pressure on, lads. Force them to kick it long. We needed to win that header. We don't. Palmer. Esego. Good steal, Ferguson. Good steal. Right, now we move. Gardner. We've been brilliant on the counter-attack. Leonardo. That is one of the best balls I've ever seen played for Tawu. Brilliant header into Scott McTominay. Penalty, lads. You just can't keep up with the Everton play. Obviously hit a hand. That is a lot of power from Marcus Leonardo. 2-0. I'll see you in the second half, where we should be running riot. This Premier League is ours. They've been dreadful, woeful. All the names you can think of under the sun. With Gardner even taking the mick. Big shot at Safanov. And now a shot towards the edge of the box. I wanted that flicking straight onto Iliman Ndiaye. Iliman Ndiaye through bodies. I'm just getting shooting practice in now for the next game up, which is the Champions League, obviously, for this main team, because I think if we win this one, I can just afford to rest. The main squad for the final game, the unbeaten record's already gone. I don't care about that. Esego into Cole Palmer. An easy win, as it should be all round unless Chelsea get a goal here. Maro Jr.'s put it wide, and the final whistle is blown. Yes, we're away from home, but it means the same. And no trophy parade. Brilliant. It's because we're away from home, but I'd rather win it than risk it to see a little trophy lifting game. We know we've won it, so Southampton. That's going to be a complete rest up. Trophy is bubble wrapped. We even played it before Manchester City did. And if you think I'm going easy with the rotation, think again. I feel sorry for Sardella and Moss, Doig, Silva, the only experienced heads in this entire group of players. And we still get the win. That is the power of Everton. And Doig with a goal and Hijaz. If we don't win the Champions League this season, he could potentially feature next season. However, Doig won't. He's got his rating up and he is going to Nottingham Forest next year. Good for him as a season roundup. Potentially a whole career mode roundup with Iliman Ndiaye being really good. Leonardo the same for Tawu. Scott McTominay. Is he up for player of the season though? I think Brasco's been pretty good. And true fair, with his clean sheet record and how good the defence has been, it would be criminal not to put a defender up for it. So true fair for Tawu, Iliman Ndiaye, and I haven't rated Leonardo in game, so Scott McTominay. They're my 4 nominees, which you can vote for in the poll on the community tab once this video's uploaded. Turn the notifications on to see it pop up, because I want to see who you guys think is the player of the season. With the game of the season up next, obviously, we know that is Real Madrid. Premier League, 89 points, 1 defeat, 11 draws is a lot, but I don't mind it. We lost the Community Shield, the FA Cup, Liverpool went on to win it, so a bit of a sour taste. The rivals, Arsenal beat us to win the Carabao Cup. Europa League, what a game for the Europa League title that is. Conference League is Leipzig versus Coventry. Go on, Super Frank Lampard. I'd love to see them lift it. We haven't got a top scorer, maybe a struggle of goals from our central striker. Fatawu and Ndai on there. It's a good job Afcon doesn't actually go into this game. Scott McTominay up there on assists, clean sheets. Rui Silva actually has more than Jordan Pickford somewhere. He's got 5, but he's only played 12 games, so yeah, a bit harsh on him. Rui Silva, congratulations. 9 clean sheets in 13 games. Kind of unbelievable when you deep it, as Silva's going to be my backup with that record. But don't worry, the main team's coming out again for this massive game. Gyökeres, the player of the season? You kidding me? Everton overlooked as Manchester City more players in the team of the year despite us winning the league with only 1 defeat. 1 defender. I feel sick as the Stadium Olympic, massive one. Is this in Germany? I'm not sure, but I'm sure we can win this. Went with the home kit. Yes, I did actually consciously pick the kit for once. I didn't leave it up to chance. I thought Everton need to be at home in order to get a result. A really good team we're against. Do a place for them. I realised when we did play against Paris Saint-Germain, he wasn't actually in the team, with Fatawu making a decent run. Iliman Ndiaye likes an early goal. Doesn't get it, and they're whacking it forward. You've got problems there, pals, because if you're whacking it at Jared Branthwaite and Jim O'Brien, you have got issues in tactical departments, as that is a terrible touch from Ferguson. I could read Bellingham getting onto the ball all the way. Skip past us. Mikulak, our regen player in the team over Sardello, which I do feel bad for. Stepping in very well. Get this out of the defence. I don't trust our build-up. I trust it when we get the ball forward, get attacking. Here we go. Abdul Fatawu, if he hits an early ball. There was a run on there with Ferguson in the middle now to Gardner. It's into Fatawu. If he hits that round the corner again, he does do. This is a chance for Fatawu. We've seen him on the angle before. Leonardo needed to tweak onto it to get the second chance, but we're all over them. Come on, lads. Get a goal. Do a football thing. As Leonardo skips past his man, Diams with a save. Real Madrid haven't looked in the game, but I tell you what, for a finale, this is dull. This is flat. This needs the roof raising off with a goal. Come on, you Blues. Ferguson wins the ball. He's on straight away to Iliman Ndiaye. Gardner. Gardner gets the ball down the line to Iliman Ndiaye again. There's a run in the middle, and Ndiaye likes to catch his fullbacks off guard. There goes Ferguson! Early goals in halves win you games. Ferguson out the frying pan into the fire of the second half. Needed something to liven it up, and Ndiaye gets around the right back. And there he is, just in the middle. Leonardo drags a man out of the way. Looks like it just rolled down his leg. But what a move. Everton fans must be off their seats now. I'll take another clean sheet. We've kept so many in this save over time. Needed to win the ball there, McTominay. Leonardo trying to get back in his way. He does brilliantly, filling in for McTominay until he actually goes and gets back. Keep the ball. Keep possession of the goddamn football. And we win the game. He must be buzzing, Ferguson. He's had some off moments this season, and definitely last with Iliman Ndiaye again. Ferguson in the box crasher roll. So close to a second. And I've just realised it's still Trent at right back. That's who Ndiaye had to thread or shred to get past here. He needs to get a tackle in. That is a beautiful one from the winger. Surely man of the match. A day one player. Iliman Ndiaye, he's running round players. Fatawu's outpacing them. Abdel Fatawu, just go to the other side of the net. That shot could have nestled. Get the ball back, true fair. Brilliant win of it. And now Jared Branthwaite into Jim O'Brien. We've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes to see this game out. And Trent Alexander-Arnold has never watched Ndiaye. He could go himself, but he gives it into Fatawu, who now goes the right way. And Kane, give us the replay or the celebration. Fatawu, one of the best players in this save, is surely giving Everton a double. Iliman Ndiaye with the double assists, and finally goes, with the outside of the boot into the side netting. For Everton to win the game against a very, very, very timid timid Real Madrid. It's beautiful. I tell you all the time, if it's not black and white stripes, it's got to be blue and white stripes. As the man in green's going to lift the trophy, he's had an injury horrid season, but I think he deserves this from day one. The captain, Jordan Pickford, lifts the Champions League for Everton. And like at the start of this save, I said, I predicted I thought it would be over today. This save, as if you've enjoyed, smash that like button, subscribe for the next big series.